on Zoom today? Okay. There he is. Yeah. Well, we can make the good director of the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust be here for hours. Are you headed over after this, or? Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, okay. Oh, he is. Oh. Oh, nice. All right. Well, my watch says 8:01. This thing says 8:03. Okay. Well, let's, I'll wait till the director's ready. It's good to see Beth here. She was hiding on Zoom yesterday. Then I'm going to log in here, and hopefully that won't cause too much of a oh, come on. What is our WireGuest password? Okay. All right, I was off a month. Thanks, Barb. Yeah, I'm not quite linked up, so we'll kind of get going. All right. Well, good morning. I see on the screen that we have the auditor and the superintendent. The secretary is here with me. Ben is the treasurer on Zoom. Director, let's, if it's all right with you to start with the Board of Land Commissioners, let's do that, and I'll just mention that we do have a quorum for the record. So, and Ben, I'm finally connected, and so there will be an echo here in a second, I'm sure. Okay. Good. So, Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners are the minutes, the May 4th, 2020 State Board of Land Commissioner meeting minutes and the June 4th, 2020 State Board of Land Commissioner meeting minutes. Not sure if you want to take them individually or together, but I would advise that we approve the meeting minutes from the prior meetings.
Okay. Let me just ask if there are comments on either of the sets of minutes. Are there any comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion to accept both sets of minutes.
So moved.
Mr. Secretary?
I'll second that. So moved.
Okay.
Right there.
It's been moved by the superintendent. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And seconded by the secretary. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, thumb. Motion carries. Thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, we provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything to add at this time, but we would stand for questions regarding those reports.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the reports? I see Mr. Treasurer has joined. Are there any questions on the reports? Hearing none. Thank you very much for those reports.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance, and we have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. The following matters appear to be amenable to treatment on the consent list: D1 through D7, E1 through E4, F1 through F5, G1 and G2, and H1.
Thank you, Director. Any questions on the consent list? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to place D1 through D7, E1 through E4, F1 through F5, G1 and G2, and H1 on a consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the consent list, D1 through D7, E1 through E4, F1 through F5, G1 and 2, and H1, signify with a thumbs up. Thumbs up on the 3. Mr. Secretary is an aye. That motion carries. Thanks. With that consent list, I would entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been
Second.
moved by the superintendent, thank you, and seconded by the auditor, thank you both. Any discussion? All in favor with a thumbs up or signify by saying aye. Thumbs up all on the screen and an aye here. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter on the agenda is C1. Consider the adoption of regular rules for Chapter 29 sage-grouse mitigation credits. As you recall, the legislature tasked the Board of Land Commissioners with the sage-grouse mitigation credit program. They directed us to have rules in place by October 1st. Today we have with us Director Bob Budd. He's the Director of the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust. He's going to take the board through the proposed rules for adoption. So with that, I would yield the floor to Director Budd.
Thank you. And while Director Budd's approaching, Ben, do we have folks online that they would raise their hand if they have a question and be able to adopt? Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Director Budd, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. Good morning. I'm going to take a few minutes, just walk back through the underpinning for this and how we got here, and then per your request, we'll go through section by section and explain what's been done in the rules. The basic principle of Wyoming sage-grouse management program follows a hierarchy of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation. Avoid impacts wherever possible, minimize impacts to the highest degree that we can, and where we cannot achieve those two, allow for compensatory mitigation. It is only allowed when the state feels that it is in the interest of the state and the bird and that it can be dealt with. It is a very high bar. That is there primarily because we have to be able to meet a recovery standard under the Endangered Species Act in the event that the species becomes a candidate or is listed. They need to be payable in advance. Historically, you'll all recall that we had a system that was kind of across the country, a pay-to-play or a wimpy system, I called it, because it would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. We do not allow that in Wyoming. It is due and payable in advance. You show the mitigation in place before you are given the permit. It serves the species that is impacted. Again, in historic, as you look back, some of the mitigation that was offered for different species really didn't do one thing for the species. This is very species directed. It is a necessity if the listing occurs, as we look, and the state of Wyoming would be considering a 4D rule, which would allow us to continue to manage as we've done with other species. We need to have a very robust and very firm compensatory mitigation system in place. The one we have today was developed by the sage-grouse implementation team, which includes representatives of industry, conservation organizations, agriculture, appropriate state and federal agencies, local government over the past 6 years. And it was always intended to be a private sector driven system, not something prescribed or dictated by the state. It has worked very well. With that as a background, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to walk through this as the sections lay out. Section 1 obviously is just the authority. Section 2, these are definitions. They align with the current executive order, which you signed in 2019, and statute. They include a critical review by the Game and Fish Department. That was done by Deputy Director Bruce and Habitat Protection Director Loesch. It incorporates the statutory language. So if you look at your copy, you'll see some blue in the red. The blue is the statutory language. The red expands on that language. That's why those definitions were concurrent with both. Other than that, the definitions in the statute remain in the statute. The definitions in the rule remain in the rule. I'll stop there and see if you have questions on Section 2, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions on Section 2? Hearing none.
Section 3 was renamed to reflect what the intent or the purpose of it was. This is a statutory requirement that the geographic area for credits is defined in the rules. As it said criteria, that didn't really do it, so it was renamed. It was also edited down to be to remove redundancy in deference to Section 7, which is the existing executive order language, and that is kind of the heart of the rules. But it's just a cleanup primarily. Defines the geographic area or the bank or the offering that someone would make, whether it's a bank, an exchange, or whatever it is, and that's what it did. We took out a number of sections in there that were redundant or that were not necessary, but that's the intent of Section 3. So again, I'd pause if you have questions on Section 3.
Are there any questions on Section 3? I have one, Director. I just was, I think, actually it's in Section 4. Never mind. Keep going.
Section 4, there are comments, and we did review all the comments that came in. Section 4, we designated the Office of State Lands and Investments as the chair of the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group. There were a number of people said they thought it was too loose. Since the authority is housed in OSLI, we felt that they should serve as the chair. That's a change that is in there. Had a lot of discussion and back and forth, and not necessarily in agreement with the membership. The way that the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group operates today, it includes 4 state agencies and 4 federal agencies. They're doing a technical review. We cannot, in our rules or statute, require the federal government to sit on a board or a commission. They want to do it, and so we use the word should in here to allow that to happen. There will be cases where you don't necessarily need the Forest Service as an example, but where they have jurisdiction over a considerable amount of the habitat, where Fish and Wildlife certainly has an interplay with us vis-a-vis ESA and other potential considerations, we feel like it's important that they be allowed to be on there, if not required. At the same time, it opened it up to adding other representation as desired, county government, local expertise, university, whoever else might be appropriate for that compensatory mitigation group when they review a potential credit provider. It mirrors the existing procedure that we have, and that's basically what it does. We did take out a duplicative reference to Section 2 and Section 7, and it now just refers to Section 7, which is, again, the guts of the rules.
Great. Well, Director, my question really went to the composition of that group. If you have two, let's say you have an issue in the Thunder Basin grasslands, that's obviously Region 2. If you're over in Pinedale, different Forest Service region, do you anticipate changes in personnel on this group?
Governor, Mr. Chairman, my expectation and our experience in the past, this group has only met a couple of times, but my expectation would be that the Forest Service will have a handle on who they want to represent them. In the past, that has been bounced back and forth between Region 4 and Region 2, depending on who had expertise in this matter. So when John Shivik was there in Region 4, and he was coordinating the federal sage-grouse rulemaking and everything, he was obviously a logical person to sit on that CMOG. Other times it may be someone out of Region 2. Generally, we would give deference to the agency to who their best expert for that would be. My expectation would be if we're looking at one in the Thunder Basin, it'll probably be a representative either from that forest district or from Region 2. Likewise, if we're looking at the other side in the affected forest lands, it would be Region 4.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Director, I think just a quick question as to this authority for you. Any thoughts on how this fits within all your tasks?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as you know, we are very busy at Office of State Lands, and we will certainly make ourselves available to actively participate within this group. Specifically, Deputy Director Crowder is very interested and involved in the sage-grouse mitigation, and he's been involved in the sage-grouse mitigation bank rules of promulgation along with Director Budd and Game and Fish and the rest of them. So we will definitely make ourselves available to chair this board.
Well, thank you. And I share the notion this is the proper house for it. So any questions? Any questions? Hearing none.
Section 5 just mirrors the existing process. Again, the service area is the state of Wyoming. That is, there's one approved entity in the country, and it's in Wyoming. Their service area was the state of Wyoming to maintain consistency. That's been spelled out there. We also added, at the request of numerous parties, that proximity should be a consideration when people are offering compensatory mitigation. I think where possible, industry has shown a penchant for that anyway, but this spells it out in the rule that is something that should be considered and would be preferred.
Thanks, Director. And I think it's important to remember this is a statewide effort. It's wonderful to think about having compensation on a local level, but that doesn't do much to protect our industry and the opportunity for the industry to proceed with this very robust plan. Is that correct?
Governor, thank you for that. Yes, it is correct. We've always managed sage-grouse in Wyoming as a statewide, at a statewide level, not parsing out, one area versus another. We're looking at the aggregate and the whole. Clearly, we have always, and Game and Fish has done a spectacular job of this, as have others. We always look at, are there anomalies? Are there areas where we're either increasing or decreasing or seeing radical differences between what the norm for the state is? It gives us a two-tiered approach to look at management, to look at potential problems. In this past year, we've addressed two areas that had considered what we call a soft trigger, that they wanted to be evaluated, and that was done in a very professional manner. So you have a multi-level approach, which I think is appropriate to the species and to the habitats they use.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry.
Next section. Go ahead.
Section 6, this is per the statute, and we've had an ongoing discussion about this for a number of years. The term credit, allowing something less than perpetuity, that right now, again, there's one approved bank. They do their credits in perpetuity. The way the existing program is set up, the minimum is 50 years. That, hearing from landowners and others, felt that that was too long, that they would like to have the opportunity and ability to present a term credit for an activity that may not have a long-term impact. This section is where we get into that. The legislature, in their wisdom, decided the minimum was 5 years. That may or may not be adequate, but anything between 5 and perpetuity is now allowed. It would be incumbent on the proposer to come in and show that their duration was going to match the impact. It would also be incumbent upon them to provide backstops and make sure that if it isn't long enough, that there is protection. That protection right now falls to the credit holder, not to the provider. And again, that is something that is a bit of a change. So it would be an eyes wide open. There is the potential for a contingent liability. If you said my impact is going to be 10 years and it's 15, somebody's got to pick up the extra 5. But that's what this section does. This is probably one of the areas that has the most consternation. There are people who believe nothing other than perpetuity should be allowed. There are those who believe that they should be rolled over 5 years at a time. And so it's an attempt to try and allow for a rigorous examination of a term credit as it relates to the debit or the impact, and that would be done by the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group, by Game and Fish. When they were comfortable that they could meet that, then they would authorize that credit.
Thank you, and I note that that's seems to be the bulk of the comments we got was on this very provision, and I want to congratulate you, I think, on really putting together a pretty robust program. Often good ideas don't seem like good ideas to people necessarily outside the state, and I guess my concern really is that this stand the test of time, and that should there be interference from courts or others, that our program remains robust, and that it protects not only the bird, but our ability to continue our operations.
Right.
So, any questions on that? Okay, thanks.
Section, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Section 7, this is pulled directly out of the existing framework, the one that we've operated under, started developing in 2014. This is kind of the heart of the rules and the heart of the existing executive orders. It sets up what the parameters for credit provision are. It's fairly straightforward. It follows the Council on Environmental Quality CEQ guidelines. It comports with what the guidelines are for federal agencies. It's been reviewed by the Secretary of Interior, and who has said that it meets the needs of the Department of Interior. It's been reviewed by Fish and Wildlife. I think it's been developed with everybody in the room over a period of years. I think it is very robust. It is a high bar, as I said before, but I think it's very clear, and it's something that we have operated under, and I think we can continue to operate under. There is one change on page 29.8 under durability, and this ties back to the term credit. When we had only a option of 50 or perpetuity, we discounted the 50-year by 10%. Where we now have an open-ended, anything from 5 to perpetuity, it's virtually impossible to predict where that might fall out. So what we inserted here was that the value of the term would be determined by an actuarial analysis. I think that is responsible. I think it's fair, and I think it is a way that you can go in and say, how does a 5 compare to a 25, compare to a 50, compare to perpetuity? And it would be a matter of discounting those credits appropriately using an actuarial analysis. That also becomes a third-party evaluation. It isn't something that's done by Game and Fish or OSLI or the Wildlife Trust. It's done in a fiscal setting, and would be, I think, an appropriate way to just lay it out and say, this is what the discount is, and this is how it would apply.
Well, thanks, Director. And I also point out that allows for adaptability of changing legislative
Correct.
statute, et cetera, so very good.
There is in Section 7, and I apologize for this, I've already apologized to the Director and to the Game and Fish and others. I went through these again last night and found what I think is potentially a problem that I want to flag. That is that as we've gone through this process, I also talked to the chairman of the Minerals Committee this morning. As we went through this process, the focus was on credit providers. And there was a lot of comment, a lot of feedback on Section 7 as it related to the debit side.
Mm-hmm.
We made a decision to just remove the debit references because that really wasn't where our focus was. Unfortunately, the statute is pretty clear that it wants a system. And if you look at the statute under section little v, it clearly says that there needs to be a designation of debits. So as a result, what I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, is that in that section on 29.9, the definitions under debit requirements are not necessary in the rule, but the two tables that lay out what the debit requirements are necessary. And so those would need to come back in. I'll take responsibility for over editing here, but I would leave little VI, the following table identifies how they're done, leave that table in. Then the next section, compensatory mitigation in non-core, the following table C, and leave that table in, and the rest could be removed, or we could have a review. But that, I think that would get us in line with the statute. I apologize for finding it at such a late hour. We were pretty sure we were right, but I'm pretty sure we were wrong. So that's one thing I would flag for you.
Okay, and Director, we'll probably come back to that to look at the precise language that you'd recommend. Thanks. Next.
Section 8?
Yep, Section 8.
Section 8 allows for restoration credits and for operator offered. Restoration credits are something that I think is, we're all aspirational. We would love to see more of this. Certainly if you look at the comments from Audubon, Nature Conservancy, and some of the industry groups, it's something they're very interested in. They are a very difficult beast to attack in the sense that you have to have a starting timeline, an ending timeline. You still have to be able to show that that restoration is going to take effect for the life of an impact. I will tell you, I am one of the biggest advocates for trying to figure out a way to get restoration credits. The mining industry is very interested with their experience with reclamation, restoration. An example that's been used often is where their bond release was predicated simply on stable soils and a reference site. If they can go in and establish sagebrush and enhance and expand habitat, there should be a reward for that. Fully concur. This section allows for that. Again, it is a high bar, but I think that as we move forward, it's an area we may come back to in the future and say, okay, we've learned some things, we may need to change the rule, but for right now, I think it allows it. That's what we need to do. It is an area that it mirrors the existing executive order. It's the same language. It's what we have in place today, and it hopefully incentivizes restoration of habitats that have been lost.
Okay, any questions? Great, thanks. Next.
Section 9, this is somewhat unusual, but it is intended to depoliticize the board. You would act on a recommendation that would come forward that is a positive recommendation. Should there not be a positive recommendation, that would be negotiated back and forth between the potential credit provider and the compensatory mitigation oversight group to rectify the areas that they felt were lacking. Because we have now done this through statute and rule, should a potential credit provider feel that they have not been properly heard, they would have all the rights of appeal through the Administrative Procedures Act, but it doesn't put the board in a position of getting a recommendation no and voting yes, or getting one yes, and I think it is a much more positive, progressive way to do it than to throw it into the laps of the 5 elected officials and say, you decide. So it would be on the recommendation of the CMOG.
Okay.
Section 10, simply just record keeping. That's something that we already do. OSLI currently does that. We do an annual report to Fish and Wildlife, to the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, that shows the areas that we've increased habitat, or we've restored habitat, or we've protected habitat, versus those where we may have had impacts. Our ledger in Wyoming is millions of acres to the good. We have very minimal impacts. The industry has been exemplary in avoiding and minimizing, but we maintain that. This would just be records maintained relative to any bank that is certified.
Okay, thank you.
Section 11, it requires potential provider to submit a plan for management, monitoring, and maintenance prior to approval. This is open-ended, and it's open-ended by design. If you can imagine, I think you can, it's impossible to standardize what a bank looks like. If you just take it on the terrain of Wyoming, if you look at the difference in the way different birds act in their environment, if you look at lek sizes, you could have a bank that's associated with a 20 male lek. You could have a bank that's associated with a 300 male lek. There are differences. So what it does is it puts the provider in the position to come in and say, here's what I've done. Here's my biological underpinning. These are the things we'll do relative to financial assurances. This is what we'll do to monitor. This is how we'll maintain the bank. Each of those then becomes a discrete proposal that can be considered on its own merits and not played off against a template that says you must do this or you must do that. We believe that this is much more reflective of the actual ecology of the bird, the actual ecology of the state of Wyoming, and it allows for some entrepreneurial private sector opportunity to come in and offer something that maybe none of us have even thought of that would work quite well. So it is more open-ended than some like. There were comments that people wanted it to be more prescriptive. I don't believe, Mr. Chairman, that you can make it more prescriptive and be fair to every potential provider.
I think that's a fair statement, Director, and I also note that times change, the years change, there's different moisture requirements, et cetera, so I think a more dynamic approach certainly makes sense.
Thank you, Governor. The other thing that we did is, and this was a request, a good request in the comments, the data collection section is in there. It says that it should be a standardized. That would be developed as we move forward.
Right.
But standardized there does not mean that you tell everybody they have to use a Daubenmeier method. What it means is that we need to collect species diversity data, or we need to collect production data, or we need to collect lek count data. All of that needs to be in a manner that's standardized, because right now we're in the process of reporting back, as I mentioned earlier, on the efforts that we've done. There is what's called a conservation efforts database that we add data to every year. We've done that since 2015. There will be a review this year of where we are, and so that data collection piece, I think, was a positive addition. It will help us to standardize our collection and our ability to report.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
You know, this is a little bit tangential, but it goes to this point and how all of this working is dependent on accurate data. So what's the role of technology in versus just people on the ground observing, as far as where the sage grouse are prevalent, where they're going, how many there are, telemetry, those types of things? How does that work with, where do you see that going, working with this plan?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, even in the relatively short time, 20 years that I've been working in this arena, it is amazing how much change there's been, how much, if you just look at the difference in telemetry, which you mentioned, and how that telemetry is done, whether you do it with satellite tracking or whether you do it with handheld devices, which of those has more impact on the bird itself? We have seen immense changes in our ability to remotely sense vegetation change. BLM is going through a number of different processes to evaluate their rangelands using remote data, using satellite imagery, using finer scale. We in the state of Wyoming are blessed that we've got pretty good soil surveys. We've got fairly good cover over the top as far as our resolution, 1 meter resolution on our disturbance. That's incredible. So we continue to make advances. I think we will continue to make advances. And as we do, one of the challenges, and hats off to Wyjisk over in Laramie for being able to be adept and do this, is changing existing data into a form that you can actually integrate into those continuing databases. And I can't tell you how many times we've had to stop and say, oh, this doesn't fit. And just look at the computer platforms that we've changed from ArcGIS, go back to what we were using 20 years ago, which was really the state of the art, to what we're using now, which makes the old stuff look clunky and almost like a pencil or a crayon and a pad. And so, yes, we will have continued excellence in data collection. I think we'll see a lot more remote type sensing. As an example, there are people who are looking at using drones to determine how many birds are on a lek. Problem with that is we don't know if that drone affects how many birds come out on the lek. So it takes time, but tremendous advances. And Game and Fish is on top of that. They are probably the premier agency in the country as far as adapting and adopting new technologies. So I'm very comfortable that we are going to be right where we need to be relative to technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any other questions? Thanks.
Section 12, a statutory requirement for audits. This was a fair amount of discussion in the working group over the summer with the interim committee. It's not meant to be onerous on the provider, but it does protect the state by saying that, we will do an audit to make sure that everything is out there, and it clarifies that the audit would be paid for by the provider. There was discussion about having a fee. How do you set a fee for a 10,000 acre bank versus a 1,000 acre bank or a 100,000 acre bank? The way this is set up, the audit would be appropriate to the provider, and they would be required to pay that fee.
Very good.
Section 13 is the eligibility requirement. This primarily is out of statute. It adds an annual registration fee. This would be no different than licensing your car. If you're in business, this is your fee. It's in two places in here because someone may choose to pay their fee and then operate their own endowment or have a third party hold those funds, or they may choose to have the OSLI do it. We've allowed both opportunities. The fee is here for the one that does not choose OSLI. It's in Section 18, I believe, for those who choose to use OSLI.
Okay.
Section 14, this is a critical part, and again, one of the areas that had a lot of comment. It goes to durability, which is a requirement that you have to have if you're going to do compensatory mitigation. You have to show that you can meet the life of the impact. It again is open-ended by design. As I just mentioned, someone may choose to create an escrow account and have that held by an entity like the Community Foundation. They may choose to get a bond. They may choose to have the Office of State Lands create and hold an endowment fund for them. This leaves it open-ended that they would come in and promote and say this is how we're going to do it. It has to address the areas that are listed there. These are not a change from anything. They've stayed the same. It was duplicative, so that the deletion that you see was basically redundant. We kept this very straightforward, simple first part, but that's what this is intended to do, is simply say that, yes, you have to have those protections in place, and you can choose and offer how you'll do that based on what fits your own model.
So, Director, on this one, obviously, I think a lot of comment and well-placed comment, but it always seemed important to me that the foundational notion of these rules was protection of the habitat, not an opportunity to pay if you can't keep the habitat correct. Do we feel this is robust enough to make sure that point is made?
Mr. Chairman, Governor, I think it is robust enough. Some people feel it is too robust. Obviously, as we work our way forward, we will find out if there are problems with it. As with anything, whether it's a law, a rule, or just operating procedure, we've had to back up and start again numerous times in the sage grouse arena, and each time we've done it, I think we've been better. But I think it sets a very firm bar. It's one we can hold up if we end up in court and say, no, we do have the backstop here, And that, coupled with Section 14, it is not the state who holds all that liability.
Thank you. And, you know, I just want to reiterate how important it is that these rules stand up and stand the test of time. As a rancher in a core area, that provides me some assurances, and we have sort of belt and suspenders approach. I would hate to see that changed. And I understand there's maybe some issues related to that, but at the same time, having a federal agency tell me how to run my ranch is not something I look forward to.
I think we all share that sentiment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Section 15 is just basically says that that the state is a third-party beneficiary. It gives the state the ability to enter. This is standard conservation easement language. If you're going to have a bank, you're authorizing the holder of, or the author, giving the person who authorized that as a credit the ability to inspect. And it's not anything that is new or unusual, but that's all it does.
Okay.
Section 16 relieves the buyer of liability for the term of the credit. As I mentioned earlier in Section 6B, this is a bit, it does and it doesn't. As you look at Section 6, it says that they have to be there for the term of the impact. If not, the purchaser is responsible to make sure they meet that obligation. This one simply says if I buy a credit for 30 years, I have no obligation for 30 years. And so they're a little bit counter to each other, but they're both important, and I think that they work off of each other if you're going to end up with term credits of variable different lengths.
Okay.
Section 17, as I mentioned, there is one federally approved bank. It was approved federally because at the time the species was a candidate under the Endangered Species Act. When it was no longer warranted for listing, the federal agency does not certify banks because they didn't have jurisdiction. We are in a situation where we have one who is federally certified. Their intent in speaking with them is to be certified by the state as well. This just says, look, we are aware that they're out there. We know they've done all the due diligence. They already have an endowment in place, all those things. They would still need to apply, and they intend to, and we would then be in a position, or OSLI would then be in a position to certify that one entity that exists. It's just a grandfather clause, if you will, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Section 18 allows the state to handle escrow funds and sets fees. Fairly straightforward. Again, you can see a lot of redundant language that was taken out. We just tried to clean it up and make it more direct. There were a couple of blanks in there where the money goes, and it allows the Board of Land Commissioners to determine where they would want that money to be held. On page 2915, there is a clause in there that says that the original drafting said as date recommended by the treasurer. The Office of State Lands actually asked that just be the anniversary date. That's how they do grazing leases. Other leases is on anniversary date. This would fit their system. So that change was made between the original that you saw in this version. Mr. Chairman, that is the rules as we went through them line by or section by section. I would certainly stand for any questions at this point, and then remind you that I think we do need to take a look at Section 7 as it relates to debit.
Sure.
And let me also, I really need to thank Deputy Director Crowder, Director Scoggin, Deputy Director Bruce, and Habitat Protection Director Loesch for their assistance in going through this. It's been a bit of a process. As you can imagine, we have 2 executive orders and a statute, which we're trying to blend into a single rule, and that's probably why we have the glitch we do in Section 7. But I think that with their diligence and their help, we were able to find most of the things where there were discrepancies as were identified in the comments, and I think that we've rectified those to the greatest degree. So my thanks to them, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. Let me begin by asking if there are any questions from the board. I don't see any. So with that, let me think about this a little bit. I'm thinking that we
Chairman?
should probably take comment from the public. I guess I'm trying to figure out how to put this in the right order. We would move to put these rules on the table and then consider them. If there's an amendment to be made, and I believe there is one, then that language could be adopted, and then we can take public discussion.
Mr.
Does
Chairman?
that seem to fit with your estimation, Mr. Secretary? Okay.
Mr.
Any
Chairman?
problems? Sorry, Superintendent.
I'm sorry to back us up to a question. I got to the unmute a little bit late. I was wondering if Director Budd could just talk, or you, Mr. Chairman, could talk a little bit about the collaboration that led up to the executive order. And I know that's going back in time, but the executive order is referenced so many times in the rules that I think that's an important context for us to understand, and it is backing up a bit, but I was wondering if we could just get a refresher on who some of those stakeholders were in the development of the executive order.
Sure, thanks, Director Budd. You've been there from the beginning. So.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, thank you for the question. We started this process in 2007, as many of you will recall, with a forum in Casper. Then Governor Freudenthal asked for a group that to come up with recommendations that would have bearing and would be something that actually would do something for the species. We put together the initial sage grouse implementation team and brought that back and said, okay, we're going to have 2 representatives from mining, 2 from oil and gas, 2 from agriculture, 2 from conservation organizations, 1 from county government, 1 from transmission and renewables. We had the 4 major federal agencies at the table. We had half dozen to 8 state agencies that worked in this arena. And we brought other parties in. We had meetings that were open. We'd have 150 to 200 people at some of them as we developed the executive order, as we defined the core areas. As we have moved forward through this process, and this is a good example of that, we got into compensatory mitigation. We made sure that we had subgroups who would build that basic platform and that those included that representation. So as an example, when we started down this road, we were absolutely assured, it was imperative to me that we have representation from mining, oil and gas on the subgroup that helped develop the mitigation framework. Then further than that, we participated in a group which has always been chaired by Wyoming through the Western Governors. There was a task force, a national task force that was chaired first by Sean Reese, then by Jeremiah Riemann, then by myself, that incorporated all the other states and the federal agencies at the DC level. That went through this process. We were co-chairs of a national effort on compensatory mitigation that looked at all of the components, durability, additionality, and all of those things. So it's been incredibly interactive. Some of those subgroups they weren't people who sat on the CIGIT, but they were people who had expertise in oil and gas, people with expertise in reclamation, other universities. So it is probably, to my experience, Madam Superintendent, the most collaborative effort I've been involved in my life, and I've been involved in quite a few, but this one truly was a collaborative effort and continues to be that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And may I just respond to Director Budd's response?
Sure.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the the degree of collaboration that you just outlined, actually off the cuff without even looking at notes. So wonderfully done. And I think that just maybe one thing to note is that in addition to these rules being representative of a lot of collaboration at the state level, we're also really setting a standard, hopefully, for the way we can do business collaboratively in the future across the nation, regardless of who's at the helm. And so thank you for your efforts. And, you know, that's a large stakeholder group. And thanks to all of those people who've been involved in this for a very long time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to put the rules on the table.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. Okay, it is now, the motion is put on the table and is available for amendment. So, Director Budd.
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation on Section 7 would be that you leave B in, which says debit requirements, delete little I, delete two little I, delete little III, and little IV, which would make V now I, 5-1, and that rather than say other considerations, it would just say considerations relative to debits, including durability, additionality, are adequately addressed in the calculation of credits and shouldn't be applied to both. That is something that is a major point that we need to make, that you can't double count against industry and make them, do it both ways. So, and that would then leave the tables as the debit requirement as required by statute.
Okay, and Director, before I ask if somebody wants to make that amendment, the tables were also reviewed carefully. Is that correct? This isn't.
Mr. Chairman, yes, these have been in place since we stood up our program. This went through probably one of the more extensive reviews that we did, and just not to belabor the point, but to share, the original proposal for how to calculate debits was 2 pages long. It was one formula, 2 pages long. You could end up with a debit calculation of 6 or 60 on the same activity. And so the CIGIT and the subgroups that worked through this literally spent 2 years trying to get to something that was uniform, that was fair, that could be applied, that if you're in industry side, that they could look at and say, okay, if I'm going to propose this action, this is what it's going to cost. And if they needed to go to Houston to get approval to drill a rig, they could go in with assurance and say, this is what it's going to cost to do this. You can imagine the calamity that industry would have if you're going to ask for authorization to do an activity, and the answer is, well, we'll calculate this out when we get there, and it might be $600,000 and it might be $6,000. Nobody's ever going to get approved for any activity. So that's what this was intended to do. This has been in place. It's worked quite well. I don't think that it's particularly onerous, nor do I think that it is lacking in robust representation for the species. We've used it for the last 4 or 5 years without a lot of calamity, I guess is the right word. And I think that it stays in place as it now is operating.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary.
A question for Mr. Budd. So in deleting Romanet 1 through 4, and since we're leaving what is now Romanet 5, talking about the other considerations and you can't double count, do you think it would be okay to start with Romanet 6 and make it number 1, which would be your first table, and then 7 would become Romanet 2, which would be your A, B, and C, and your second table, and then what is now Romanet 5 would become Romanet 3, so that your tables come first, basically, and then the other considerations relative to debits, durability, et cetera, would come after that. Would that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I think that's a very good suggestion, because I was sitting here trying to figure out how that flows, and it didn't. And by doing that, I believe it does flow, and it puts the tables where they belong, which is up front in the debit calculation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any other questions? Mr. Secretary, if that's the motion you would like to make, I would entertain it for amending the rules on the table.
And just, I'll move, Mr. Chairman, that we delete B Romanets 1, 2, 3, and 4, and renumber Romanet 6 as Romanet 1, renumber Romanet 7 as Romanet 2, and renumber Romanet 5 as Romanet 3.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think that's very much in order. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor, is that correct? Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Any discussion on that amendment? Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote now on the amendment, on the rules that are on the table, and then we'll take public discussion if there's no further amendments to be made. So with that, all in favor, either a thumbs up or an aye? Okay, that motion carries. Madam Director, I'm now going to ask Ben if there are folks that would like to comment on the rules as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask if anyone would like to comment to raise your hand.
Mr. Bump, doesn't appear that there's anyone. Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the rules that are amended.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
That's been
Second.
moved by the auditor and seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Just one final thought that perhaps you could respond to, and in preparation for today and looking through the comments, I see a lot of positive comments of where we were and where we are now, but I also see some comments about still a little bit of uncertainty for industry, perhaps some places where there could still be improvement. Any response you could make to kind of what I got out of the comments? Overall positive, but just some areas where I feel like with the date of the comments being in July and us going forward today, that perhaps there's a lot more work to be done, and I'm sure that's not a surprise to anybody. But any response you could make to that observation that could give us all peace of mind moving forward, that we're going to ultimately end up in a really great place.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I wish I could tell you everybody will be happy, but they won't.
I tried.
The complexity of this is that there are different thoughts as to how this should be done. And we have always erred on the side of being very conservative in protecting the species, because we all know what a listing can do to this state. That, if anything, we're trying our best to build up a robust system that we can hold up in any court in the nation and say we are doing the right thing for the species. At the same time, we want to protect industry and our economy. And so you can't just say, no, you can't do anything. These birds have coexisted with industry in some places. They've been impacted by it in some places. I think we have what I would call a very radical, centralized focus that looks at both in a fair light. There are those in industry who would like to pay less. There are those in industry who would like to pay nothing. There are people who would like industry not to operate at all. And so we're trying to operate in that kind of a setting. The way these rules are now set up, it is exactly or similar to the way it was created by the SIGIT. I think it gives credit providers the opportunity now to come forward and be certified if they meet the standards that the state has set. And it doesn't change what industry is paying today. Granted, in light of where oil prices have gone and what's happened with coal, it's what's happening with all of our extractive minerals, this is hard. But again, if you look back at when we started this in 2007, we said we're going to avoid, minimize, and mitigate. And I will tell you that there were people in the room at that time who said, industry will not respond to this. They will devastate the species. The reality is industry not only responded, they stood up and avoided. Last year, I think that the authorization for credits for the entire state for the entire year was something like 40 or 50 credits, most of which were seasonal stipulation relief, which this allows for. We, I think, have a system that protects the species, that is very, very grounded in good science and an evaluation of what the impacts will be. And we have an industry that has gone out of their way not to create impacts and not to create problems. That's a pretty perfect storm for the state of Wyoming to have. And I think that it puts us in a position of strength. I think it puts us in a position of being able to defend what we do. And I think over the past 15, 20 years, we've shown that we can be a leader, as Superintendent Balo said, in doing this right and doing it in a way that's collaborative and fair to everybody involved. So there will be people who don't like parts of this. There will be people who think it's not enough. But I think it is probably the most robust system in the country, and it's probably also the most well-defined.
Thank you for that. That's exactly what I was looking for those listening and those who email us and comment. And thanks for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary and Director. You know, and I can't resist making the comment that some collaboration means dragging people together and knocking heads. But in this particular case, I think it really talks about people contributing to the general body of knowledge going forward. And I particularly want to thank, there were some major revisions in the last executive order that really were industry-driven, that were designed to promote the species, not promote necessarily their industry at the expense of anything else. It really has been a project working together and all sides contributing. I also want to thank the non-governmental entities for being as, I guess, joined in the conversation and productive as they have been.
Absolutely.
So, well, thank you. With no further discussion, I guess we'll move to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye. And thumbs up all the way around. That motion carries unanimously. Director Budd, thank you. I know this has been seeming like a lifelong, but it is really a tremendous effort on your part and those that have contributed all along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Appreciate your attention and your attention to detail. I think we're on the right track, so appreciate it very much.
All right, thanks. Okay, Director Scoggin, we have a couple more matters, I guess, or a few.
Mr. Chairman, matters F6 through 9 are informational only. Matter I1 is also informational. So that brings us to I2 with State Forester Kratzer's forestry and fire report.
Director, Forestry, Bill. Yeah, I know. You've had a couple of things on your plate. I hope you've been getting a little bit of sleep. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you all know, we've had a robust fire season. We took a strategy, but due to COVID, working with our federal partners and the counties, we took a strategy of real aggressive initial attack this year. So far, knock on wood, which is forester humor, I guess, is it's been pretty successful. We have had a lot of fires. Our heliTAC has actually, on an average year, they fly on about 28 fires a year. They've been on 33 or 34 fires so far this year, and we still have a month and a half with them. Our single engine air tankers have been really busy. They've been flying on fires almost every day. The only large fire we have going in the state right now is Richard Mountain Fire in Sweetwater County. Started on a piece of trust land, burned to BLM, and burned into Utah. It's looking in pretty good shape. It's about 6,500 acres now. As far as where we're at, dollar-wise this year, Mr. Chairman, in an average year out of our suppression account, we spend about $5 million a year out of that account. We're right about $3.5 million committed right now on fires. So we still have a ways to go, but I think we're doing in a pretty good spot. COVID has made fire camps and dealing even with the small fires interesting. Fortunately, to date, we've been following the protocols that we put together working with the Department of Health, and we haven't had any confirmed cases on any fires, and hopefully we'll be able to keep it that way. On the forestry side of things, Mr. Chairman, spruce budworm, as I've reported to you before, in Douglas fir still seems to be our #1 pest right now, that we're working with our federal partners, private landowners, and on state land across the state, trying to get a handle on that. Our Good Neighbor Authority, we've continued to expand the Good Neighbor projects we're doing with the Forest Service and with the BLM across the state. I believe we're up to 17 either completed or in process projects right now. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer any questions you have, but I always do want to point out to the board at their August meeting that 17 years ago at the August meeting, your predecessors may or may not have made a strategic mistake and appointed me state forester. It's been a great 17 years, and I've enjoyed working for all the board members that we've had and look forward to the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Bill. You don't look a day over 17, so that's terrific. No, thank you for your service. I did have a question from my side, and then I'll open it up to others. In the Black Hills, there, I guess I was curious about any discussions that are going on about harvest there. Are there changes in how that forest? Are we engaged in the conversations with Region 2?
Mr. Chairman, about 3 or 4 years ago, the Black Hills, several people on the staff up there, due to the mountain pine beetle, due to a lot of factors, announced that they were going to look at a fairly dramatic reduction in timber harvest on the Black Hills. At that time, State Forestry, Wyoming State Forestry, South Dakota State Forestry, the industry groups, and several other groups got together with the Forest Service, asked them to increase their forest inventory and analysis, or FIA plots, and to put a report together on what was really there. The Forest Service did that. The report they sent out, my opinion, they did it rather poorly. They sent it out and a lot of people assumed it was a decision. It shows some dramatic changes in potential timber harvest. There's a lot of holes in the report, and where they're at right now, I've got Josh Van Vlack on my staff. South Dakota State Forestry has some of their staff folks. Black Hills Forest Protective Association is working with the Forest Service to try to look at those holes in that report and come up with a better substantive report. The concern I have with the way it was done is some of the environmental groups are already talking lawsuits if anything is done other than that report. So we are real engaged in it. Your office, Joe Budd, in your office has been engaged with it with us. But I think it's going to be a mess before we get through it.
Always encouraging. On another topic that's near and dear to Wyoming hearts, the Bridger Teton. Any news there?
Mr. Chairman, as we all know, the Bridger Teton's forest management plan is very out of date. They haven't announced that I know of when they're going to start working on the plan. We have been working really close with Sblc County and Lincoln County commissioners and with the BT to start getting some good neighbor projects over there. We have one we're proceeding with in Sblc County. We just put together an MOU with Lincoln County commissioners and are working with the Forest Service to try to move them in our view, the right direction on management on their forest.
Thank you. Let me ask if there are any questions, other board members of Bill Crapser. Any questions? Mr. Secretary.
This is not real important, but what kind of aircraft do we have up and around this fire season, Bill?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the single engine air tankers that we have under contract, the state has under contract, are Air Tractor 802s. They're like overgrown crop dusters. They're the 800-gallon turboprop airframe. They've been real successful. Our helicopter this year is a Bell 407 HP, which is the high performance version of the 407. So our state aircraft, we're in pretty good shape. I was looking at the situation this morning, and there's also two heavy air tankers sitting in Casper today, a DC-9 and a Canadian Air 147. And there's also several Sikorsky heavy helicopters in the area. We've also been using on the fire in Sweetwater County. We've also been using Bombardier 415 Super Scoopers because they'll be able to load. They're loading right out of Flaming Gorge and with a pretty quick turnaround. Other than that, we have the miscellaneous King Airs, Aero Commanders, and other stuff, a bunch of iron flying in the air. If you look at our automatic flight following in the country, between the Forest Service, the BLM, and the states, there is a lot of iron flying this year.
Thank you. Bill, that brings up the question of what's going on elsewhere in the country, and do we anticipate further fire activity and maybe some draws on resources from Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, California is really heating up right now. They've had several new fires. Washington, Oregon, Northern Idaho, Western Montana are also starting to burn. So we are already seeing some draws on resources. The Forest Service, mainly because of COVID, got some extra, what they call severity money. And we had some of our early fires, we had a lot of resources in the state, several hotshot crews, a lot of aircraft. We're seeing that start to leave, and that's going to other places. How that normally bounces around right now, I don't think we have any hotshot crews in the area, but we have several wildfire modules, smaller hand crews from state forestry organizations in Michigan, Pennsylvania, some of the East Coast countries that are kind of East Coast states that are starting to backfill. And I think right now, from a county perspective, I think we've got about 5 or 6 engines, county engines that are on fires in California, and probably 20 to 25 county personnel in overhead positions in California or other states. So we are starting to see that drawdown that we hit right about at our peak fire season. But I think overall, talking to the counties, talking to the feds, resource-wise, for the foreseeable future, I think we're in pretty good shape. That said, we're in red flag conditions in a lot of the state today, tomorrow, and probably through the weekend. So we are expecting to see an uptick in fire activity.
Thank you, Bill. Any other questions? Hearing none, I very much appreciate, Bill, the update. Thanks. Congratulations on 17 years now. I'll remember that. But really, really thrilled to have you on board. Thanks.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, members of the board.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners. So if you'll just give me a second, we can reconfigure and convene as the State Loan and Investment Board.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna take just a second or two to reorder. I'm hoping this doesn't take all day, but it may, and so we'll have periodic breaks. All right, thank you, Director. I note that we still have a full quorum now as we convene as the State Loan and Investment Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda are approval of the minutes. We have the minutes from the May 4th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, the June 4th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, and the June 16th State Loan and Investment Board meeting.
Members, are there any questions on any of those? I would entertain either motions on each of them or one combined if that is appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the minutes for May 4th, June 4th, and June 16th.
Okay, a motion's been made by the superintendent. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor, a thumbs up or an aye. That carries. Those minutes are adopted. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as usual, we've provided the board with the reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this point, but we would stand for any questions the board might have on those reports. Any questions on the matters behind tab B? Any questions? Hearing none? Okay. Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials to the board prior to the meeting for their review. We have also briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire. What's the pleasure of the board? This is a challenging one. We have two items that potentially can go on the consent list, and we have two motions in either case. So if you would like to suggest Mr. Chairman, I would suggest I-1 and J-1 are amenable to treatment on a consent list. So I'd entertain a motion to create a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for consideration of I-1 and J-1 on a consent list.
So it's been moved by the secretary. That's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor of the consent list as of I-1 and J-1. Motion carries. I'd entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we accept the director's recommendation on the consent list, I-1 and J-1.
Moved by the superintendent, it's seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? All in favor, thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to letter D, the state investment matters. I will yield the floor to the treasurer's office to take the board through those items.
All right, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have with us today Josh Keevan from RVK. Josh is going to go over the consultant report on the preliminary year-end review on investment performance. Josh.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, members of the board. We've included in the materials the preliminary June 30 performance report. I would emphasize preliminary at this point. There's quite a bit of information that isn't finalized yet, but this should give you a pretty good idea of where we stand. Lisa, if we could go to our slide 2, that's where I'd like to start. I know in Patrick's presentation, he's planning to cover quite a bit on the market environment, so I'll be light on this section, but just wanted to make a couple notes on market returns. On this page, we have lined up for you over each of the last 10 calendar years, as well as the first half of 2020 on the far right. Just simply for all of the asset classes in your portfolio, rank order best to worst in each calendar year. A couple things to note here. Number one is, just looking at the calendar year to date 2020, so the first 6 months of this calendar year, which is also the last 2 quarters of your fiscal year. In spite of the fact that we have had a significant rally since the March lows, most asset classes at June 30 are still sitting at losses, especially equities and other risk categories. In fact, the only 2 on this page that are positive are bonds and cash, with the best performer on the page being the Barclays Ag, up about 6.1%, cash, a small positive return, and losses from there down. The worst performers year to date have been MLPs at the bottom, down about 32%. Small cap US stocks, the Russell 2000, down about 13%. International equities down about 11%. And then just a note on the sort of the calendar years as a group here. Every year is different. Just looking at the last 3 years, you can see that. But as you look back farther than that, every year on the page is different. And this is why you run a diversified portfolio. This year's winners are rarely next year's winners. And, this is why we, and institutional investors across the globe have embraced this concept of diversification. It's codified in your statutes in terms of the Uniform Prudent Investor Act, and really the discipline to policies and embracing of this diversification helps you have a better probability of achieving your long-term goals, but with less volatility than betting on just a single asset class or 2. I will note that July, we don't have any July numbers on this page, but July has continued the recovery in markets. Now, I would I know Patrick's going to talk about this, but there's a pretty significant gap between what's going on in the economy and what's going on in markets. But as it relates to financial markets, you've had just in the month of July, S&P 500, for example, which was sitting at about a 3% loss year to date through June, is now positive 3.5%. International equities, which were down about 11, are now down about 5.5%. So just a couple of examples there where you've seen some very strong market recovery here just in the July as well as into the first couple days of August. Lisa, if we could go ahead to the next page. So here we show you a summary of the PMTF Common School, all of the permanent funds together, and then the total fund, which includes all of the different funds, including state agency pool, ISRA, et cetera. But want to focus first on PMTF, Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. You can see calendar year to date, minus 2.5%, a very strong recovery, plus 10.1 in the most recent quarter. And that brings you fiscal year to date to 1.7 net of all fees. And you see below that two different versions of the index. You see an PMTF AA index and PMTF TA index. AA stands for actual allocation, so that reflects market performance, assuming you were at the allocations you were actually at. So it's more of a pure measure of just manager excess returns. But going forward, the more critical one and the one we're going to want to focus a little bit more on is the target allocation index. That reflects not just market performance, but market performance multiplied by your policy target. So it's also going to capture to the extent that you're overweight or underweight your policy targets and whether or not that's been beneficial. Historically, there's been more of a focus on the actual allocation index because you had targets that we were working towards, but they weren't yet realistic to be at those targets. For example, private equity and real estate are illiquid asset classes where it requires multiple years of vintage year diversification to build up to those long-term targets. And starting with sort of late 2019, very early 2000, for the first time, the funds were across the board really very close to those targets. So moving forward, the focus is going to shift more to those target allocation indices. And I'd note, just looking at the calendar year to date as well as the fiscal year to date, really with the first time that you're very close to those targets, you have had a nice degree of net of fees outperformance, positive 60 basis points for a permanent mineral trust fund over both of those periods. And then the Common School Permanent Land Fund, which represents the funds that have a higher guaranteed payout and a higher income requirement, and as such a little bit more conservative asset mix. Those returns are actually a little bit better on a calendar year-to-date basis and fiscal year-to-date basis, plus 2%, and they're 80 basis points actually ahead on a fiscal year-to-date basis. Permanent funds is a group that does also include workers' comp, which has had some of the best returns. Workers' comp is up about 9% on a fiscal year-to-date basis. And then total fund, which includes everything, as I noted, plus 2.6 versus 2.3 for that roll-up of all of the underlying indices. Just to give you some perspective, these numbers are very preliminary, but looking across the U.S. at other state permanent funds or sovereign wealth funds, we actually see a pretty wide range of returns from a high of 6 or 7% for states that have most of the assets still in fixed income. Montana would be an example of that, to some that are at -4 or -2%, kind of on the low side. And those are generally the lower returns are more diversified portfolios, perhaps a little bit more in non-US over that period. So your returns, based on just a preliminary reading, are sort of squarely in the middle of that pack, if not maybe a little bit towards the upper end of the range. And then on the right-hand side of the page, this is just looking at each of the individual asset classes. And over the fiscal year to date, just simply measuring the excess return, and that's the returns you've actually achieved in each asset class, net of fees relative to the policy benchmark. And every year you're going to see some pluses and some minuses here. It would be rare for these to all be on the positive side, or for all of them to be on the negative side. You've outperformed this year because there's more positive, and the positive outperformance has been much more meaningful than the underperformers. Some of the strength has come from some of the equity categories. A couple of your international equity managers, Harding Loevner and Arrow Street in particular, have done a very nice job. Preferred stock with Cohen and Steers, MLPs with Harvest. It's obviously been a tough market, but they've done quite a bit better than the benchmark. The return on here, and I think I may have said something similar at a last meeting, the one that may be most impressive from our perspective is the core fixed income. And it doesn't really stand out on the page, outperforming by 58 basis points, but I'll tell you that that's a component of the portfolio that most people underperformed over this time period. Most active bond managers over this period have been shorter duration than the aggregate, underweight treasuries, overweight investment grade credit or high yield. And if you think about how markets have behaved with the collapse in yields and the flight to quality, especially in the March time period, that's caused most active bond managers to outperform, or underperform. You've actually outperformed because not only have your external managers generally done a nice job against their benchmarks, but the internal management and decision-making around actually overweighting treasuries and underweighting credit in the March time period was also additive to those returns. Just one last page I was going to point you to here, and I'll stop and take any questions you have. Page 5. So that here we just have the same performance detail for all of the other funds. Workers' comp, I noted, with the pretty significant allocation to longer duration liability hedging fixed income. That's worked out quite well. +9 fiscal year to date, as I noted, well ahead of the target allocation index there. And we've got the components of LISRA, which is divided into a longer term reserve, which is more equity oriented, intermediate term reserve, which is aggregate type fixed income, and then a short term reserve, which is low duration fixed income. Pool A, which is a moderate risk, but more diversified portfolio. Some really pretty competitive returns there, 3.9% over the fiscal year. And then on the right-hand side of the page, some of the smaller permanent funds, and those returns should look quite similar to what we talked about with PMTF and Common School. So that's the high-level summary of performance. I'd be happy to take any questions or go into more detail anywhere that you'd like me to.
Thank you, Josh. Are there any questions from the board? Any questions? Josh, just to comment, it's been a very, very hectic year, a lot of noise, and I know the treasurer has done a phenomenal job of kind of riding all of these waves. For the benefit of the board, in your opinion, as we've diversified, are we better positioned than we were let's say 3-4 years ago, than we were then now, and how do you sort of see this volatility shaking out with regard to our portfolio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question. Absolutely, I believe that the work that's been done to diversify the portfolio has put you in a much better place. And I think you've actually started to see some of the benefit of that. For example, just some of the recent changes that were made to the target allocation approved by this board earlier this year called for an increase to non-U.S. equities, because as we look around the world and we see U.S. equities that are at beyond 2 standard deviations historical levels of expensiveness, you see a better, more attractive return opportunity in some of the non-U.S. markets. That's actually, as that's been implemented, that's actually been already beneficial to the performance results in the most recent quarter and here into July and August. I'll give you a stat on that I just read this morning that I think is quite interesting. The 5 largest companies in the S&P 500, Google, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft, the combined market value of those companies is now worth more than the entire market value of the stock market of any other country outside the US. And I know that's where the winners have been as you look over the last 5 years in particular. But you got to ask yourself, are they really worth more than the entire economy of any other country outside of the US? And you can look to past examples, the late 90s, for example, even the late 1800s with railroad and oil stocks, you had a similar phenomenon. And there are some pretty extreme distortions in current market prices. I know Patrick plans to speak to this. And although as you look backwards now and look at those last 5 years and question the value of diversification, we would argue it's even more critical from this point forward as you think about returns over the next decade.
Thanks, Josh. Any other questions? Mr. Treasurer, any points that you would like to make?
I think the interesting thing is when you look at that heat chart, which is, all of the different colored blocks, and you see all of them in the negative, except for the top 2. And then you realize that actually at the end of the year, we had a positive return. That I think that we've done in about as well as we could muddling through this interesting times. One thing that I can say that I think that we have to look at in the future is that at one point in time we had about returns that were about 1.2, 1.3 billion, and we ended up, substantially less than that. So we have to look at, I think, Mr. Chairman, necessarily whether we have in our investment policy statement a constitutional and statutory, dual purpose. And I don't believe we have a dual purpose, perhaps in our investments to look at the income, but it certainly is envisioned, I believe, in the Constitution and in our spending policies. So I guess if I look at hindsight being 2020, one of the things I wish we would have done was to take a little of that off the table when we had the unrealized capital gains, especially in light of what the historical thing was. At that point in time, I think the stocks were the most expensive as they'd ever had been in history. So, that's something that I think that over the course of the next year that we need to have some discussions on about our mandate on producing income, whether it actually exists statutory or constitutionally, and what our investment policy looks like. But all in all, I think that the team did a pretty good job. I think that you can see that we've had some losses in the MLPs. They were the worst performing. But a lot of those losses were generated, I think, by our monthly rebalancing and having to take losses. And I think we've addressed that, during our Slib meetings this year by going to quarterly rebalancing. And I think that we should be able to take some of the volatility out of that occurrence. Necessarily, we should gain our 50 basis points, and I think in some circumstances more. So we're moving in the right direction. And I can say, even though the MLPs were bad, there were a lot of other asset classes that performed worse than MLPs, I think. Collateralized loan obligations at one time were down over 70%. So it's an ongoing, I guess it's an ongoing battle to understand the markets. I think we've got a good team put together to move forward on that battle, and looking forward to what Patrick has to say on the specific market and performance update.
Well, thank you, Treasurer. And I'll note that even though MLPs performed the worst, they still produced income because we still move products through those pipelines. And that was always sort of the purpose, was to be able to make sure that we had some income off of those as well. So thank you and your team. You've done an exceptional job. I know all the work that went into the last 3 or 4 years, and you've really done an outstanding job. If Patrick's ready, I guess we can hear from him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Fleming. I'm the CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Before I start on just the overview on things that we're looking at, I just wanted to comment and follow up on Josh's comment before about, and a follow through with the governor's comment that, this is the first year that we have this ability to look at our, the actual allocation that you have promulgated through your decisions in what we're looking at. So, we've been held up for many years. We've done the siloed approach to take each one of these funds. Our custodial bank has had some issues in getting this up and running. We thought we were going to be able to do this a couple years ago, but this is the first year since I've been here that we've actually been able to do this. So it's kind of exciting that all this work is coming to fruition and we're actually able to see it. But also, I just want to highlight that you look at that alpha production, and that's, as you know, what we're trying to focus on and beat the benchmark. But what I'm referring to is, if the fund was indexed, what kind of return would we had versus what we had now? And if you look at the total fund numbers, we beat it by 35 basis points, which is, the best performance over a 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 year. And that equates to $77 additional million to the state. So, and that is with what we've done on the fixed income side. But now that we have a full investment staff, we're going to start trading equities. So we have that side as well that we're going to be starting to do. So, with a lot of the problems and issues that we face, we're quite excited about the opportunity. And, the treasurer and Don Williams and Lisa and the entire staff is the accounting office, and everyone has just been working so hard on this. And I just want to give everyone credit that it's been some rough hoeing, but they've done a great job in getting this to where we are now. So with that, I'd like to just comment briefly on where we are and what we see in the markets. So on the first page, if Lisa could turn to the presentation, everyone knows that we've had an unprecedented economic decline globally. Especially not only in terms of how far we've gone, but the rapidity of the move has been unprecedented. So with that decline, what is the market's reaction? On the next page, you'll see governments around the world have moved to inject liquidity into the system, into the consumers. corporations who've had a significant loss of income have been increasing their debt to offset this. So we've seen a massive increase in debt levels across the board. That's fine if it happens on a short-term basis, but historically, it's been much easier to increase debt levels as opposed to decrease them. So as you can see on the left-hand side, the debt to GDP levels from the various major economies have been gradually increasing over the last 20 odd years, and it's been very difficult to get those levels back down. On the next page, you'll see the problem with this is that initially debt actually you can expand and get more GDP per dollars by increasing your debt, but as your debt levels grow, it's very difficult to grow your GDP levels. And there's, I think Reinhart and Rogoff has done the most extensive study, but there's numerous economists have talked about what happens when your debt gets above 60% and it's not positive. You see a very difficult time for economies to grow. And sometimes when you do have weakness, then it actually becomes very problematic, and you go into a tailspin and default, like Argentina and various other economies that we've seen that's happened to. On the next page, just wanted to comment what was the market's reaction to this uncertainty and problem in the growth. It was to buy government bonds, buy all kinds of bonds. And as you can see, we're back up to now 16 trillion of government debt that has a negative yield. United States is not there yet, but 83% of all investment grade debt is under 0.5%. So that is very problematic for future returns. The next page. These are showing the actual levels of the investments, good percentage of the investments that we're in, and you can see both treasuries and the Bloomberg Barclay aggregate, which is our large core bond index, are at all-time lows. Next page, please. Conversely, which is really interesting, is the stock market is taking a different approach. And we've seen a heck of a rally in the markets. We're about 70 points away from an all-time high on the S&P now, after the March 21 or February 21 high and March 23rd low, and now we've bounced all the way back up, and we're very close to it. The problem with this is just valuations. So if you look at it on that chart on the left-hand side, this is what the market is forecasting for earnings growth over the next 3 years. So it's a 14.4% annual earnings growth, but historically we've only grown 8%. And I find it very problematic with the problems that we're having, especially in the hospitality, the airlines, the restaurants, across the board. We're still seeing very significant issues across those areas outside of tech, as Josh mentioned. And yet there's still the market is still pricing in these prices. So where does that leave us on a historical PE on a forward basis? This is the second most expensive other than the .com time. And typically when you see these types of valuations, the following 10-year period is a period of significantly weaker growth. Next page. This one is really interesting, and as Josh mentioned, this increase has been driven by tech. So if you look at it, tech plus these, the Facebook, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft has really been unprecedented. You have, over the last 5.5 years, 288% of this growth was attributable to these companies, and yet the S&P 495 is only up 23% over this period. So if you go back at a 40% weighting for tech And these companies, other companies outside of tech, because most people would think, you know, like Facebook, Google, and Amazon are in tech, but they're in different sectors. But if you include those, 40% of the S&P 500 is unprecedented. And previous times, as Josh mentioned, whether it was, you know, energy in the 80s or even the tech bubble that we saw before, it's highly unlikely that you're going to see that type of repeat performance over the next 10 years. And so this is another area that is concerning, because when you see such a narrow leadership, you know, any type of issues, you know, could change that in a heartbeat. As you know, these tech leaders were called in front of Congress, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but you know, usually that performance is not repeated. Next page, please.
Patrick, one quick question. What's happened to energy in the S&P?
Energy has declined precipitously as well. I believe it was 26 odd percent, Mr. Chairman, in the 80s, and has just declined much more so. We had I believe about 8 odd percent, and I think right now we're sub 4% of that sector.
Okay, thank you.
So looking at this, and I'm just using you know, Warren Buffett's favorite indicator, the Buffett indicator they call it, which is just a total market cap to GDP. And I do want to mention that I didn't use this 33% decline in GDP this quarter to make it even look worse. So I excluded that and used the previous quarter. So this doesn't even count the last quarter's you know, kind of really slide that we saw. But on the right side, this is what I was mentioning, and it doesn't matter whether you use this one, the Schiller PE prices, all of these are just showing a very expensive market. So if you look at the right-hand side, you know, depending upon how far you get from historical average when you see these types of valuations, but you know, they say, you know, currently this indicator would be showing that you're going to see about a 0.1% return in the large cap equity markets over the next 7 to 10 years. And if you're, you know, much more positive than that, it could be, you know, slightly below 5, and you know, worse than that would be the -4% that you see. But you know, all of these, and these are the best indicators that have the highest correlation to future returns. That's why I show them. So you know, with our risk-adjusted return mandate, you know, this is the problematic issue where you're seeing, you know, very expensive stocks and very expensive bonds. So top decile valuation in both of these indicators. Next page, please. And yet the economic indicators are in the bottom decile. So I have never seen, you know, such a divergence between the financial markets and the actual economy that we're seeing right now, where the bond market is pricing in a much slower growth and problems in the future, while the equity markets are forecasting a V-shaped recovery and back to pre-COVID growth. And you know, obviously, I've mentioned this numerous times. You know, forecasting is not something that we do. What we do is try to take our quantitative modeling and look at where we've been in the past, and look at regressions, correlations, co-integrations, and say, what is the most probabilistic outcome with what we're seeing right here? And you know, this is just showing you that that one of these markets is very wrong. So where are we now? You know, we obviously are going to get and have seen a big bounce, and third quarter should be much better than the second quarter. But you know, where are we? You know, kind of on the current indicators, and GDP is a lagging indicator, as you know. So you know, a lot of the different things that we look at, if you go to the next page, you know, we'll look at electricity usage and restaurants and airfare, how much airfare, you know, what is the air traffic? OpenTable has great data on showing how many people go to restaurants. And the one thing that we're noticing is you're definitely seeing a flattening or stalling out of this bounce, and whether it's kind of been from the increase in the COVID related news, or whether it's Just something that we've seen that bounce with the massive amount of cash being put into the system. That remains to be seen, but it's highly unlikely that the economy is going to be growing significantly with the consumer under these type of strains. Next page. This is not only happening in the US, but globally as well. So other than China, that's really the only major economy back to pre-COVID levels. But even now you're starting, we have satellite imagery from some of our managers that's showing the buildup in steel and aluminum, copper and oil and so forth across the board, where, you know, demand, they've increased in these stockpiles. And so you're starting to see you've seen the supply increase coming through, but now the demand is waning. So that's a concern that we have on a forward basis. But I also I love looking at the right chart, which is the Google mobility trend, and it just shows you know, what people are doing, and it shows you know, kind of the transit and where they're going for recreation and to purchase and so forth. And as you can see, you know, we had a big snapback, but we're still you know, anywhere from 10 to 50% below the pre-COVID levels. So that's, you know, these are the quantitative models that we use to look at to say, you know, we're still not seeing that V-shaped recovery, and in fact, we're more nervous that we're, you know, kind of stalling out on the growth that we've seen, and we want to see what happens over the next few months. Next page, please. So, you know, in summary on this, you know, the stock market is the V-shaped recovery. And the earnings are over the next 3 years, while the bond market is pricing in a much weaker recovery. Both stocks and bonds are extremely expensive in the top decile of historical valuations. Our models and history has shown that during these periods when you're seeing that, the following 10-year period is much lower than the previous year. So we talked about our historical, you know, that 60-40 bond model of a 5% real return. The models now are talking you know, 0 to 2.5% real return over this period. Volatility is high in the equity markets, which make risk-adjusted returns not compelling. So as the treasurer mentioned before, this is very problematic from a 5% for a 5% spending policy. You know, we would have to change our portfolio to basically, you know, we just ran models to look at it to get to a 5% spending policy to hit that range in the dividends and interest income. We basically would have to sell all of our equities and just be buying high yielding fixed income, which is not available at this time, or not would not make sense at this time. So you know, until we get news from a vaccine, there's a lot of uncertainty around U.S. elections, the debt trajectory, and what's going to happen there, especially after we have new legislative in Congress on board, and how growth will respond this fall once we start seeing influenza mixed with the COVID and what happens. So it really is the quickness and efficacy of the vaccine is extremely important. As far as what we've done, so in a lot of the switches and things that we've done, the allocations that Josh mentioned to in the fixed income portfolio, we've taken those off. We're back to an index weight on it. But also, I just want to you know, kind of follow up Josh's comments on you know, applauding what RVK, the IFC, and the board has done, because when we did see the sell-off, we, you know, bought, you know, 4% additional equities. And with that, you know, we just wanted to show what happened on that. That added additional $45.5 million to the state by adding that money when the equities were weak. At this point, oh, and the other side of it was to go into international, as Josh mentioned. Just to quantify that, that was an additional 10 million to go into international, because how on relative value, how cheap they were, and how had the higher dividend paying and so forth. So right now, for instance, I'll just use the PMTF as an example. We're at 64% In equities, as you know, that is our definition of equity would be stocks and alternatives. The max that we could do would be 70%, so we're 6% away from that. And so my opinion at this juncture, looking at the expensiveness that we're seeing across the board, it doesn't make sense to increase that allocation. We definitely have had a long-standing goal of getting to our target of 70, but with the valuations where they are now, if our mandate is the highest risk-adjusted return, that would be problematic in my mind. So, in conclusion, this is an extremely difficult investment environment. These equity valuations in my 40 years of doing this, I would argue that this is the third highest. The Japanese Nikkei in December of '89, the dot-com bubble in the end of 2000, and now, as far as a risk-adjusted return. The Nikkei after that period sold off 80%, and the U.S. Broad market sold off 50 after these type of valuations. So I'm not saying that's going to happen now, because we could see equity valuations continue to expand for some time, but I'm just saying from a risk-adjusted return, these are very difficult times. I've been harping on the risk on the equity markets, but the other part I want to mention is the risk in the bond market. So bonds are a wonderful diversifier. And during periods of stress, like we saw in the dot-com bubble and the GFC, they provided a 20 to 25% return cushion. 5-year treasuries are yielding 20 basis points. Let's just say we go to a ZIRP, a zero interest rate environment, that would give us a 1% rally or income compared to a 20 to 25 historically. Conversely, if we get any inflation or something sold off, we'd have a much larger loss. So we don't know, not only is there the risk on the equity side, but there's risk on the bond side as well. So these are, at these type of valuations, it's just a very difficult time. So, what are we doing to, we've been moving to try and move down the risk spectrum, take some risk off where we're not giving up yield, both on the managers in our portfolio. And we're just continuing to focus on that, the highest, risk-adjusted return that we can find. But I just want to mention in this environment, unless yields go, minus 4%, which is highly unlikely in my opinion, next to impossible, it's going to be difficult to have those type of returns. So I just want to make sure the board is aware of some of the issues that we face. That's the negative news. The positive news is what we're doing internally and being able to be nimble and try and take advantage of some of these opportunities, just like what we did in March and April. So with that, I'm positive on a longer term basis here and would answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Fleming. Are there questions from the board? Questions from the board? Mr. Treasurer, any particular comments?
Well, just, we have a lot of challenges, and I just want to make everybody aware. I know you've got our invitations to our Treasurer's Annual Conference, but one of the things that we're going to look at are a CIO panel that is going to go over, what different states and different sovereign wealth funds are doing in their shops, to address these challenges. And we're also going to look at the risk reward question about how much risk we're willing to take. And so I think we're going to have a robust conversation and a lot of good information that's going to be shared. And just want to make sure that you guys do put that on your calendar and save the date. The next thing we have up, Mr. Chairman, is
Mr. Treasurer, I wanted to thank you for that. There were a couple things that I picked up from your comments, and I know this is the thing you and I share. We often talk about a 5% spending policy. I know your recommendation a year ago was that we would have a very difficult time doing that. And I think a lot of people look at spending policy as kind of like cruise control. I'll set it at 70 and I'll go at 70. But there are enormous challenges to that. And I'm wondering if the language ought to change. So instead of just saying a spending policy, you're talking about risk-weighted spending policy or something that would indicate the amount of risk that you're taking on. Because I think the point the CIO made about having to go into junk to be able to get those kinds of return off of bonds is not something that people commonly understand. They just sort of think that we'll set the spending policy and the treasurer will make it. And I think that is increasingly difficult, particularly to the point you make often about how much it's in negative territory in the bond environment. And then the other thing I guess I would say, the concentration and the amount of weight that is in the tech sector that has replaced things like energy, consumer staples, et cetera, really indicate to sort of fundamental weaknesses in the market that are, in my mind, very concerning. And so, you know, having the ability to have a little bit of room should we have another correction, I think is also wise on you and your shop's part. So I just wanted to comment and thank you for your leadership there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that we're going to have, as we get the capabilities in the office, we're going to have a lot more, I guess, in our own control of determining our fate. Because when you have internal management, you can make decisions, I think, a lot quicker and in directions that would necessarily look at the big picture. And so that's what I hope we're doing, and hope that we can move toward that. I know you tried that, I think, and we still don't know the final disposition of the Oxy efforts, but that essentially, I think, was going to help stabilize our income stream. And I think we need to continue to look at opportunities that can be managed in-house to a great extent, if it's possible, that can stabilize our income stream, and but at the same time keep the volatility and be very cognizant of the risk associated with our decisions. But we're going to have, I think, a robust conversation during the annual conference. We're hoping that we can get that conversation with the CIOs and the other presenters, and get an idea about the risk tolerance that both Slib members can come to grips with, and also the legislative leaders that hopefully will attend, and then have that conversation with the stakeholders in the funds. So it's just we've got to get our perspective and see where we need to go again, I think. And we've got the ability, I think, internally to reset. And that's one of the things that Deputy Don Williams is going to talk about, is kind of how we move forward and gaining some more capacities.
Thank you very much. So you were moving on to the next item, sorry. Treasurer, did you want to introduce the next item?
Oops.
Unmuted. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the operational audit and onboarding Clifton, Larson, and Allen. Those are the folks that were there for essentially the last several months. And they've got some good ideas, and Don's going to talk about that process here.
Good
Thank you,
morning, Deputy Williams.
Good morning, Governor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dawn Williams, and I'm the Deputy State Treasurer. During the most recent legislative session, the Office of State Lands and Investments received an appropriation of $1 million on behalf of the State Loan and Investment Board for purposes of funding an operational audit of the State Treasurer's Office. Today, we're seeking board approval to move forward with a contract, as the Treasurer said, with Clifton Larson Allen to assess our STO investment and accounting functions. As you may recall, in March, STO enlisted CLA to help us with our distribution process. At that time, we contacted several firms, including Wyoming firms, and determined CLA was the best fit for the project. Over the next few months, our consultant did help, and he uncovered some areas where we knew we needed improvement, but the game changer was that he had time to go in and create some new processes and worksheets to assist us. However, because our contract focused on meeting year-end deadlines, we were unable to pursue his suggestions to streamline those data points. We recently recontracted with CLA to capitalize on that momentum that we had created over the last several months, so we can actually put some of those suggestions to work. All of this leads me to this operational audit. Because we have such significant time invested in CLA, we feel it would be in the best interest of our office and the state to pursue a contract with CLA to perform the audit. So as a result, I respectfully request the board approve a sole source contract with Clifton Larson Allen. And they have already given us a proposal which was attached to your board matters. And they've given us a maximum price. And so we'd like to pursue a contract of up to $300,000 pending successful negotiation for purposes of conducting this operational audit of our investment and accounting functions in the office.
Thank you, Deputy Williams. Are there questions for the deputy or the treasurer, Mr. Secretary, or auditor or superintendent? Hearing no questions, I do note that Clifton Allen Larson certainly has by far the best sort of starting point and how important it is. I know Deputy Williams, you and the treasurer and members of your staff have worked diligently. I know a couple of them have worked diligently from my time there as treasurer, trying to make sure that these processes come to ground, and the progress you've made is remarkable. So I don't know if there's any comment, any points of view that members have. Certainly, I think it's a worthy proposal, and if there is no comment, I would be happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that we adopt the treasurer's recommendation to approve a sole source contract with Clifton Larson Allen LLP for up to $300,000 pending successful negotiation for the purposes of conducting an operational audit of the investments and financial accounting within the state treasurer's office pursuant to law, Wyoming law.
So that has been moved by the secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
And that's a second by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your thumb if you're online, or an aye. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy. That's, that was relatively painless. Gosh, that's too bad we didn't have a chance, but thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much for your work.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to matter H1, on the agenda, which is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of DuBois, Wyoming. This is related to replacement of a liner in a cell at their wastewater treatment plant. And with that, I would yield the floor to Beth Blackwell, our grant and loan manager, to further explain the matter for the board.
Good morning, Beth.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. As the director stated, the town of DuBois is requesting $194,400 to help replace the liner in cell number 2 at their wastewater treatment plant. In the summer of 2019, a bubble was discovered in the liner. It disappeared on its own. It came back a few days later. It took some time until they could find an appropriate time to drain the cell and do some investigative work to figure out what was wrong. It was determined the aerator had torn the liner. They investigated whether they could do a patch on the liner rather than replacing the whole liner. However, they didn't feel confident that the patch would hold. So they are requesting funds to replace the liner. They have put in 10% of their own money, which is equal to $21,600 to match this, so they're only requesting 90% of the project cost. We shared this application with the Department of Environmental Quality. They believe this is an emergency due to the fact that there could be contamination to the groundwater if this liner is not repaired. So based on information we were provided and the review by DEQ, we are recommending that the board approve this request for $194,400 in emergency MRG funding.
Thank you. Members of the board, are there any questions for Ms. Blackwell? Hearing none, do we have anyone from the town of DuBois that would like to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask if there is anyone from the town of DuBois to raise your hand, please.
Okay, if there are none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, so auditor,
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that we approve Town of DuBois's emergency MRG application in the amount of $216,000.
okay, it's been moved by the auditor, it's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Secretary?
Is the amount in the motion correct?
194.
It should be $194,400.
I thought I heard something 60, but I could have.
Yeah.
Auditor, did,
May have the
Mr.
old-
Chairman, sorry, I might be looking at the wrong version, but if it's 194,
400. Yes, I thought I heard a 60 something, so I apologize if I was mistaken.
So just for clarification, the amount is $194,400. Is that your understanding, auditor?
Mr. Chairman, if that's what state land says, I think I must be looking at the wrong version of the motion. But yes, that sounds fantastic.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer, your understanding as well? Okay. With that, all in favor signify with a thumbs up on screen and an aye here. All thumbs up on screen. That went well. It passed. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all very much. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the main event, J2, which is to consider 108 funding recommendations for Chapter 39 Coronavirus Relief Grant. And by way of introduction, the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program was created during the 2020 special session of the Wyoming Legislature. It granted administration and rulemaking authority for the CRG program to the State Loan and Investment Board. The legislation authorizes the board to issue grants in accordance with the CARES Act. All grants by the board must meet all applicable federal eligibility. Relief funds may only be used on expenditures that are necessary and incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, are not accounted for in the most recently approved government or entity budget as of March 27th, 2020, and are incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. The Wyoming legislature defined 3 categories of eligible applicants for this program. First one is cities, towns, counties, and other political subdivisions. The second, tribal councils after they have exhausted the relief funds provided directly by the Treasury. And the third is Wyoming healthcare providers, rural healthcare districts, hospital districts, and healthcare facilities. The Wyoming state legislation requires that certain criteria also be used to evaluate each of the applications, including whether the expenditure is an appropriate use of the fund and in compliance with the CARES Act, whether the expenditures were incurred and or continue to be incurred as a direct response of combating COVID-19 in Wyoming, whether the expenditure is related to the economic impact of the COVID-19 public health emergency, and whether the expenditure is in compliance with state law. Also under the legislation, the Attorney General's office is tasked with review of the program expenditure disbursements in consultation with the Attorney General's office. This board enacted or promulgated Chapter 39 emergency rules, which comply with both the federal and state law. And for today's purposes, as I mentioned, we have 108 funding recommendations. These are for funding in the amount of $95,053,748. Each application has been reviewed by the Office of State Lands and Investments in consultation with the Attorney General's office. We have 4 sort of groupings to try to expedite the consideration and get through all this today. The first one is a fund list where we recommend that the board pass on consent a list of funding recommendations mainly related to sort of those what we call the no-brainer things, the PPE, things of that nature. We also have a no fund list. Those are for applications for expenses that they just, in our judgment in the Attorney General's office, don't hit the criteria for the CARES Act or the state legislation. And then we have these other 2 sort of buckets in between. One is related to payroll, and we believe that we need some guidance and policy decision-making in order to handle those adequately. And also the 4th bucket is then the policy related to capital construction, mainly HVAC and other systems like that. We're looking for direction from the board in that regard. So at this point, what we would suggest is handling the applications recommended for funding first. In your board book materials, you should have received a 2-page table which sort of outlines the applications that we recommend for funding. The title of that is Coronavirus Relief Grant Program, August 6, 2020, State Loan and Investment Board Meeting Applications Recommended for Funding. There are, as I mentioned, 33 applications or recommended funding recommendations in the amount of $5,130,973. I can certainly read them in one at a time, but would like to know how the board wishes to proceed.
Okay, well, thank you, Director, and I think this may be the long part of our meeting. And before we discuss the funding of the many projects before us, I just wanted to take a moment to explore and maybe illustrate an option that I've been considering with my fellow board members. You know, at our last meeting, we were presented with a range of proposals, some which did their best to stretch our understanding of how CARES funds can be used, and others colored much more carefully between the lines. The principle of an early bird gets the worm was also put forth. Overarching these discussions was and is the urgency of deploying these funds rapidly and completely before the end of the year. These considerations, combined with the fact that this is a new exercise for the State Loan and Investment Board. So our meeting took much longer than we had anticipated, got farther in the weeds than perhaps anyone had hoped, and was probably more painful than was necessary. Upon reflection, there emerged a couple of ways to improve our process. One that we'll take up in a minute, which are the things that you have done to streamline and make this process more digestible. And it reflects the good work of your excellent staff. The other is what I wanted to just discuss for consideration as a sort of working concept and document for how we go forward. I want to stress, this notion is embryonic, and it seeks to address several issues arising from our obligations to distribute these dollars quickly and properly. So the 10 principles that I considered were ease of understanding, speed of consideration, expedited repayment of receipts that clearly fall within COVID guidance, timely opportunity to further defend the appropriateness and merit of less obvious expenditures, proper allocation of the responsibility to properly spend COVID dollars, i.e. to this board where necessary, a correct pathway for accountability, a fair opportunity to receive CARES funds, a transparent allocation process, protection of potential opportunities for further refined federal guidance, collection of unspent funds at the appropriate time for redistribution to other worthy purposes. These are unprecedented times, and the CARES Act is an unprecedented response. But what Wyoming gets out of this act is truly astonishing. On a per capita basis, the $1.25 billion we receive equates to a little over $2,100 per person. By contrast, Republican governor state of Massachusetts gets $2 billion CARES Act dollars, which equates to no less than $300 per person at the state's 7 million souls. By most any metric, Wyoming is exceptional. So let me run through some of those. If you do it on a per capita basis, obviously the numbers I gave you. If you do it on the numbers of deaths that we've had, assuming that CARES responds in some way to the number of deaths, and these funds were meant to deal with those, that's $46 million per death in Wyoming compared to 231 in Massachusetts. By unemployment, it's $28,357 per person compared to $1,623 in Massachusetts. My point in making this comparison is that if you don't think we're going to get audited, think again. These CARES funds are exceptional, especially for Wyoming, but they must also be spent properly and by the end of the year. Wyoming legislation informs the process, but does not supersede the federal guidance. There is a lot to do, and we have wrestled mightily with how best to deploy this portion of the funds properly, and in that endeavor, we have been the able assistance of the staff of the Office of State Lands and Investments and the Attorney General. But we must also review applications and reimbursements. Thank you, agencies, for those who have themselves been focused on making the process smoother, more understandable, and easier to navigate. But just a word on procedure. I recognize that there have been many frustrations about the process, that it is overly bureaucratic, that we as the members of the board have spent far too much time in the weeds and have further burdened projects, that the staff might have split too many fine hairs, and that we should just get on with it. There have been offers to hold the state harmless in the event of a federal audit. There have been comments from prominent legislators that the state should not be worried about audits or clawbacks. There is a worry about whether we can spend it all fast enough. But the worry, as I said, about an audit is real. For anyone who doubts what the difference is in how Wyoming fared compared to our peers and thinks that that won't invite scrutiny should really think again. Make no mistake, Wyoming will pay back what the feds find improperly spent. We have already felt the sting of federal garnishments before on our highway dollars, on our AML funds, on our MRGs, and so on. So we know the feds will get their pound of flesh in the end if they determine that these funds have been misspent. As treasurer, I remember very tough calls with the feds when they implemented sequester. And to be brief, they hold the cards. They keep the money. As for holding the state harmless, it's a nice thought, but in my view, problematic. Towns and counties still carry an unresolved debt to the state from a transition to from cash to an accrual accounting system in the early 90s. That advance remains unpaid. After a number of years, the legislature had to make good on the Jamestown Rio Vista water project when that community could not pay back the loan it had taken to revamp its water line. The city of Sundance still owes the state for an error it had to correct when the town's water tank needed to be moved in an emergency and FEMA said things had not been done correctly. To hold the state truly harmless in these circumstances, I believe the receiving entity would need to agree contractually to issue bonds to repay the taxpayers of Wyoming if COVID dollars are found to be improperly spent. I say this knowing Wyoming folks don't like debt and doubting any subdivision would want to saddle citizens with an obligation to repay clawed-back CARES dollars. I do not regard CARES funds as play money to be casually pushed forward flimsily on flimsily supported tangential projects. I regard CARES dollars as funds for which I am obligated to do my best to see properly spent, and thus do my best to avoid the potential of a nasty surprise at the end of an audit. Thus, I believe an applicant should look carefully at proposals, not to sneak them by bureaucrats, but to be prepared to take on the bona fide contractual obligation to repay the state in the event the funds committed to a given project are used improperly. I say this because I object to backdoor burdens on taxpayers without their consent. We should all be aware that flimsy arguments for fanciful projects, because those are the ones taxpayers will be stuck with, could be vulnerable. So here's my suggestion. We allocate to towns, cities, and counties by population, factor COVID cases, and economic impacts felt. These truly fall within the CARES guidance. Such a formula will assure that all communities have access to funds. Furthermore, such an allocation will make sure that most affected communities will receive the most CARES dollars. Now, of course, if that threat goes away, if monies are properly used within the guidelines of the CARES Act and Treasury guidance, which we know evolves seemingly week to week, nevertheless, there are many uses of these funds that clearly meet the plain reading of the Act's purposes. Thus, towns and counties can start immediately using monies that are allocated to them for those purposes. They can do so by submitting their receipts to the Office of State Lands and Investments for review, and then the Attorney General. In the event that there are expenditures which are judged to be less clearly defensible, those transactions can be bundled for a succeeding Slib meeting where the members of the board can properly judge their merit and choose the risk obligating the state to stand behind their choices. Thus, the accountability is properly positioned. My point here, members, is that we can make a reasoned determination about how much risk we want to put the state at. Similarly, when it comes to hospitals, there is a range from non-profs to for-profs to county institution and others. And rather than catch-as-catch-can approach, I would suggest using a Medicare formula and factor COVID responses. Those are my proposals for discussion, and I propose we recommend a formula for both buckets that would then be available for public comment and final approval at our next special session towards the end of this month. In the meantime, we should consider the many proposals before us today, after which we can apply today's awards to our eventual allocation targets. As such, we won't delay progress in spending while we consider a better way to equitably and properly distribute these funds. I use the word allocation advisedly because I do not want to convey the notion that funds allocated are the same as funds encumbered. This is important because as we approach year end, the state will reserve the ability to sweep unspent funds at a reasonable date for reallocation elsewhere, thus ensuring that no funds from CARES distribution go to waste. With that, let me begin by thanking all the applicants for their work, putting together a remarkable list of projects. I look forward to the consideration of them, but for the purposes of fleshing out these proposals and with apologies for what could be admittedly an untidy process, and yet firm desire for transparency and opportunity to comment, I would like to ask some members of my staff to sort of run up some preliminary worksheets, and then Director, after that and maybe some conversation, we can take a break before we get into the meat of the matters that we have today. So I'd like to ask Erica to come up. We have a couple of working documents for review.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Erica Likursky, Policy Advisor for Governor Gordon. So we shared with you last night, and I believe, Benjamin, if you wouldn't mind putting up on the screen, Mr. Chairman, did you want me to go directly to the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
So the, I put on there August 8th slib, but August 6th slib file. Thank you. And then on this first tab is what we're going to be looking at. One of the conversations that we had in our office was we're looking at roughly $150 million that we could have in this bucket to go to cities, towns, and counties. And so the conversation was to do an equal split of 50-50, so 75,000 to counties and then the 75,000 to cities and towns. What we're looking at, and we've been in conversation with the Economic Analysis Division, Dr. Liu, he's going to be providing us updated population figures for the counties and also the cities and towns. We've also asked him to provide us some economic impact figures for those. So this is what we were looking at using and plugging in as kind of our base point. We've also reached out to the Department of Health. They're going to provide us COVID cases by county and also city and towns. Right now on their website, it's only published counties, so that's why that column is filled in on the county section right here. You can see the counties are filled in. I don't have the figures yet for the cities and towns, but we're looking at getting that information down to that COVID level from Department of Health. We also did ask Department of Health, though, if they thought that there was a better matrix to use to provide that to us also, but for right now, we're just looking at that number of COVID cases. If you go to the next tab, there's a tab on here that says population base. As you can see on the spreadsheet, all that it has right now is county. When I built this for the weighted average, I only had, as I alluded to, the county information for the COVID cases. So this gives you the population, the percentage of population, the COVID cases, the percentage of COVID cases, left blanks in there for the economic impact and that percentage, but then we were looking at running a weighted average for those. Right now, that column just says weighted average of population and COVID, but once we get those economic factors in, it would be a weighted average based on those three criteria. So you guys can play. I have it filled in already. It actually already has the formula in there for the weighted average. So if you wanted to plug a figure in here, you'd have to plug some data in here too, but it would change that figure if you guys wanted to play with that. So right now, we just have 60% population, 40% COVID, and then this is based on the 150 that I have right now. What we would do, though, is if we implemented that 50-50 split, this would say 750, and then we would do another column for the cities, towns, and counties. But that was kind of a breakout for you guys to see, and then be able to play with these numbers. If you changed it to 50-50, it's going to adjust your amount that would go to those counties.
Mr. Secretary.
And so and I was trying to pull it up on here, but Google is not letting me. The economic impact, that's the piece that you're waiting for the doctor, the economist, and then this is just a thought. Any consideration of assessed valuation that basically takes into account the wealth or lack thereof in a particular place to deal with these types of things, because I think the population's good, the COVID's good. And I'm just throwing that out. I don't want to change horses in the middle of the stream either. But I've always liked recognizing that, we're talking about declines in sales tax, which in the latest Craig report actually was some good news, actually, surprisingly. But taking into account, a county's ability, financial resources, I think, could be something we could consider.
No, I think that was the point of bringing this up as a discussion topic, because I do think whatever we come up with, we need to maybe present. I'm hoping by sometime next week, and give people an opportunity to look at it before we finalize it. But the notion here was, in my mind, since we know from Treasury guidance, we can't do it on a per capita basis or any sort of process like that. It really has to be COVID related. There are two major impacts that come from what we've had to do. One, obviously COVID, and the other, the economic impact of what it takes to address COVID. So that's a good suggestion. Other comments from other members of the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions there. One, I think that whatever number we come up with as far as the total amount available, we probably should leave at least a third of that in a contingency pot, or at least or a fairly substantial percentage. So if we do have some hot spots or some different things, then we can respond to them, or have a mechanism where we can claw back from the allocation for hot spots. So, I think that's a discussion that we should perhaps look at. I'm just wondering, how complete is our records on the PPP loans on a countywide basis? Do we have any records of that at all? I think that would go to the economic impact also. If you just do sales tax, or I don't know whether we can do sales tax on these different affected industries, your restaurant and hospitality and hotel industries. I'm trying to look at the economic impact, but I didn't know what parameters other than just sales tax. I think if you had sales tax on like the pipelines that are going through Laramie County, if those were counted, then it necessarily wouldn't reflect the economic impact to Laramie County.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and I think we can break those data down from economic analysis. So we have a picture of, is it just retail sales, or if it's retail and energy sector, or if it's pipelines. I think we can break those down. This would be a formula really just going to government subdivisions, and we've already put out probably sometime today, $325 million in CARES funding to small businesses. There'll be another roughly $100 million that goes to protect ag towards the end of November. And so this really goes specifically to government subdivisions, and then another tranche would go specifically to hospitals to address that. But just trying to come up with a formula that allows for speedy expenditure of funds from communities, so that they can get on with things right away. And that's, I think, part of what my objective here is.
Mr. Chairman,
Erica?
just to follow on to Treasurer Meyer's question also, the 150 million that I put in here, or the 75 million, once we do that 50-50 split, within the allocation of our strategy plan, we did set aside 50 million to go to locals as well. So it was a total of 200 million. We just plugged in the 50 here per the treasurer's recommendation yesterday to set aside 50 million.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So, members of the board, any particular comments? Any particular comments? I recognize that most of the participants on the Zoom meeting, this is brand new information to them. So if the board think this is a worthy proposal to sort of flesh out, here's my recommendation, that we fill out the spreadsheets, allow for some discussion of numbers, and then I think Director Scoggin, with 24th, is that correct, for our next 27th? So we would then have a final proposal by the 27th. And as I say, this is not to put off any of these projects today. They'd be fully considered. I just wanted to be able to make sure that there were a couple of things that were, if this is a worthy proposal, number one, that the recipients understood that their projects would be fit into that allocation, and number two, that there would be an opportunity for some of the projects that may have a little more gray clarity to them to be able to come before the board at subsequent meetings to further defend them. And that way, instead of looking at the board as a roadblock, what we would be doing as a board is saying, you know what, we feel that this project is meritorious, and if it fails in an audit, the state stands behind it, which it completely obviates the problem of having to go to a community 6 years from now and say we need 70 million back or something like that. So the state would put itself, this board would put the state at risk. So any questions? We'll publish, I think, some of these documents and sometime next week, and allow for communities and towns and counties and hospitals to be able to comment on them. So, Director, with that, what I'm going to propose is that we take a bit of a break before we take a deep seat and go into our projects. And yes, I'm sorry, Betsy?
So, Mr. Chairman, I just was wondering, there was the presentation that we had put together just to kind of show how the
Sure.
program fit within all of CARES. I didn't know if you wanted to do that now or at a later time.
Let's do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay, sir. Benjamin, would you mind going to the CARES proposal? This will also be out. This will be within the documents for today. And then part of this presentation will also be on the governor's office website for the underneath Wyoming sends. So if you go to the next slide, please. You might go to the next slide. This slide is just a pie chart that shows the buckets that we've used in the office. So we have a spending plan that's very fluid. It's been changing over time. So as of right now, within our buckets, as you can see, and I won't name off all of them because I'll go over them in the next slide, but we have broadband, evictions, the economic business relief, and then also you can see the local governments. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, please. So this is how you fit into, this is where this program fits in. So of the 1.25 billion spending plan, we have allocated to broadband 100 million, to the economic relief and agriculture, we have 427 million. As the governor alluded to, 325 million will probably be out by the end of this week for the business relief program. 2 million of that is for PPE that we ran through the Department of Homeland Security in order to give businesses, as they reopened, PPE and sanitizing products. And then we have set aside $1 million for the agriculture industry. That is something that we're looking at later in the year as that need progresses and we find out more for that, if we can have an allocation of them for that $100 million. Educational resilience, we put it aside $175 million. Evictions and food security, there's 15. Of the programs that state land has been looking at and will vet today, there's $105 million that we've set aside for the healthcare system. When we start talking later about some allocation for some federal legislation that may pass, I'll talk a little bit about how this federal system allocation of the $105 million works, but that's the money that we have set aside for this OSLI run program. Judicial branch and legislative branch has put in some requests. We had slotted for them $8 million. Local government response is $215. $200 million of that I talked about today, which was for this OSLI government response program. $10 million of that would go to the tribal community, and then we had $5 million for some tourism and going down to local communities. $45 million is what we've set aside for state agencies, $100 million for testing and contact tracing, and then $60 million for the workers' comp and employment solvency. Next slide. Thank you. On the next slide, per the legislation, this is actually on the governor's office website. If you go to the transparency page and then underneath the Wyoming Sense, there is a tab there for the CARES Act, and this will be reported. Within legislation, we were allotted 3 different chunks of money. Up front, we had the $450. We had $400 million that could be available as of July 15th, and then the remaining money, or what we allotted as $400 million, could be available as of September 15th. As you can see to date, we have either processed a B11 or actually allocated money to agencies that has run through the governor's office and the AG process, notified those agencies that their projects have been approved, and we're just waiting on the actual documentation to move those, and that's to the tune of $710 million. So we have $489 million left to deploy. There has been some conversation, and we work closely with Don Richards, and I'll share this presentation with him as well later this afternoon. One of the things that the conversation that has come up is if you look at the WOLF system that has been run and reports that we've been getting out based on what actually has gone out the door, as of yesterday, it was roughly $140 million that has gone out the door that has been processed through the WOLF system, but that is different than what we've allocated to those agencies. So you might hear some discrepancies on that, and that's what those discrepancies are, is allocated versus actually expenditures.
Erica, on that point, I'm given to believe that some of them may be contractual obligations that are due for payment at the end, so they truly are encumbered funds.
You are correct, Governor.
Thank you.
And particularly several of those are with the Department of Health, which is why their numbers look a little low. Next slide. This is just a breakout on this slide for those who are more visual to see a percentage of what the funds are that we've already allocated to date. And this is actually on the website as well. The next slide will give you just a breakout of where this money has gone. I've already alluded to of what we had allocated of the $427 million to the Business Economic Relief Program, $127 million has actually gone and been allocated out. That's the $325 million that went to the Business Council for the program itself, the $2 million for PPE, and then the residual money that's there, the $363,000, that's to agencies who actually have been doing the services to get that money out to those resources. Educational resilience, if you'll look at that one, is $110 million that has gone out right now. We've done $26.5 million to the university, $32 million to community colleges, and $51 million to K-12 education. Broadband and communication infrastructure, they're working through that process right now and looking through the contracts to get those out. My understanding is this is going to serve unserved and underserved populations. Thank you, Governor. Testing and contact tracing, that has gone out for actual tests for the substance, the material that you need to actually do the test, and then also contact tracing. That's been some applications in technology, and then also some employees there that are doing that contact tracing. Unemployment and workers' compensation, we had 42 million that has been out. That is for the, those programs that were approved by the legislature when they were in session. Oops, sorry. Local governments, that is where we were talking here about the 25 million that we allotted originally to the program. That's just taken out of the 200 million that we have for the whole OSI program. We didn't know how much money we would need for these first go around, so we'd be 11.25 million to OSLI to get them started with the program. 4 million has gone to local governments for the airport capacity agreement. That's helping with some airports who've been struggling due to lower numbers of people flying. We have about 1.2 million that's gone to the healthcare industry for actually county health nurses and then also some mental health evaluations. And we have about 5 million that's gone out for PPE and marketing to counties to actually get PPE to people in the counties, and then also to do some marketing for those people who are traveling here. We just want to make sure that they're being, you know, safe and responsible. For state agencies, we have, it's about 12 million that's gone out. The bulk of that is kind of split in two. Hazard pay makes up about 6 million of that. That's going to go to state agencies for hazard pay for those workers who are in hazardous conditions. We have sanitation and PPE to the tune of about 6 million. That is going out for PPE for state agencies as well as that for state office buildings. So you'll see the hand sanitizer stations and then masks that have been provided. And there's also some money in there for telework. The last one that we have on here is the eviction support program. That is the program that's run through WCDA. They have 15 million right now. That program, as we've discussed, is doing a reevaluation of their rules to try and get that money out a little quicker and without some of the strict regulations on that. So we're hoping to see with the changes in the emergency rules and then also with the $600 a week that are going to those that would most likely fall into that category. That has affected if those people are eligible for the program. So with that program expiring, we may also see a need, that need increase there. And then the last one is we have deployed 7 million and that has all gone to the judicial branch for PPE, for laptops, and then also for some distance trials that they're having. So that's how we get to the 710. On the last slide, this just shows a breakdown, and this was a conversation that we've had with a couple of individuals. There is some federal legislation that's coming down the pipe that we're not sure if it's going to pass or not. If that federal legislation passes, it says that of the CARES money that you have been allotted, you have to give 25% to downstream governments in order to be able to do some revenue recoupment. There's also an extension that would take place with that. So if that passed, there would be an extension, I believe, to September of next year to where these funds could be deployed. This is really how this OSLI program and some other programs fit in. If we have the OSLI program to local governments, it's the 200 million that we have allotted. We have the OSLI Public Health Facilities Program. The reason that says a TBD in there is because of the 105 million that we've allotted to healthcare, it's the difference between public healthcare and private healthcare that would be that would get those funds. So we would just have to do a deeper dive to figure out what that dollar figure was that we could allot to this 25%. I mentioned the airport capacity tourism. We could also include community colleges and the K through 12 in this because they're downstream governments. However, we would not be able to include the amount of money that we gave to the university. With that, with the expenditures that we're hoping to get out, as you can see, the K through 12 figure, or excuse me, community college figure is higher than what I alluded to earlier. That's because we have some things that are in the pipeline that are still being vetted that we're not quite sure are going to get through the approval process, but if they do, it would bump that figure up to that 61 million. And that's where we would get to the 322 million, which is over the the 312 million that we would need for that 25% threshold.
Thank you, Erica.
Welcome.
Are there any questions from, and again, these two, the spreadsheet and this presentation will be available on our website, and certainly we'll share materials with the board members. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess, I guess the comment I would have is that, if you were looking at dovetailing this spreadsheet into a revenue replacement, then I think it probably falls short. I actually like the idea of using the Madden distribution, because we've been using that as a distribution for years for revenue replacement to local governmental entities. Then I think we need to really look at the amount that we're putting toward COVID cases, and there might be, rather than a percentage, it might be a more flexible way to do that, would be to say that each COVID case is worth $10,000 or $20,000. So as COVID cases continue to occur, you wouldn't have to reshuffle the percentages. And that gets kind of problematic if you have a hotspot and then you reshuffle the percentages and you reshuffle all of the allocations. But if you just had that outside pot necessarily used for so many dollars per COVID case as an allocation, and then the other one just as kind of a distribution as was done before, I think that makes a little more sense. If it was a static situation and COVID cases were going to remain exactly the way they are, I think a percentage distribution makes a lot of sense. But because they aren't going to be static, I think so many dollars per case probably gives you a lot more flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there other comments from the board? I do see two hands raised. I see Troy Thompson and Jeremiah. Ben, are there others? Okay. Yeah. Do we want to? I'm happy to entertain some comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go to Troy Thompson.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Troy Thompson, Laramie County Commissioner and President of the Wyoming County Commissioner Association. We certainly appreciate the discussion and the willingness to get these funds to cities, towns, and counties where we have certainly felt the impacts of COVID. We do believe the model should appropriately account for responsibilities of responding to the impacts of the virus. And to that end, the Wyoming County Commissioner Association stands ready to collaborate with your staff on the appropriate distribution model. And obviously, our Executive Director, Jeremiah Riemann, is here today, and we can certainly answer any questions, but just wanted to let you know we're willing to help you guys work through the appropriate distribution model. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I know I'm taking a lot of credit for my staff, but I have to say I have been working with the other members of the board on this as well. So, thank you for your willingness to participate, and we'll certainly call on you. Is Executive Director Riemann on?
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, members of the board. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly. I just want to expand on a couple of things that Commissioner Thompson mentioned. First, we're very happy to work with you and others to develop out an appropriate model for distribution funding under this concept. It is something we're prepared to do. I do think that what Treasurer Meyer mentioned in relationship to the revenue replacement piece of this does make some sense. We do have the Madden formula, and for those portion of dollars, assuming that Congress does move forward, that would seem an appropriate model to use for distribution of funding across the state. As it relates to the remaining pot, whatever that might be, perhaps it's the whole of the pot. What I might suggest, and Commissioner Thompson mentioned the responsibility for responding. Certainly in a number of our communities, it's a small handful, I think it's 5 or 6 communities. The cities in those counties have a joint responsibility with the county for public health response. But in the remainder of those counties, the responsibility for public health and public safety falls entirely to the county. So the public health nurse, the sheriff's office for policing services, for the mental health and other services that might be provided in those communities, all falls to the county. And so I would suggest that whatever model we come up with has to account for those differences in responsibility, such that a county is not left holding a larger portion of the bag when they have the full responsibility for the response. So with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to take any questions, but certainly appreciate the concept and again, willing to work with you on that.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Really appreciate that. And you know, I know we have business to do. I'd love to give you some questions, but hopefully this is a working document and we'll work on it over the next couple of weeks. I see a couple more hands that are up. And for members, what I was going to do is just take a few more comments and then we'll break and we'll come back and do the work.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Ox.
Mr. Ox.
Mr. Governor and Chair, Rich Oaks, I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for Teton County. I really appreciate being able to speak and also being able to hear the process for formalizing this. I think it'll really help once that formula and those things are laid out for the applicants. The process up to this point has been really straightforward, but I understand the difficulty that your board is having in fairly and distributing these funds. So the two comments I'd like to make, I would like further consideration to be given to any idea about funding per case or per COVID case. I almost feel that could possibly incentivize the wrong behavior. There's a lot of costs that we're seeing that are accruing that go into preventing COVID from happening. So a jurisdiction that would be successful in preventing cases may be punished for that or not have those costs be able to be accounted for. So I'd like some further consideration on that idea. I think it could be expounded on a little better. Yeah, I think that we should recognize that preventing it from happening in the first place also incurs considerable costs that are eligible for CARES Act. Also, as this process is evolving, and as we're kind of, to steal a phrase you've used before, building this airplane as we're flying, give the applicants a chance to maybe modify their application. So Teton County, at the very least, has made some considerable applications on behalf of nonprofit agencies and things that have made huge contributions to the COVID response in our community. But we may need to reconsider applications and allocations if there's a cap placed on the amount that counties would get. So we just like to be able to reconsider applications kind of as the rules change as well. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Oaks. And yeah, I think those are very good points. Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, Mike McCafferty, please.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike McCafferty. I'm the CEO at Sheridan Memorial Hospital and board member with the Wyoming Hospital Association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you. I'll echo some of the comments from others, which are, we really understand and appreciate the leadership that you all are taking on here and allocating these funds is very challenging. And we appreciate all the work that you, Governor Gordon, have done with Dr. Alexia Harris in helping us to do the right things as we go through this together. I would just say that as far as the formula that's being anticipated, I'd like to offer any support that we can to work with you guys to come up with something that creates equity throughout all the communities. And by that, I mean that as it relates to hospitals, there's a level of readiness that all of us share, regardless of the number of COVID cases we actually have seen in our communities. And that readiness really is something that all of us have had to take on relative to testing, relative to shutting down all of our services for a period of months, relative to being prepared as things change over the next months. And you know, some of the things that we've all had to do as hospitals is see patients in our emergency departments and see all the rule outs that we've seen. Everybody that we see that comes through the hospital, we've had to treat as a positive COVID patient to some extent. So I'd just like you guys to consider that as you think about your formula, and the number of actual COVID patients doesn't necessarily account for all the work and readiness that hospitals do across our state. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Very much appreciate your comment, and absolutely willing to take your advice on this too. Do we have the mayor of Sheridan also on? Roger Miller?
Mr. Chairman, Roger Miller.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, is that better? I didn't realize I had to unmute. Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Depends on what you say.
I just wanted to thank the governor and the Slib board for all the hard work that's been being done across the state. It is a very hard thing for us all to work with and continue to work with. I did just want to echo Mr. McCafferty's comments in reference to trying to make it equitable across all aspects. And I just wanted to add one more thing along to the county commissioner's responses was keep in mind as well that if there is some population calculations within there, in the city or the county of Sheridan, as much as 65 to 70% of the population is within the city of Sheridan, and so sometimes those costs can be a little out of balance. But rest assured that if it leans a little bit more heavily on the population base, we will work with our surrounding communities and our county to make sure that we do the best job we can with that funding. So thank you, and have a great day, board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then I think we have Executive Director Boley, and maybe that will break at that point. Thanks.
Good morning,
Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
good morning.
Governor Gordon, it's good to talk to you in the committee. I also echo some of the comments made by Mr. McCafferty and Mr. Oakes. There is some concern when we only take into account the number of COVID cases that have been diagnosed and treated. Obviously, those have been a huge burden on the facilities around the state that have had to care for those, and I think they do need special consideration. But I think as you take a look at what Mr. McCafferty mentioned, and then if you take a look at our long-term care facilities, they've done everything they can in their power to keep COVID out of those very, very vulnerable populations. And I would hate to see a formula come up to not actually reward them and help them with those. They've spent a lot of money to make sure that people haven't gotten sick. And so we stand ready and would like to help with the allocation methodology. I think the process we've been through over the last month or so has proven fruitful, but it's been difficult. We're interested in trying to help come up with a different methodology for allocating the funds. One other thing I might mention to you as you consider this, and we've taken a look at what's happened in other states, and I'm just speaking from a provider perspective, but other states have utilized CARES funding to cover 100% of costs for Medicaid patients. And I think that might be something we could do that would benefit all of the providers across the state, not just hospitals and nursing homes, but all of the other different types of providers, including our physicians, our PAs, our nurse practitioners, our dentists, our community health centers. So I just think that there might be other things that we might want to consider as we put this formula together. And with that, I'd answer any questions and appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Erica. I appreciate your comments and look forward to working with you as this fleshes out. Oh, yes. Come on up. Is there a microphone over there? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. I want to just briefly thank you for the work that you've done on behalf of our members, as well as more broadly, the very difficult task that you all have had, and in particular the governor. I can't imagine the sleepless nights you've had and the long days and nights of work. So really do appreciate that. And I would just echo what my colleagues have said, that the association stands ready to collaborate with you as you look at how this formula will be. And rather than advocate for any particular method right now, I would just make myself available to work with you on that as you work through that. And again, just want to compliment you on your proactivity in this matter. And it has been, as you know, and as you referenced earlier in your remarks, it's been a difficult time for our members, and navigating through this process has had its difficulties as well. And I can only imagine that that's equally, if not more so, true on the other side of the table, as you've tried to navigate through this and come up with the appropriate processes. And I know that's been very difficult. So again, I just would indicate our appreciativeness and make myself available in whatever way that we can be helpful.
Thank you, David. Really, truly appreciate it and look forward to working with you. With that, Ben, thanks very much. Director, let's break till about 11:30 or so, if that's okay, and then you're on again. Thank you for your indulgence. 6:30, and so I'm gonna see if I can pull us back together. I know I So Ben, I don't see superintendent or treasurer. There's the superintendent. And there's the auditor. And the treasurer is no doubt close, but we do have a quorum. So Director, I'm going to call us back into order and put you back on track. And I apologize for the...
No, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I knew you were going to talk about some things. I just wasn't sure when we were going to do that, so it's all good. We're fine, ready to roll. So as I mentioned, we do have 33 funding recommendations that are listed in your materials. There's a summary table dated August 6th of 2020. These are, as I mentioned, kind of the PPE, the no-brainers, the things that we hit, that we believe hit all of the requirements of the CARES Act and the state legislation. And so we would recommend that the board handle those on consent, but we are happy to go through individually if that's the board's pleasure as well.
And thank you. And I will defer to my colleagues, but I did want to just mention that this is terrific that you've already kind of looked at these, and Beth, thanks for reviewing them. As the bills are submitted, they will then be submitted to you for reimbursement and reviewed again, and that would be under any process.
Correct.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? I'm certainly happy to entertain these as a consent list.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that we consider for a consent list the applications recommended for funding numbering 1 through 33.
Okay.
Sure, that's right.
All righty.
And that's totaling $5,130,973.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
That's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Secretary, he's got a cracker in his mouth. I had one just a little earlier.
And I could have compared this a moment ago. Some of the ones we talked about at the last meeting regarding fiber optics, are those on here or not on here? Okay, I didn't see them.
Those are on the CapCon policy list.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Any follow-up? Okay. I think the matter is properly moved and seconded. Discussion's been called for. I'm now going to call for the vote. All in favor, thumbs up on the screen or an aye. So we have 2 thumbs up on the screen and an aye here, and I'm an aye. That motion carries. Thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, you...
Did we vote on my first motion?
Oh.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you for keeping us on track. Thanks, Beth. Okay, I would now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor, thumbs up. If you're on the screen, and an aye. So again, 2 thumbs up on the screen, an aye, and I'm an aye, so that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next summary table that you all have in your materials is entitled Coronavirus Relief Grant Program, August 6, 2020, State Loan and Investment Board Meeting, Applications Requesting Reimbursement for Payroll. So there are 28 payroll reimbursement requests that are summarized here for you. We've pulled them out of larger applications, and we've received some that are individually just payroll as well. These requests are in the amount of $27,354,676. And we were talking about ways to expedite sort of decision-making on these sorts of claims. We thought it might be helpful if the board came to some policy decisions related to payroll that we could then apply to what we thought is perhaps the board could kind of do the allocation of the $27,354,676 contingent on our ability to go back through and make sure that the reimbursement requests complied with the policy decisions of the board. And I believe the Attorney General's office made some recommendations regarding potential payroll expense requirements. And so I would yield the floor to Deputy Monger to explain some of the things that the Attorney General's office would like you to consider in thinking about payroll.
So please, Deputy Monger, it's nice to have you here. It's interesting to me on this one because a lot of times we're getting talked to about here's what other states or other places have done, and Wyoming is maybe a little bit different from some of those. So I look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's a little hard to know exactly where to start when we talk about payroll, only this, that it is, I think, a difficult issue, been made more difficult in some respects by the guidance that has been put out by the Treasury, that is sometimes confusing and hard to sort of make a path through. But what we are recommending to the board in terms of a method to go forward with, that the Attorney General's office believes is defensible, is that we would allow entities to request and account for time on either one of 2 bases. The first would be a pro rata method, which would allow entities to say this portion of this employee's time was substantially dedicated to COVID. And just backing up a little bit, I do think that it might be helpful to start with the idea of when you talk about payroll, what we need to have are those services that are substantially dedicated to mitigating and responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and that they are unbudgeted. So those are sort of the 2 things that we're looking at, because payroll falls into both the category of expenses that are permissible and the category of expenses that are not permissible, depending on whether they meet those criteria. So there's categories of workers, so long as they are responding or mitigating the COVID-19 emergency, their payroll is acceptable. So as we've looked at this, as I said previously, we sort of decided that there's probably 2 methods. And so we were talking about the pro rata, and that's where you could say, this employee, although maybe not a public health or public service or public safety worker, for the time that they spent doing this task, they really were in that category. And so you wouldn't have to look at the job categories broadly. You could look at the specific work that they were doing. And as long as you were accounting for that and you could explain to OSLI, these employees were retasked or repurposed to something that was COVID related. And so let me use an example we sort of talk about a little bit is you've taken your Parks and Rec supervisor who normally is getting softball, teams together and doing all of this, and you've repurposed them, and now they're doing cleaning of playgrounds or they're doing sanitization of public spaces. So you've basically repurposed that employee to a new position that is dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID. And in those instances, what we would like from the cities, towns, and counties to be eligible for that is just that explanation. Here's these employees, here's the hours or time that they spent repurposed or responding to and dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency. And we don't need timesheets, we don't need job descriptions. What we need are just those very basic explanations, something that we can put into the file that in the, and I shouldn't say in the event, but when we are audited, we would have something to support that payroll was proper. The other methodology would be that you could do it on a substantially related basis, in which case you could say these employees, their whole entire jobs were substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID. And when I say entirety, what Treasury has sort of indicated that at 51%, somebody whose job is more than 51% can say that their job was substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID. At that point in time, what we allow you to do is use a presumption, and for administrative and accounting convenience, we would allow you to take 100% of those salaries and payroll expenses for those employees who were substantially dedicated in their full job title to mitigating or responding to COVID. And so there too, we would want just that narrative. And I think about this in terms of corrections officers. Prior to, COVID, our corrections officers, they were responsible for, overseeing the population, doing all this. But after COVID, they now have to do temperature checks. They have extra sanitation responsibilities. They're keeping people socially distanced, so that their jobs really become those jobs where they are substantially dedicated to mitigating and responding to the COVID emergency. But what we'd really be looking for on this is just those narratives. And we could put out some pretty detailed guidance to the cities, towns, and counties to give them that explanation. We have rejected sort of this presumption idea that all public safety workers are substantially dedicated. And I know that was something that a lot of the cities, towns, and counties have presented to us in terms of how they've requested their payroll. But in looking at it from our perspective, we think that in Wyoming, it would be hard to make that justification, and that's one of the sort of policy calls we're asking for from the board. We think it would be hard to make that justification without the mandatory stay-at-home orders that a lot of jurisdictions had. That really seems to be the basis for how this advice from Treasury was created. And so without that presumption, again, what we're asking them to do is to look at their payroll, their people, choose the methodology that works best for them, and then come to us and say, here's how we're requesting it, and here's our justification for it. And again, that justification doesn't need to be hundreds of pages of payroll expenses. It needs to just say categories of workers. So for example, and I think that we could put up some examples and some sort of, I guess, model applications is what we would call them. But so for example, you could say, in our sheriff's department, of our jailers, we took 2 off of every shift. We took 2 out of every 10, and we had them substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID for their entire shift. They were doing additional cleaning, they were keeping the prisoners separated, and so for those 2 employees out of every 10, we want 100%. So we're asking for 20% of that payroll to be provided by CARES. So they would be able to really do and seek payroll that they can justify, and that we can support if there's an audit. And we would have a basis in the record to say, yep, it looks like these are appropriate expenses and we can pay them. If there are questions, certainly I think Director Scoggins' staff and my staff would be happy to work with people to get them to a place where we could feel good about their payroll numbers, or if we just are at an impasse, those would be the sorts of questions that would potentially come back to you. But we could start now, if we went forward with this proposition, we could start now with you all sort of saying, yeah, the allocation is there, start paying if we believe they've met these requirements, and we could start getting some of those receipts paid to those folks for their payroll. That's our recommendation in terms of payroll. It's very tricky. And so this is really the method that we think we can best support on an audit. And while it does create some work on the entities to say this is who these employees are and this is how we use them and this is how they were responding, it provides us with that record that we can rely on in terms of an audit when, you know, as we keep saying, none of us may be here to remember, well, what did we base that on again? So we would have that within our records at OSLI to support those receipts that we were paying out.
So let me ask, just clarifying, if Wyoming, if the quote governor's orders had in fact closed down and done a stay at home, people would be better able to support these proposals. But where we left it open, we put the communities more at risk on this type of proposal.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that's the fairest way to say that, but let me.
Wouldn't you agree?
I would respectfully disagree. No, the reality of it is that in those places where you had mandatory stay-at-home orders, a lot of it, and that's actually the example that Treasury uses. You have patrol officers, and they're no longer doing the things they used to do. They're not picking up people for speeding. They're not, you know, doing all these other things. Instead, they're checking to see if people are out in violation of the mandatory stay-at-home orders. And for the most part, in those communities that did have mandatory stay-at-home orders, that would be a different situation for them. But we didn't have that. But maybe a community could say, listen, our patrol officers really were repurposed, and here's what they used to do, and here's what they were doing during the height of COVID, right? Like we were making, instead of patrolling like they normally did, because even though we didn't have stay-at-home orders, I think any of us that were sort of around during that time would say it was basically like we did. It was very quiet, generally on the streets of Cheyenne at least. If they want to say we repurposed them and they were instead, you know, making sure people weren't in the playgrounds and, you know, sort of just keeping an eye on things, and those would have been things that but for COVID they wouldn't have been doing, that's something that they're able to do. What I think is dangerous is making the presumption without anything to support that when we know that we didn't have stay-at-home orders. Because I do think that if we did have that, it would help with that presumption. It's the lack of that type of knowing that this is what they were probably doing instead that makes just a general blanket presumption difficult to support.
Okay. Well, thanks. So what's, Mr. Secretary?
Just a question real quick. For the presumption, would it be fair to say that for public health and safety, then the presumption applies if we establish, or if the counties, cities, towns, and counties have established that 51% of their time was substantially dedicated to COVID? That's where the presumption kicks in. It's not the title of the job that creates the presumption, and then you're clear. So what you're saying is 51% for those individuals, but if they show that 51%, that presumption leads to 100% reimbursement if that's the route they choose. And then for everybody else, if they wanted to go pro rata, do they have to use the same methodology across all employee classes, or just across a particular class?
Mr. Chair, Secretary Buchanan, that's a great question. I'm glad you raised it because I should have addressed that. What we're advising is that you have to choose a methodology and stick with it. And one of the reasons that we have come down on that is the pro rata methodology is not as widely adopted by the guidance as we would feel comfortable with. There's really just one line in one of the facts that indicates you can do it on a time basis instead of this presumption basis, and that's what we've sort of leaned to. We think that for Wyoming, because a lot of people maybe didn't have a lot of employees that were substantially dedicated, but they had a lot of employees who spent time being dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID, that allowing for that type of accounting, we could justify and make sense. But the only way we can justify and make sense of it is if you have to choose one or the other for each entity. Now, in the guidance, it does talk about department or agency, but given our sort of unsuredness about the pro rata methodology, as we like to call it, the pro rata methodology, what we'd like to see is that if you're using the pro rata, you're using it for everybody in your entity, your city, town, or county, so that we can justify it as saying this really was the best methodology for them, and they did it on a consistent basis. And we believe then that we can really say that it was payroll that were tied to these services that were substantially dedicated to.
And having said that, let me ask you this. So I kind of have seen a distinction between your health, public safety folks and say the accountant, that the accountant was diverted to spending X number of hours to start keeping track of COVID-related expenses. And so if we were to say, and this is an example, that we're going to use the same process across the board, and let's say we did the 51% for the 100% reimbursement, would that be defensible for an accountant if we said, you know, the accountant spent half of her time, 51%, you know, doing things COVID related with the budget, so it's 100% reimbursement? Because I had kind of thought of it in the sense that for those non-public health safety folks, the pro rata would make the most sense, whereas the presumption that applies on those others, 51% and 100% makes sense. And so I just want to make sure I understand that distinction, because I was hoping that if somebody went pro rata or went with the 51%, if they had somebody that wasn't health and public safety, would they be okay to ask for 100% reimbursement if they said the accountant worked for 51% of the time on COVID?
So there's, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, there's a couple of questions within there. So public health and public safety, those ones generally we feel pretty, right? We all feel pretty good about that. The public health folks in particular, kind of like public health, let's let them be, because they were mostly dedicated to COVID response. Public safety may be a little bit trickier depending on what folks were doing. When you get to the accountant, it's a harder issue, I think, in a lot of ways, because the other thing is, right, so we talk about they have to be substantially, that first part, that necessary, which means they have to be substantially dedicated. If they were previously budgeted, they also have to be doing something substantially different. And if you're an accountant, if you're now just redoing the budget because of COVID, as opposed to redoing the budget because of all the other things that require you to redo a budget, are you really substantially different in what you're doing? And are you that category of workers that were substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID? And those are obviously the very tricky ones, and the ones I think that if you were to say, our accountant spent 55% of their time redoing the budget 27 different times, because every time we got new projections in on lost revenue, we had to redo the budget, that's going to be harder to justify on an audit. So those are the things that we're looking at. Now, if you said, our accountant, we just gave up on the budget because it was changing every day. So then we repurposed our accountant and had them going out and doing public service announcements about COVID and related responsibilities. Now, all of a sudden, you could count your accountant because they're doing something, you've redeployed them to a new purpose that is substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency. So it is those non-public safety workers that we really do struggle with, and those are the ones that we're allowing basically the pro rata method for, because those are the ones where maybe all the time your park and rec guy wasn't substantially dedicated to COVID, but he was spending some amount of his time, and we would like to be able for the cities, towns, and counties to get reimbursed for that when otherwise they might not have employees who would qualify.
Sure, please. And just a follow up to the non-budgeted, so we're clear on our guidance going forward. If any employee is dedicated substantially to doing COVID, let's say a police officer, for example, but their salary is budgeted for the year, and but they're assigned sort of other duties, and it's 51% or more. Would the city, town, or county be reimbursed for that, even because that person was already, they paid the same salary, they didn't hire anyone else to replace what he or she is not now doing? How does that play out with that non-budgeted factor?
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, so that's where we sort of, and this is where the facts become very confusing, frankly, but here's how we sort of look at it, which is if you had somebody who was budgeted for something, and we go back to the patrolman on the street, right? You budgeted that person because you expected him to write parking tickets and do all these things. But now all of a sudden, that person has been redeployed, and they're going around and they're checking to make sure businesses that are supposed to be closed are closed. And they're going around and making sure people aren't playing on the equipment, or, you know, we did have some health orders in place that they could have been responding to. And if that is now, if they're substantially dedicated from that, then they're not doing what they were budgeted for, right? They're substantially different. And so we sort of just presume that if you are substantially dedicated to COVID-19, you weren't doing what you were budgeted for, because what you were budgeted for was, you know, COVID-19 wasn't around when you were budgeted, so you weren't budgeted to deal with COVID-19. Those ones, like I said, the guidance, it's not very helpful. We have to fill in some of these spots, and we're really trying to make the justifications that we can. We're trying to be as helpful that we can, but also being thoughtful about the fact that payroll also is one of the things that you don't get if it's not for those folks who are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding. In fact, it's a prohibited expense. So we do worry a little bit that payroll is going to be one of those areas that they're looking at, because it's also the area that's probably most rife with the potential for revenue replacement, improper revenue replacement, if you're doing it wrong.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions from other members, auditor or superintendent or treasurer? See, auditor has a question.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarifying question, which I think Brandy has said. You know, particularly in regards to corrections officers and county sheriffs and town and city police departments, the type and or percentage and or level of proper reimbursement that could be approved really is not going to be standard across the board. That could and will and should vary based on perhaps a particular county or town's situation, and or what they chose to do with you know, corrections and police officers who may not have been doing their normal job. And so my point is, for example, a request from from Teton County that had a stay-at-home order may meet a different threshold than a request from a county who didn't. On the same vein, a request from, say, this might be a bad example, a request from a sheriff's office who chose to divert folks to making sure bars were closed, et cetera, as opposed to diverting those employees to serving old warrants. Those decisions of different government agencies could, I guess it's said another way, it's not that the same expenditure for one municipality or county may be approved where it may not be for another one, just depending on the justification that's provided and some of the decisions that were made through the COVID experience. For example, a police department could have laid off police officers, or they could have diverted those to patrolling bars and restaurants and making sure everyone is behaving. Is that all accurate? It's not really a question. I just wanted to say that out loud to make sure I have a proper understanding.
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, I think that's exactly right. And that is the point that we're getting to, is that every community is going to have had a different experience. And as you noted, they may have furloughed police officers, but instead, because of the budget, they may have wanted to furlough officers, but found that they couldn't, and they kept them on. And that's one of the things that they could say. And so all that we're really looking for is that narrative to support those decisions that were made, and that we can look at and say, this seems like a reasonable, these were substantially dedicated. And we are primarily going to rely on those entities to be honest with us and to tell us how they use these folks, and those justifications. I don't think anyone's intention is to go down and look at the justifications and be like, oh, I don't know about this one. But we are going to rely on those folks and what they tell us in terms of how they repurposed these employees to deal with the COVID emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Further questions? Brandy, just so I'm getting a sense of this, we're looking for a policy decision kind of as a floor, and then if there is somebody that wants to go in the basement, they would have to justify that.
Mr. Chair, yes, what we'd like for you at this meeting is to sort of say, yeah, we agree with this process of requiring them to justify it. You can use the two different methodologies. If you agree to that, we can put up guidance fairly quickly in some sample applications. We can work with the folks that we have applications for to sort of understand their reasoning and get those justifications, because a lot of them just did a sort of 100% of all of our police officers and 50% of all of our jailers and 20% of our dispatchers. And we can't justify that, right? There's no justification for it. It just says we use the presumption. That is, I think that we can be certain of. We would feel very uncomfortable thinking that that could pass muster. So we would go back to those entities. We'd be happy to work with any of the organizations. And I say we, and I use this royal we a lot because I mean Director Scoggin's staff, my people. I don't know if it's going to be me, but we'd be happy to work with folks and sort of make sure that there's an understanding and that people are well positioned to get receipts and use this money in the most advantageous way that they can, but within the confines of the guidance and our restrictions.
Very good. Ben, I think we have, I thought I saw Jeremiah Riemann wanting to address the board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jeremiah Riemann.
Well, good afternoon, Governor and board members. This is Jeremiah Riemann. I'm here on behalf of Wyoming County Commissioners. I do want to say that I appreciate the conversation that I've had with Ms. Monger to date on this. It is an important issue. It is complex. The Treasury guidance has not been incredibly helpful. But I do think that we've found some pieces that are important to consider here. You know, Governor and members, I don't know that I necessarily disagree with trying to establish this policy around requests and trying to categorize within a couple of different buckets. I think that's perhaps appropriate, will help all of us get these things to you, make it easier to evaluate. I think I may have just a slight difference of opinion relative to what the guidance says relative to the presumption in particular. As you know, the guidance does provide that payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, and human services or similar employees who are substantially dedicated to the public health emergency response can be reimbursed through the CARES Act funding. I think the distinction that I would provide is that in that substantially dedicated, I agree it's a 51% or more threshold that needs to be demonstrated. But Treasury has gone on and they've done it, and they say it's for administrative convenience. It's right in the guidance that they have created this presumption for, in particular, public health and public safety employees. The idea being that we don't need to create additional paperwork and other unnecessary steps for those classes of employees. And so I am a little bit concerned that by going down this path that's been proposed, that we're going to be, as a state, asking for something more than what Treasury itself is saying is necessary. Just to add a little bit more color to the issue, I tried to figure out, okay, what falls into public health and public safety employees? What is the state definition or perhaps a federal definition? And I'll admit there is no state definition for public safety officer. But if you do go into federal tax guidance, they do have a definition that's in the Stafford Act, which is also the same source of funding for CARES Act funding. And it talks about the law enforcement officer, the firefighter, the chaplain, and several other areas of individuals, including the ambulance driver, police officers, judicial officers, probation, etc. So we have that as some sort of guidance, perhaps, to give us some color to what this public health and public safety might encapsulate. Admittedly, I couldn't find any similar government-established definition for public health officers, but as Ms. Monger said, you know, I think we all understand who falls into that. Our public health nurse, our county health officer, our state health officer, and others. As well, trying to work with our counties to understand what was possible for them to submit for reimbursement. We participated in a June 26th briefing from our national counterpart, the National Association of Counties, where Mr. Dan Kowalski, who's the counselor to the treasurer, stated, and I'm going to quote him in a couple of places here, quote, "Generally, we tried to be flexible in our interpretation of the use of the fund." I'm just going to editorial comment there. I think we all disagree with that, but that's his thought. And he goes on to say that some of the ways we opened up, I think one of the most important is the presumption that public health and public safety personnel, both salary and benefits, can be 100% charged to the CRF. I think that is a great benefit. He then goes on to say, and I quote, "If you're a public health or public safety officer, so you know the officer on patrol, say, right, the officer on patrol, you can charge their entire payroll cost to the CRF. That is where the presumption that they're working, that their work is related to COVID-19 comes in. So for those two classes of worker, public health and public safety, whether they have been budgeted for or not, you can charge it to the CRF," unquote. And I have provided that recording to the Attorney General's office, and I do have a download of that particular piece myself that I can share with you. So we use that as the basis for the request that you see relative to, in particular, the officers that are on patrol, that presumption, that administrative clarity piece that sits there. And I want to just say, we talked a little bit about budgeted versus unbudgeted. That's a budgeted as of March 27th of this year. Counties, particularly for the second half of this year, did not establish a budget until just last month or earlier or late in June. So there is a period where those individuals were unbudgeted for. And just like the state, counties are having to make some hard decisions about what employees to keep. And certainly the sheriff's office, in a lot of instances, is the largest portion of the budget. And what I think the Treasury is saying is that those are too important of individuals and classes of individuals to lose, and that we need to have them stay here in place. I could say a few other things. I know time is short, but I would ask that you do support the counties in their requests, consistent not only with Mr. Kowalski's comments, which I know, Governor, you've indicated that you don't like anecdotal pieces, and I certainly respect that, but what I think he is articulating is a clear definition of what their guidance itself says. So with that, Governor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Mr. Riemann. Quick question. I guess I appreciate your comments, but looking at Wyoming, clearly Teton did put a shelter-at-home order in place after quite a bit of discussion, that would comport much more directly with, let's say, New York, New Jersey, any of those states that would have done that, where the presumption would be that a very substantial, perhaps 100% of the time, the officers were doing that. On the other hand, Crook, Platte, Niobrara counties, other counties, Sublette, for example, did not have substantial coronavirus and significant sentiment that it was not a serious threat. And I guess I'm trying to understand, number one, the prevalence, and number two, perhaps the reluctance to do anything. And I guess if there was a parallel that could be drawn there.
Governor, I appreciate the opportunity to address that, and it was one thing that I had made a note. You're right, we've had one county with the stay-at-home orders. That is a distinction from Wyoming, perhaps, to other states. But what I do want to draw everyone's attention to is the fact that as soon as the state and county health officer orders went into place, there was a corresponding responsibility for certain businesses to close, for certain businesses to alter their hours or the way that they operate. And you did have counties responding. You mentioned Niobrara County as one example, and I remember distinctly talking to the chairman of that commission and him relating the immediate action that the sheriff's office took to go out and ensure that the community was responding to those orders, that the businesses were acting appropriately, and to follow that. And there's been a corresponding responsibility on local law enforcement at the county level, and in particular, to continue to enforce the county health officer orders. That is the law enforcement entity that addresses county health officer orders, because under the county orders, we have not had county health officers employing their own police force. They have to depend on that response. You've also had, of course, the responsibility to ensure that that they're going to residences and understanding what the conditions might be at those particular places, performing medical isolation and other things that are appropriate. I also wanted to just note that this connection to stay-at-home orders in terms of those states that are following the approach that I mentioned are not correlated. I know that I'll just give you a handful of examples that I know of states that are in fact reimbursing 100% for local law enforcement. And those include Montana, Arizona, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and North Dakota. North Dakota is doing it for 7 months of this year. And in each of those, I think in each one of those examples, none of them had a straight stay-at-home order throughout the period of this pandemic. Some have had to institute that in some regard, but they are nonetheless in other states allowing for this law enforcement reimbursement. So we do again request your favorable consideration of the county requests that are coming forward.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. And thank you, Jeremiah. That's very helpful and really is. Ms. Monger, is there any further comment?
Mr. Chair, no. I would say that we did listen to the recording that Mr. Riemann is talking about. It's not widely available. This isn't official fact or guidance from Treasury. It was actually on a call that we couldn't even get ourselves. We had to have Mr. Riemann send it to us because Treasury only spoke on the condition that it not be recorded and be available. So we are very hesitant to rely on that recording when it's not otherwise supported. But we did listen to it. Actually, if we listened to that recording, we would think the pro rata approach is probably not available. It's one of the things that actually made us very nervous about the pro rata approach. So we have sort of decided that we can't rely on that. But even within that, let me say that I appreciate what Mr. Ryman is saying, but what that guidance says when it talks about the presumption on public safety and public health is that, and it's got pieces in front of it and behind it. And so what it says, the fund is designed to provide ready funding to address unforeseen financial needs and risks created by the COVID-19 public health emergency. For this reason, and as a matter of administrative convenience, in light of the emergency nature of this program, a state, territorial, local, or tribal government may presume that all payroll costs for public health and public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency, unless the chief executive or equivalent of the relevant government determines that specific circumstances indicate otherwise. And what we are saying when we look at that is that you have to justify that somehow. And that's why we've come to you on this policy determination of, do you feel comfortable making the presumption that 100% of public safety workers were substantially dedicated to mitigating and responding to the COVID emergency? And so that is the sort of the part of that goes with it. The very next, and these are some of the first facts that ever came out from Treasury, and the very next one says, it talks about substantially different as it relates to the budget, but in here they talk about this would include, for example, the cost of redeploying correction staff to enable compliance with COVID public health precautions through work in such enhanced sanitation, enforcing social distancing measures, the cost of redeploying police to support management and enforcement of stay-at-home orders. And so they're clearly thinking about this patrol officer in that context of supporting these public health orders. And I understand that maybe other states are doing it a different way. I will say that in Colorado, they are doing it on just the I think maybe a more restrictive way, at least as to their state employees, where you have to show that that job was substantially dedicated. They're not allowing for the pro rata approach. And what I will say is we're trying our best to make sure that we get this right. And this is where we sort of end up at is, do we think we could justify saying that 100% of these, every public safety worker is substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding? Our response to that is no, but if you can show us, and what Mr. Riemann said is exactly the type of justification we're looking for. So somebody can come to us and say, listen, our sheriff's office, they had completely different jobs once this went into place. They were doing all of these things, and we think it's 100%. That's all that we're asking for, is that justification to help support that presumption.
Mr. Secretary.
On the previous quote where it goes through and says, unless the chief executive officer, will you read that again? Because I'm trying to determine whether or not the presumption is that you are substantially related, or these types of folks who are doing substantially related.
Sure. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I can reread it for you, but I do think that what it is you can presume it unless, because what it does say, unless the chief executive of the relevant government determines that the specific circumstance indicate otherwise.
Will you read it for me again?
I will. For this reason, and as a matter of administrative convenience, in light of the emergency nature of this program, a state, territorial, local, or tribal government may presume that payroll costs for public health and public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency, unless the chief executive or equivalent of the relevant government determines that specific circumstance indicates otherwise.
And it said public health and safety employees.
Yeah, public health or public safety.
See, to me, that sounds like that's a flat-out presumption now. Because they're saying unless the chief executive says otherwise, which I don't know why they put that in there, because no one's ever going to say otherwise, but the mayor of the town is going to say, no. I mean, there's a lot of authority there.
Well, so, and Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, that's why that language has to mean something, right? Unless the chief executive determines otherwise, which means that the presumption isn't just the presumption, right? If it was just a presumption and it was no matter what your situation, just take all of your public health officers. That's all it'd say, right? But what it does say is unless the specific circumstances determine otherwise. And our reading of that is you've got to make some determination that the presumption is reasonable.
And the other point, Mr. Chairman, from Ms. Munger, I agree with that in the sense that, you know, we're having this whole discussion over presumption and we talk about statutory construction. And if Congress wanted to say, states, we're going to reimburse you 100% for all law enforcement, firefighter, any public safety, health, period, they would have said that. That's my other way of thinking about this is, like you said, the words mean something, otherwise they wouldn't be there. And conversely, they could have said precisely in black and white had that been their intent.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, that's correct. And even if Congress didn't do it, if that was Treasury's intent, they could have said that in black and white. Not that Treasury in any way, shape, or form has provided anything so well-defined in terms of guidance or facts. I hope we're not in trouble for disparaging Treasury. They're doing a fine job. I can only imagine how difficult their job is in providing all of this information. But it is just so vague and, do what you think is best, but if you do it wrong, we're coming back for you. So that is the part too, is that if it had just been a straight presumption, you wouldn't have these other qualifiers to it.
Please.
May I just suggest for the group, if we want to set a floor for this and we want to start with the interpretation that 51% means substantially related, if we were to later learn something in the rest of the year, because we're doing kind of the allocation formula that changes our mind on that, I guess really there'd be nothing to prevent us from coming back and saying, yes, we finally got more guidance, or we got, more information, and it is 100%. Perhaps there's some holdback there that we could then do 100%. But right now, what I would say, this is just for discussion to start it, was that the 51% satisfies the two elements of substantially related and non-budgeted, because we've determined that substantially different use satisfies the non-budgeted requirement. So if you use the 51%, at least that would be my position, you've satisfied that your duties were substantially related and that they were indeed non-budgeted, because by definition, it would have been for a substantially different use under the fact that you provided. And then start from there, and then they have to choose whether or not they go. I guess from under that, I would choose to do the 100% if it were me, and then they'd have to provide documentation that the Attorney General's office deemed defensible for the state of Wyoming. Just my opening thought on this.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I do note that Eric Bowley has his hand raised, and I also note that Gilbert Nelson wrote, does law enforcement now facing COVID with every stop or person they come in contact with not substantially dedicate their time to COVID? It does still go with their normal duties, but it is still COVID related. They are on the front lines, tourist, Sturgis Rally, et cetera, only increases their chances of exposure, and then limiting our law enforcement on our streets, et cetera. And them having to wear PPE every shift substantially changes their jobs, and they didn't have to do before, correct? ? Some smaller departments, jails, are smaller than others. They cannot reappoint staff to do their other tasks. They have to do it all. Detention staff are just at risk. They book the possible exposure, take the temp, wear PPE as well. Just my thoughts. Thank you all. So with that, I guess, Ben, if Eric wants to speak.
Thank you, Governor, Chairman Gordon, and committee members. I just wanted to add to what Mr. Ryman had mentioned, and I think it's important that we try to get this money out as quickly as we can, and I understand the concern, but I'll tell you, I'm hearing from county health officers around the state where there's talk of furloughing the public health nurses, and that's concerning. They don't have the funds right now to take care of that. But the public health nurses are our first line of defense. They're doing all the testing in some of our small communities. I just think that we need to find some common ground here. And some of this, to me, makes so much sense that we should be able to just get those funds approved. And I think some of those public health officers, or I'm sorry, public health nurses are state employees. I think some are county employees. But either way, I think that CARES funding is 100% set aside to help them so that they can continue to do the testing to keep the spread at a minimum and to provide services in those communities. So I just think there are certain areas where I think we could expedite this and get the funding out quicker. With that, I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bowley. Well, I think the Secretary has put a notion on the floor, and maybe we should talk about it a little bit. My sense here, Board, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to recommend the approach, is that we ultimately are the ones putting ourselves and the state at risk. We have the accountability to make this choice and stand behind it. So should there be an audit, the state is the one that will fully, and it would be nice if the towns and counties would step forward if for some reason it gaps, but I have no expectation that would necessarily happen. So I think this choice is squarely on our shoulders, and I just wanted to make that point before we get into this discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah. As far as the different presumptions and these different classifications of employees, I'm assuming that the classifications of employees are are defined and enumerated. And there's not a lot of discussion about those ones that are presumed. Would that be a correct assumption?
Ms. Monger.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, you'd like to think that that would be a correct presumption, but it's never that black and white. So it talks about public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 health emergency. So somebody who maybe doesn't traditionally fall into that class, but they get redeployed to something that falls into that class, or what does that class mean exactly is not exactly clear, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, okay, Mr. Chairman, I think there's enough meat on that to actually have what I would say is that all of the specific ones that were mentioned, I think can have the automatic presumption to go to 100%. Now, the qualifying ones in that, or other people who, and you know, that brought up the tail end of that, those are the ones that I think that you have to absolutely, to get 100% on that, you have to provide documentation. Because I feel reasonably good about not having problems with you know, our police officers or public health nurses, those people that essentially are necessarily known to take the brunt of this. Now, the other ones that may or may not fall into those categories, I think they have to actually have the documentation. And I guess I feel comfortable with the 100% presumption, you know, with that understanding.
Okay, and Deputy Monger, one quick question. These policy decisions we make for local government really ought to have parity with state government, it seems to me, as well. So if that's the case, then there's perhaps a presumption on 100% of YDOT employees, et cetera. Would that be a correct parity?
Mr. Chair, actually, it's funny because when this came up, that's exactly what I said. Well, if this is what we're doing, we should take 100% of our Department of Corrections, 100% of our Highway Patrol, 100% of our Department of Health, and do it that way. If that is what we're talking about in terms of parity, yes, I do think that's exactly right. And the one thing I did want to mention to Mr. Bully's comment is, I believe that all the public health requests, so all the requests that were payroll for public health nurses, those are on your consent list. And that's what we're saying. Like, it's not that hard. If you tell us you want a public health nurse for COVID, you're going to get it. And those go on the consent list, and those aren't difficult. And even if you tell us why you need the other one, you know, and you support it, you're going to get that. So it's not like we're actually trying to keep people from doing it. We're just asking them to justify it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it certainly is a can of worms. What is the pleasure of the board here? And I do note this is a complicated conversation, and so I know we have a number of people online. So I guess the question I am going to pose is, does this need to be settled absolutely today? Or is it a good conversation that can be more informed, that we can lay on the table and then take from the table, at a later meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get the local governments done today. But what you want to do with the parity for state employees, that doesn't really concern me as much as getting the funds out to the local government, to our local law enforcement, to our local public health officials, our county nurses, and that I think that we can come to a resolution on that. The rest of it, you're the executive of the state. I think that you can have a different model if you so choose. But I'd like to get the local governments taken care of, and to the testimony of some of these folks running out of money and having to furlough perhaps public health officials within the county. That's problematic. I think it's a little short-sighted to run them clear down to the end of their ability to provide health services.
Okay. Auditor or superintendent, any particular notions here? I think we have two that are on the table, if I'm following this. One is 51 and one is 100%. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, actually, it would be a single motion for discussion purposes, I guess.
Okay.
But it was basically, I'll explain it first and then see what you think, but it was basically that any of these positions have to be substantially related to treatment and mitigation of COVID. And I think that if that could be met, then under the 100% scenario that the Attorney General laid out for us, then those payroll expenses would be 100% reimbursed. And so that's money that we could vote on today, and then the various entities would provide the proper documentation to the AG's office. Mm-hmm. And like the deputy said, it doesn't have to be timesheets and minutia. It just has to be a narrative that tells us exactly what that group of employees is doing. So as soon as those pieces of information came back, then the funds could be dispersed. But I say we start with the idea that they would have to show 51%, and then I think that satisfies both the elements of substantially related and the non-budgeted requirement. Because if it's substantially related, then to me that automatically means it was substantially different use for those employees that were diverted to COVID activity. And so we start with that. And if later on we determine that, it's changed, or if Congress takes further action and we know that we can do 100% on some presumption, then maybe we hold back money, and I leave it to our folks that are keeping track of the numbers to tell us, how we're doing as we go along, doling out the money. But we could always come back and say, for those that we didn't fund because you couldn't show us 51%, we've gotten additional guidance. Here you go. And I think it's a great starting place so that, as the treasurer said, we can start moving this to the local governments and get this money going. Because the faster we do it, the faster they get the documentation, the faster the money goes out. And really, to me, that's the best approach in my mind. And it also leaves open the option of being more lenient if we get more information in the future that supports that.
Okay,
So if you
so
want me
you're
to
making that
state it-
in the form of a motion?
If it was clear, I will, or I can state it in the form of a motion. You good?
I would.
So moved.
Do we have a clarity on that motion? Okay.
I believe the motion was that they have to first prove that their job is 51% are dedicated to COVID, correct? And then they have to demonstrate that to us, to provide the documentation and the demonstration to the AG in my office in the form of a narrative.
That's essentially it. You know, there are other things. You know, we talked about public health nurses and things like that. If someone's been furloughed and it's an essential job, it's pretty clear to me that would be 100% reimbursed. So the example, Mr. Bully, if there are counties that are furloughing public health nurses, you know, we need to have a conversation very quickly to get 100% of that money back out the door, because that's a no-brainer to me. For the rest of these, though, yeah, the 51% it satisfies both the elements which the Attorney General has basically told us that we would need to satisfy. And the nice thing is that the 51%, then it's 100% reimbursement. So you're there. And again, the documentation is just what the deputy had said. It doesn't have to be anything. And maybe they could issue some type of guidance to them to say, this is what we want from you in the form of a narrative, A, B, C, and D. Done.
Good.
Mr. Chairman?
Or did I muddy that up?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess the question I have when it comes to guidance, there's some discussion about, just your regular law enforcement officer during now the new normal course of his duties, essentially has to exhibit protocols which protect both himself and the public from COVID. And I'm just wondering if just the change in protocols to protect himself and the public from COVID and his duties would be allowed for, I guess, one of the guidelines as far as contributing to the 100%.
So, Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate your comments. I was going to get a second before we had.
I thought you had seconded it.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. It's been moved and seconded, and you're back in order. My presumption would be, Mr. Treasurer, that probably would take a little bit of analysis on that perspective, because presumably everybody's going to take precautions to some degree. So, but I appreciate what your line of thinking. So, is there further discussion?
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer, I will come back to you. I saw the superintendent. So, please, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate this discussion, and even though this issue is really complicated, I think it's very vital and important that we put some guardrails and bumpers up where they need to be placed. From my reading, there's really no way that a local entity couldn't get to the same end with or without those bumpers. However, it provides the documentation that we need, because the last thing that we want as a state is to have our errors be discovered when none of us are up on the dais and by the federal government down the road with an audit, which could potentially happen. So I appreciate the guardrails that we're putting back up. I know it causes some additional work for local governments right now, but in the end, it avoids either a rework process or a payback process, or God forbid, an audit down the road, an audit finding down the road by the federal government. So again, I just I appreciate the complications in this issue, and you know, I think part of it is that we don't have a lot of context on the CARES Act or on the guidance from Treasury in terms of, okay, it's been tried and true, and this is what's working other places, because not only do we not have that, but Wyoming has some unique circumstances as well. And so these truly are uncharted waters, and we kind of have to steer the ship through them, and appreciate the ability to have this discussion in public, to engage local governments in the discussion, and again, to put up some guardrails that hopefully get everyone to the same outcome, but just with all of the steps along the way taken care of. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I agree with the 51% and the basis for the motion of the secretary. However, I think the need to implement it with law enforcement and public health people is just unnecessary, frankly. But
I think the treasurer's phone is locked up, or his connection's locked up. So I'll recognize him if he's able to come back. There he is. We missed your last bits of comments, sir.
Oh, I would just say it's rhetorical. I think it's unnecessary for law enforcement and public health for the local governments. I think it's a good standard for everybody else. If you want to impose that, I just think it just causes some unnecessary work for part of the employees of the local governments. But we can just move on, because I want to try to get out of here before midnight, I guess.
Okay, and I did see that, and the hand really never went down, so I don't know if Jeremiah still wants to speak to this.
Yeah, Governor, I
Mr.
appreciate the opportunity. I've made my point on these other things, and I'll let you all debate where this should end up, and certainly hope that you might adopt our position. But I did want to just make one comment quickly about this audit piece of the equation and the potential of payback. And I certainly appreciate the state's desire to avoid the risk. But I want to point out quickly that as local governments are coming forward for this funding, as part of the application process, they have to certify that they're going to pay this money back within 15 days if there is some sort of a negative audit finding. And so I would suggest that local governments are putting themselves at the most risk here, that despite what the Attorney General's office or this group determines, the local governments are going to be responsible for paying that money back to the state in short order. And I know, Governor, you mentioned a couple of things earlier about non-payback of debt. I don't know the history of some of those pieces, but I would suggest that the state has plenty of mechanisms, whether that's direct distribution withholdings or sales and use tax withholdings, to get the money back if it wasn't able to capture that through the process. So I just wanted to respond to that, that the state is taking the full risk. The state is not taking the full risk. That is a burden that we're also engaged in.
So, Mr. Riemann, I appreciate that, but I think we're trading in things that cannot be foreseen. In the case of several of these examples, there just wasn't anything there. which is why I brought up the analogy of the local government subdivision issuing debt to pay that back to state. I really look at it in those terms, and there are constitutional issues that are associated with that. And I think future taxpayers may not look thoughtfully on, a less than thorough examination. I think we want to have a reasonable presumption that we will survive an audit. I'm not saying there's one necessarily coming, but when you look at this state compared to 44% of our normal budget compared to what any other state got, Wyoming is going to be in the crosshairs regardless of administration, and there will be some view at whether these funds were spent properly. And rather than saying that some future small government entity should stand for the sins of today, I think it's important that this board recognize that they may well and will stand for that if there are garnishments on MRGs or other things. And I just want to be prepared for that. I appreciate the sentiment. I just, can't feel that we should burden any of your successors or any of our successors with those issues. So I appreciate the comment. Madam Auditor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a couple notes. First off, in regards, there's a lot of comments about the audit that may happen from the feds, and I tend to agree with you that there's going to be some level of review probably no matter what, but we keep saying, oh, maybe it'll happen, probably it'll happen. The other thing that's important to note is the state is subject to an external audit annually, as are all of the counties, et cetera, but the state has to have an annual compliance audit. And what the compliance audit, that's also known as a single audit or a OMB A133 audit, that audit is very, very intense and goes throughout all the federal funds we receive. And the purpose of that audit is to report on our compliance with federal guidelines for each type of federal money we spend. It is clear that the CARES Act will be incorporated into our compliance audit. So even on the off chance that the feds do not come to audit these funds, again, recognizing that's an unlikely scenario, our external auditors will report to the feds. They're required to report findings and question costs to the federal government on these funds. So that rolling the dice on luck there just doesn't work out because they're required to opine on our compliance. A couple other notes, Governor, and I guess this is kind of a question for Brandy as well. I mean, the guidance does say that you as the chief executive of the relevant government gets to make this decision. So I would just point that out and say, thank you for letting us participate in that, unless you, but I think the way I'm interpreting that is you could make this decision on your own without input and have the right to do so. The other, in regards to the Secretary's motion, which I think is a conservative and probably wise way to go, I'd really like to be able to get to the 100% today. The interesting thing is when you look at the guidance versus the FAQs, I tend to weight the guidance heavier than the FAQs. Now that may or may not be a valid delineation, but I think the guidance is probably going to carry a little more weight. I see that on the guidance, it's pretty clear that payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees still have to be substantially dedicated. So I get that the attorneys have ended up there. That's starting to make sense. So I guess my final question for Brandy might be, what sort of documentation, say I'm the town of, say I'm the city of Riverton, what sort of documentation might you be anticipating for me to tell you that my police force is 51%? Would a one paragraph narrative work? I know you said you don't need payroll records. I just provide me with some comfort. We've been talking a lot about administrative burden to the cities, towns, and counties, which I'm sensitive to, but recognizing they're going to have to dig up when the audit does come around, they're going to have to dig up a lot of records anyway. So what are you anticipating for something like that, Brandy?
Mr. Chair, Auditor Racines, I think that's exactly what we're anticipating, and we call it a narrative. What we don't know as we sit here is what happened in those counties or in those cities, and that's what the folks who are on the ground in the counties and cities know. So what we're looking for is for them to tell us, here's how these folks were substantially dedicated in our minds. Here's the actions that they took. And so that we have that information and we can put it in our file and we can feel good that those folks were in fact at least 51% substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency. So that's all we're really looking for. We've gotten some documentation in the form of timesheets or job descriptions, and we don't need that. But what we need you to tell us is, for this category of workers, here's how their jobs changed, and here's what they did. Here's what our sheriff's department had to do. Here's what our corrections folks had to do. Here's what our clerk of court was doing. So those sorts of narratives are really what we're looking for to tell us how these folks were engaged in substantially mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency.
And Auditor, I wasn't clear in your comments, but I think the proposal is if that documentation can be provided, 100% of the compensation is provided.
Mr. Chair, yes, that would be correct, that if they are providing us the documentation on the 51, that at least 51% of their duties, then they could get the presumption on the 100%. The one thing that I do just want to mention, because I don't want the folks who maybe don't think they can say honestly that they had people who were 51% dedicated, we would still like to also offer sort of the pro rata approach for those entities, that's a better method for them. And then they can just provide us the time that was actually dedicated and we can just payroll on that basis. So we would also like to be able to do that.
So Mr. Chairman, can I just have a quick follow-up?
Sure, thank you, Auditor.
I guess the point I'm getting at is the position, Mr. Rieman's position, again, which is not unreasonable in any way, and the motion that is before us, they're not nearly as far apart as they seem on the face. The difference is potentially a less than one-page narrative justifying why, which I think for the quantity of money and the risk, and again, the liability risk, whether it rests with the state or the county or the municipality, at the end of the day, that matters less to me because we all lose. The state sucking the money back from the town or county that can't afford it in 5 or 6 years is also a really crappy outcome. So that's, just getting comfort that we're going to be able to take it back doesn't make me feel great. But I guess that's my point is the only thing that's separating us is a couple of paragraphs on a one-page paper, which I think for these dollar amounts, is not unreasonable.
Fair enough. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? I see David Miller.
Yeah, this is Dave. Am I
Hi.
here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I would like to go after Court McGuffey, if that's possible, Governor.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Absolutely, we'll do that. So we'll hold on till we get there. Is it somebody else? Nope. Okay. So on the matter before us, we have the motion. It's a one-part motion. Brandy, just for future discussion, what's the pleasure of the board? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye if you're here, or thumbs up if you're on the screen. So I have 2 thumbs up and an aye. If you're opposed to the motion, Treasurer Meyer is opposed to the motion. The motion carries. So now we have maybe 2 options ahead of us. One is to consider a pro rata formulation for people that can't get quite there. And I'm going to suggest that we do that. Perhaps Brandy, you can make a recommendation, and we can quickly get through that, and then we can get to the other matters.
Mr. Chair, yes, we'd just like to also provide that that an entity can choose to go on a pro rata basis, providing the amount of time that was actually spent, even if it was less than 51%. And they would also just need to support that with the same sort of narrative statement that we're asking for on the other approach as well.
Would anyone like to make that as a motion? It's been moved by the secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
One question I have for Brandy, and I already asked this, but just, my mic was off. I already asked this, but the idea that they would have to use one method or the other, could you explain that again quickly so that those listening understand what's required between the 2 options?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, yes. And so our rationale for this is that we are still a little uncertain about the pro rata method. And I think Auditor Racines appropriately noted that the guidance and Treasury really does talk about this on a per job basis. But when we look through it, we think we can justify it. But one of the ways that we think we can justify it is that you have to be consistent. And so if you're allowing them to be consistent or allowing them to do pro rata for the people who it's convenient for, but then do the presumption on others, that isn't consistent. So what we're just trying to do is to say that we were consistent in our approach if we allowed the pro rata.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, or a thumbs up if you're on screen. So, and an aye, that motion carries. Thanks. Now it seems that we have a list in front of us for that is the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program, August 6, 2020, State Loan and Investment Board meeting, applications requesting reimbursements for payroll. And I have a request from Eric Boley that the 3 hospitals be pulled off of that. I'm going to recommend this be a consent list. We can either do it by recommending the whole list, or we can recommend it and then withdraw those 3 if that's the view of the board, or we can just move the other as a consent list. If that director gives you enough guidance to be able to allocate this. I'm on the payroll request. I think that's the next one on the.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the
okay?
payroll request has 28.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Superintendent.
could you just point out which application numbers those are?
Okay, so if we move to consent list that was really, I think, mostly related to law enforcement, you have 5 items on there? Yeah, well, and I'm assuming what Mr. Boley is referencing is item number 1 on the list, Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Item number 4, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. Item number 5, Teton County Hospital District. And those would be the 3 hospitals. So the items that would be amenable to a consent list, if that was the desire of the board, would be item number 2, City of Cheyenne payroll reimbursement. Item number 3, City of Riverton payroll SA. Split application, okay. Item number 6, Town of Star Valley Ranch payroll. 7, Town of Evansville payroll SA. Teton County, item number 8, payroll. 9, Sheridan County Travel and Tourism Joint Powers Board recovery marking. Is it marking or marketing? I think it is marketing and promotions. 10, Albany County Government Public Health Advocates. 11, Town of Glenrock payroll. 12, Campbell County payroll. 13, Casper Natrona County International Airport payroll. 14, Board of Commissioners Converse County payroll. 15, Laramie County Library System payroll. 16, City of Laramie public personal protection equipment split application. And I'm thinking that one might actually be able to be handled elsewhere. 17, City of Laramie payroll. 18, City of Laramie payroll. 19, City of Laramie payroll. 20, City of Laramie payroll recreation facilities. 21, City of Laramie payroll downtown economic stimulus, public safety. 22, Weston County Board of Commissioners payroll. 23, Town of Jackson payroll. 24, City of Douglas payroll. 25, Fremont County Government payroll. 26, Town of Rolling Hills payroll. 27, Johnson County payroll. 28, Town of Buffalo payroll, law enforcement and dispatch.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for a point of clarification, by passing this on consent, it's your intention that these be subject to the compliance with the 2, either the pro rata or the other demonstration of 51% as just voted on by the board.
That is my view. I thought those were both policy. So we have a hand up from Mr. Boley.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, I apologize for a little bit of confusion here. I didn't understand that we were dealing with all of the requests and that the guidance that you'd provided was for hospitals as well. I'd actually like to include them in the consent agenda, but I believe one of the requests is a carryover from our last conversation when we had our July 16th meeting. And I'm not sure those funds have been expended at this point. And so I kind of jumped the gun there. So I apologize for that. But the other 2, the Sweetwater County and the Cheyenne Regional, are new requests. And I think they've provided enough backup that they should be able to be reimbursed for those.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. So with that comment, I guess we can move the entire list. If that be the case, and I don't think that this refines, it doesn't supersede necessarily the motions we took earlier. So they're all subject to further review. And by that I mean the receipts that come in as people are paying for these things go through the process that Beth has. And essentially what we're doing by this process is eliminating that first step. So
for the entities that do the pro rata, when they do request their reimbursement, we will need a timesheet with them just to verify the numbers of hours they worked. So that'll be one thing that will be required when they request their reimbursement. for the pro rata rate.
Okay. Beth, is there a chance that, I mean, I don't want to have a multi-page document, but just some really quick guidance that can be provided with this? Okay, if somebody wants to move this list as a consent list, I would certainly entertain that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move as a consent list. I guess I need a second and then I have a question.
It's been moved and seconded. And this is now the list that includes every project, including the 3 hospitals. And so that motion is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Madam Officer.
I'm trying to think on the fly here, so this is a question for OSLI or Brandy perhaps. You know, I just want to say this out loud for anybody that might be tuning in. The amount actually requested could end up being drastically different than what is ultimately sent out. But the question going the other way is if an entity's payroll could actually be amended to include more based on the policy decisions we just made, or would they just have to make a follow-up request at a later time?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe it's going to be dependent on what's decided with the allocation, because if an allocation is determined, then this kind of application wouldn't be necessary, I wouldn't think. So.
Thanks for that clarification. I was just thinking, for example, if an entity submitted 3/4 of their payroll for their police force, well, if 3/4 was justifiable, then 100% is. But that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
You had mentioned something about number 16 on PPE. Would you like to remove that from the consent list?
No, I think if, I don't know exactly what that request is.
It includes personnel expenses for fire and EMS. It also includes payroll. The name just didn't get changed. So that was
Okay.
a mistake. I apologize.
All right. Thanks. No, I think we're good.
And then now's a good time. Now that we're on hospitals, especially, the Senate file says that if you provide grants for expenses incurred by Wyoming healthcare providers, et cetera, that, well, actually it's you, or we, would by rule or order adopt provisions to ensure that adequate consideration is provided to the state for the expenditure of public funds. What does that mean?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I think that was a concern about 16.6 and making sure that if you were expending funds that you were getting consideration back. It's what you do with business counsel, right? When you are giving government money to private entities, the 16.6 of the Constitution says that you can only do that if there's adequate consideration to the entity. I will say I'm not sure that our rules actually address that, to be perfectly honest with you, Secretary. One of the things, though, that I will say is that our office has opined that we don't believe these funds are subject to 16.6 because 16.6 talks about the state's funds. And we have always viewed these as absolutely not our funds, right? There's something very different than our funds. So yeah, I don't know if there's a follow-up question to that, but I think that that's what that alluded to, was making sure that we weren't having constitutional 16.6 problems.
Okay. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up if you're on screen, or an aye. I get an aye here. 1, 2, 3 thumbs up. That is the consent list. Now I would entertain a motion to adopt I guess, the director's recommendations, but they're not director's recommendations, to adopt the funding that is suggested on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
As an allocation. Yep, please, go ahead.
I would move for adoption of the consent list consisting of items 1 through 28. Pending review and final approval by the Office of State Lands Investments and the Attorney General's Office.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. That motion carries. Thanks. Next matter, another easy one.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to that other sort of middle gray area bucket for the board's consideration. In your materials, you should have a table that's called Coronavirus Relief Grant Program, August 6, 2020, State Loan and Investment Board meeting. Applications requesting reimbursement for capital construction, HVAC, and other items. And I believe you were each provided with some summary sheets by the Attorney General's office that kind of give a high overview of each one of these items. There are 37 in total. And so I'm guessing we're going to see some trends here as we move forward, correct, Deputy Monger?
Mr. Chair, and this is where I'll turn it over to the people who actually did all of the work on this, which are Pat Miller and James Peters in our office, and they're both on the line for any questions that you all might have for them.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, it might just be easier to take them one at a time. And as there are some similarities, but there are some differences too. And I'm happy to lead that discussion, or if Jim and Pat want to, that either way is fine. I guess I can just start.
Okay, thank you, Director.
The first one is the North Lincoln County Hospital District renovations in the amount of $332,996. These are actually two requests, which have been separated from their consent list application. $24,316 is for a care center bathing area, $308,680 for an OB suite. The applicant has explained that the additional bathing area is required so the facility can segregate COVID-19 positive patients from COVID-19 negative patients, and that regarding the OB suite, the applicant noted that the construction is necessary to separate the labor and delivery area from the medical surgical area in order to limit exposure of obstetrics patients to COVID-19. The concern with both of these requests really is that timeline. These are, they're going to require what we understand to be significant construction, and under the CARES Act, these sorts of projects would need to be completed by December 30th of 2020, and we are unaware of any professional estimates or other timelines on completion of these projects. And Pat and Jim, if you're on the line, if I've missed something, feel free to chime in.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
So simply to state this properly, I guess the issue here is under the current legislation that we have in front of us now, if these funds are not expended and the project is not complete by the end of this year, then the entity is going to have to be responsible for completing the project, whatever part is left undone. Is that's a fair assumption?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Then, if the Senate bill that is currently Is that what you were referring to? Or no, you're talking about the Wyoming Senate. So the Senate bill that is currently in Washington, if that passes in its current form, God willing, then that extends the timeline and changes the distribution. But that is not a thing in evidence at this point.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we are dealing with these better be done. And there is, just for clarity, there's no obligation on the part of the state to provide the funds that are necessary to finish the project should it not be finished. Is that a fair comment from my fellow board members? Okay. With those caveats, do we want to, yep. Okay, Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for the Deputy Director. When we talk about completion of projects, I could see this as a very real scenario. We have some asks that undoubtedly other states are asking for the same types of materials and fixtures to complete construction. And I wonder if some of those FF&E, am I saying that right? I think I am. Anyway, fixtures, we'll just call them fixtures. If some of those fixtures or equipment are out of stock, but we are able to encumber the funds to finish those, does that, I guess I'm kind of looking for a little bit of a definition around completion, because I do think that that's a really important nuance for us to at least lay on the table as guidance for entities as they move forward. What does completion mean? If completion of a wing that has new equipment or completion of a room that has new equipment that's not available but paid for, does that constitute as being complete?
And Mr. Chairman, I can attempt to answer that. And Madam Superintendent, so the guidance actually sort of was updated June 30th, and it provided a little bit more nuance onto this idea of expended by December 30th, because when the act first came out, what it does say is that it has to be expended, not just encumbered by December 30th. So they've provided a little bit of leniency on that. And one of the things that it does allow for is if you had the anticipation that something would come by December 30th and for reasons that are outside your control, but you were told that it would be there by December 30th, but then it isn't, you can still get reimbursed for that. But you can't be trying to encumber funds for something you know you will not get by December 30th, as it sits right now within the guidance. And there's also a fact out there that talks about how you can't prepay contracts if it would be outside your normal course of business. So I'm not sure if that helps, but the idea is that it's supposed to be expended. There are some exceptions, but I think they're extraordinarily narrow.
Thank you, Deputy and Deputy Director, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. So what is the pleasure of the board on this? Do you want to walk down through each of these, take comment, then deal with them as a consent? Do you want to pass them one at a time? What's your view? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to suggest that what we do is we go down, pass them one at a time. Are there any particular comments on the North Lincoln County Hospital District renovations? Jim or Pat, are there any comments that you would have on these?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
Okay. All right.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Auditor,
I apologize. I should have asked this question about 90 seconds ago. For staff or for the director, these are sort of in our policy decision-making bucket. And so I guess my question is, these on this list, there's potentially some chance of them being done. Is that an accurate statement?
I would say that the applicants in their application said that they could be done. We do not have the firm confirmation from contractors per se that say that they can be done.
And so, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, I'm wondering if, how, or if the assertions, the guardrails around the assertion from a contractor that we used in the first meeting might come up through each of these.
thank you, Auditor. Beth, you had.
Mr. Chairman, rather than getting the assertion from the contractor, which we think is going to be extremely difficult, and our other entities are having a problem with that, it may be more beneficial to put a condition that the project has to be complete. That way you don't have a bunch of half-completed projects around the state. And if it goes past the timeline, if you haven't expended all of our funds, you know that you're in it for the rest of the project to complete it. Maybe a better approach, I'm not sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, we would not start reimbursing until the project is complete, or we would reimburse as these funds were expended?
Beth?
We would reimburse as the funds were expended, but come December 15th, when our cutoff date is, as of right now, if the project's not complete and our money is gone, they still have to complete the project with their own funds or another source of funds.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to muddy up things further, but now I have a question for Brandy. If we had a project that's, say, $6 million and we end up putting $4 million into it, does that put in jeopardy the $4 million that we did spend if that project isn't able to be completed?
And Mr. Chair and Madam Auditor, and I might ask Jim or Pat to step in here, but I do think this is, as we talk about sort of policy decisions, this is sort of our concern. I do think that a lot of the hospital requests are going on the idea of pay up until December 30th, and then whatever's left over we'll just be responsible for. But from our perspective, if we're paying for something that we don't believe is going to be done by December 30th, it creates a couple of problems with that request. One, can we really say that it was necessary to respond to this COVID-19 emergency? And the second is, if you have all these half-completed projects around the state because they ran out of money, can we say that it was necessary to respond to the COVID-19 emergency? So those are sort of our concerns, and I think that Pat might have a little bit more to offer on this, but that's really where some of these things came from, is we just don't want a bunch of half-completed projects because they ran out of time before it was done. So,
and Brandy, I think the other concern that you brought up is that the construction that's really conceived of in the CARES Act is temporary. So if it's half completed and you cover it with visqueen, does that?
Mr. Chair, you just put a tent up over it.
No, but seriously, on that, the other matter was really the issue is more of a temporary kind of nature, if I understood you correctly.
Mr. Chair, and yes, and I think you've said that much better than I did, actually, but these funds were always meant to deal with the immediate health crisis. And there's one of the facts that talk about, and the question is weird because it talks about, can you do it for capital construction, for economic development? And then they answer it in a way that says, well, no, unless, it's necessary for, to address the COVID-19, but a temporary hospital or other things that are necessary to meet medical needs and their associated construction costs would be okay. And that's sort of what we relied on. But I do think you get into the issue of, is it really necessary? And is it really appropriate for these funds if you can't get it up and it can't be available to respond to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis?
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to hear Mr. Secretary and then you, Mr. Treasurer.
And we may have talked about this in the last meeting, but we talked about bonds. So to me, if a contractor says they can get it done, you hold their feet to the fire with some type of performance bond. And if you can't get that, that should be a really good indication to you that it's not going to happen. And then we avoid having the project even begin unless it can be completed. Couldn't we put something like that on it, and they're not going to get started if they don't really believe they can finish it.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, that is actually what we did. And we did get, and I looked to Beth and Patrick and Miller from my office on this, but we were basically told exactly that. No one's going to agree to this, and we can't get a contractor to do this. And because we did take that advice, and that is what we did on some of these.
Okay. Did I see you wave your hand, Superintendent? Okay. So I think there are a number of policy calls here with this first one.
May I ask one other question?
Please, the Superintendent.
So just to clarify, the items on this list, I mean, it's a policy call, but they're not on the no fund list either. But I mean, because for example, I look at the OB suite, and my first consideration is to say no on that, because I don't discount the importance of such a thing. It's just that, one thing begat to another, and it's all could be COVID related if you want it to be, but is it really COVID related? And I look at that and I say, no, that's not.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, I think that is a very fair assessment on your part, because we look at it too and say, well, this doesn't seem necessary. But what I do think is also true is that people don't want OSLI or the Attorney General's office being the one who says, well, that doesn't look necessary. And so that's why they end up on your list.
So, okay, I'm going to amend my proposal here, because I guess here was my view as we'd walk through piece by piece. But maybe what we should do is, if there are no questions on the first part, item number 1, North Lincoln County Hospital District renovations. If there are no further questions, let's move on to North Lincoln County Hospital District HVAC. So we get a sense of the scope of these proposals, and then we can come back. Any questions on the renovations part? Hearing none. Let's talk about the HVAC.
Mr. Chairman, the next item, number 2, the North Lincoln County Hospital District HVAC. They're requesting $245,541 for an HVAC upgrade. The applicant included supplemental materials, including a letter from Cushing Terrell Architects stating in its professional opinion that the project could be completed by December 31st of 2020. The applicant explained that the project adds negative pressure rooms to accommodate additional COVID-19 positive patients and to improve the ability of the facility to isolate those patients. And again, the concern is timeline. Apparently the letter from Cushing Terrell Architects stated or did not provide any assurance. let me back up. It said that their assessment that this could be completed by December 31st was contingent on timely approval from the Wyoming Department of Health. That there's no discussion about lead times for equipment, quotes from contractors, or any other specific completion dates.
Okay. Thank you. So, Deputy Monger, the other question that I think I've asked you once before is if equipment is on site, maybe the work hasn't been fully completed, does that constitute a proper expenditure?
Mr. Chair, and I do remember this question, and I'm not sure I had a great answer the first time we talked about it. But I think the equipment, if you could get the equipment in and you had some expectation of it being in and then it just didn't happen, that would be one thing. But if you're getting the equipment in just to sit there because you know you have no expectation of getting it installed, that's something completely different. And it gets back to those concerns we have about necessity and those issues. I don't know if that was very helpful. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's fair, that's fair. No, I think this is painfully detailed, but I think it's really important for clarity on the other side, so my apologies. Considerations from the board. Yes, somebody spoke up.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat Miller from the AG's office, just to add a little extra color if that's all right with the board.
Absolutely, Pat, thanks.
So really what Treasury has said in their guidance is that the thing we need to be looking at on these requests is the need for this particular kind of expenditure going to happen during the covered period? That's how they put it. So before December 30th. And then what is the reasonableness of getting it done in time when we're making the decision to go forward with the purchase? So if we're really looking at something that's not going to be installed until December 30th, and that's when we start getting the use from it, that's starting to look a little bit sketchy from the guidance's perspective. I'm at the bottom of page 2 if anyone's trying to follow along. But the Treasury has said, given that it's not always possible to estimate with precision what's going to happen, they're willing to give a little bit of grace if you look at the reasonableness of delivery. So if they're looking at we think we can do a $4 million project in 2 months and get it done by December 30th, that may not look reasonable at the outset, and that's where we start getting into trouble. But if we do have a lot of documentation that, look, from right now where we're sitting, it looks reasonable to get this done, then I do think we can make a colorable argument and done in time to actually get some use out of it during the covered period. That's what Treasury is going to be looking at on the audit. And that we would be much more comfortable with in an audit finding to be able to say, look, here's what we had on lead time for equipment. Here's what we had on estimates from contractors. The completion date was October. We would have gotten 2 months use out of it. That looks a lot more reasonable than something that's going to be a tight stretch to get in before December 30th. And then it ends up being unfinished.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Any further discussion on item number 2, North Lincoln County Hospital District HVAC split application? Now, when you say split application, Beth, these are two, are they connected? Right. Part and parcel, right? Okay. All right, item number 3, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, DBA, Sage West Healthcare, the negative pressure rooms, and I'll note that this is not the proposed hospital. This is the existing facility, Sage West.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's requesting $500,000 to create negative pressure rooms in the ICU. It's unclear from the application how many negative pressure rooms are included. It does provide for construction time estimates, but states that the funds It does not provide for construction time estimates, but it provides that the funds will be spent by December 30th. We have no firm estimates from contractors. Again, I think the timeline is the concern here.
Okay, thank you. And any questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Auditor.
Director, do we know if these rooms would be in Riverton or in Lander?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I'll have to look into that. Hang on one second.
Thank you.
One would. I think Mr. Boley has a comment to make on maybe this issue. Eric, are you on?
Mr. Chairman, Governor Gordon, I'm here, and I've got a lot to say about all of these, but in this particular case, those are in Riverton. My CEO just let me know that those ICU rooms would be in Riverton, or negative pressure rooms.
Okay, thank you.
And it would be for 4 rooms, Governor.
Okay. And then I see that there's a John Ferrelli that is also on.
Thank you, Governor, members of the board. I'm the CEO of the hospital, and I just want you to know that this is for the Riverton campus. We have a total of 6 ICU beds, and 2 of them are currently negative pressure. So this would bring the other 4 rooms and complete the negative pressure for the unit. What we're proposing is not a complete solution in terms of changing out HVAC like you discussed on the previous project. This is more of a temporary solution by bringing in HEPA filters, venting them in through the ceiling and to the outside. So it will pull air into the room, eject it through the ceiling and outside. So it's a much less intrusive solution to a problem.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. And I see Chairman Bebout has also raised his hand.
Yes, sir, Governor, I have. Would it be appropriate to comment on this right now?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Governor, members of Slib, and I appreciate what the private sector hospital is considering doing in Riverton. The one concern I have is that the money really is spent there. I know earlier on when we had some federal funds directly went to hospitals in our state, and of course, some of that money went to Sage West, and we were never able to know for sure if that did go to our hospital or just went to their corporate headquarters in Nashville. So if we're going to spend this money in this way, obviously there's a need. That's why we're going to come to you in a little bit about our Riverton hospital to provide these services. But I would want to be sure that that's where they're spent. There's some credibility issues with Sage West, and I sure didn't want to have Slib involved in those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Governor?
Yes, this.
I'm sorry, it's Eric Boley again.
Yeah.
Hey, not just on this particular project, but on many others, I have comments, and I don't know if I could add some context to this now, or if you want to hear it later.
Why don't we go through them so we have a sense of the whole of these, and then listen to your comments, Mr. Boley.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. Any other questions on this one? If hearing none, next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next one is the Town of Mills Fiber for Crisis Communications Project. And I think this is similar also to the Town of Evansville number 16. And essentially both the Town of Mills and Evansville are requesting funding to upgrade their broadband providers' networks. Mills is requesting $200,000 and Evansville is requesting $244,586. Let's see, both applicants have indicated their existing communications providers do not have sufficient capacity to live stream public meetings, which makes it difficult to comply with social distancing recommendations. Oops. And Brandy, perhaps you have an update on, or Pat does. I believe that these applicants submitted applications through the Connect Wyoming initiative and have been rejected because these areas are already served by high-speed providers. So that's the color I have on that. Pat, do you have anything else on the Town of Mills and Town of Evansville fiber requests?
Mr. Chairman, we did receive word from someone over at the Connect Wyoming project that they did not qualify because there were high-speed providers in the area. Therefore, they did not qualify as underserved or per the terms of that program. That does not mean that they don't qualify under CARES, although it does put some color on the necessity question. So the question is, they may have other reasons that they're unable to switch, whether it's contractual agreements or things like that, but we don't know if that's the case, or at least I don't know if that's the case. And if they are able to switch, then that would cast some doubt on whether or not this is necessary within the meaning of CARES. That doesn't mean that you can't fund it, but it would be the decision of the board whether or not this is reasonably necessary within your reasonable judgment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? I see we have Sabrina Foreman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, and board members. As I spoke to you guys a few weeks ago, I actually have gotten a little bit more information. We do have Spectrum and Charter in our area. However, we are currently with Mountain West on our Wi-Fi. We have an agreement with Mountain West that they have their Wi-Fi towers on top of some of our buildings and water towers. So that's how we're able to get service from them for free because it's an agreement with them. If we were to go with Charter, who already has fiber in the area, we'd have to pay about $1,250 a month to have that service. So this extra fiber would allow for residents to tap into it as well, and we would still be at our current budget that we wouldn't be incurring additional costs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. I have Chad Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate you letting me speak to you today. I'm with the Town of Evansville and the mayor for Evansville. And like they said earlier, we do have a high-speed service provider. We have Charter in Evansville right now, but the connection is a shared connection. And we find that when we're trying to broadcast our meetings, that it's constantly buffering and breaking up our conversations. So it's very hard for citizens to follow the discussions that we're having. So that was why our request was to put in something a little more solid that would enable us to produce a better product for our citizens and be able to follow our meetings without having to, I still be able to provide social distancing and people to follow from home.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, so do they currently use Charter?
Yes, we sure do. We use Charter today, and we have been attempting to stream our meetings for the last couple of months. It's just the problems with that process that we're encountering.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Auditor. Mr. Secretary.
One question I didn't ask a couple weeks ago would be who would own the infrastructure that the fiber goes to? Would it be like a city-owned utility, or does the city own the ground? Is it going to own the infrastructure?
So I can provide a little bit of insight to that. The deal we were looking at was also with Mountain West, to which they're a franchise agreement in the town. They would lay the fiber through the right-of-ways into the town and also be able to provide a service, in which case the town would own strands of that fiber. The entire direction in between the buildings. And while they're installing that, Mountain West would also install additional strands of fiber that they would use to extend their services into the town, which in turn would have them responsible for that fiber as well as maintaining it and locating it. But the town itself would own 12 strands of the fiber for its own use.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, Sabrina Foreman again, that's the same that's true of Mills.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, let's move on to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County.
Mr. Chairman, this application is seeking $500,000 to overhaul the climate control and conditioning systems. The applicant stated that these efforts are necessary because 1 month prior to the COVID-19 outbreak in Carbon County, the hospital experienced a catastrophic flood, which reduced ICU capabilities to 0 patients and their inpatient capabilities to 3. They claim they cannot operate in a COVID-19 outbreak with any reduced capabilities, and further upgrading these systems will provide for a more stable temperature in the hospital. They're also seeking $250,000 to convert 4 ICU rooms to maintain negative pressure and $50,000 to install ultraviolet duct disinfection equipment. The concern is the climate control project may not be eligible because the expenses must be incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. These expenses appear to be major maintenance required by a pre-epidemic event, not an expense due to the public health emergency. The other 2 requests are likely qualified, but the concern is the timeline again and the ability to get these things installed before December 30th.
So, Director, are you saying that 300 of the 800 is probably meets the terms in the $500,000 project would not?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any questions? And we have Mr. Harmon on the phone.
Yes, thank you very much. As you know, I'm the CEO here at Memorial Hospital, and I think their recommendation is correct. The $300,000 is the only appropriate amount for that. We have worked with Antelope Construction and with Dynamic Controls, and they indicate that they can have that job done. It's on the 3rd floor. It's close to our outside air handlers. And we've had preliminary conversations with MOA, and they've started some of the design work on it, but we would have to have a little bit more work to be done. Unlike the project we talked about last July on the 16th that will be coming back, that we do have all of the dates and things lined up on that one. So this one still has some work to do. So I think we probably need to get some additional information to Slib demonstrating that the contractors can have it all done. And we did not provide that all to you yet, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. You might stay on the line. I think we've got the satellite clinic next.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and you may recall that the satellite clinic was tabled from the July 15th meeting, so that matter would need to be untabled to address it here. But essentially, the applicant seeking $2.5 million to construct a satellite clinic in Saratoga. The applicant has provided documents from both MOA Architecture and Shepherd Construction with an estimated completion date of December 30th, 2020. The documents provided do contain conflicting start dates. The architect estimated construction would begin September 1st, while the contractor listed the start day as July 30th with the completion date of December 30th. Again, the concern is construction of entirely new buildings, whether or not that is an eligible expense due to the temporary discussion in the guidance documents or the construction of temporary facilities. And again, the timing concern.
Okay. Any questions? I know it's not appropriate because it's tabled, but I just, for the sake of ease of administration, to use a term of art. Okay. Next item is the City of Riverton emergency vehicle.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's requesting $225,860 to purchase and upfit law enforcement vehicles. They're proposing to purchase 3 new police vehicles, 1 new transport van, and upgrade the remaining police fleet. The applicant has stated that upfitting of the vehicles includes but is not limited to addition of safety partitions, passenger dividers, and seating that allow for better isolation of persons being transported. The applicant claims these are necessary to allow the police to transport and serve the public without exposing the officers. However, it's unclear whether the purchase of 4 new vehicles is truly a necessary expenditure, and the applicant has not provided an explanation as to why the public health emergency has created a need for the 4 new vehicles.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? All right, next item, Memorial Hospital of Laramie County as CRMC.
For some reason, that one's not in my pile.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had
I'm sorry.
I missed Terry Tolstad. Tony Tolstad. Mr. Tolstad?
Governor, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Governor. Members of the board, thank you very much for your consideration. The items before you, which are the police vehicles and the transport vehicle, have to do with the serving our general public with regard to the high number of cases and the high number of potential exposure. We propose those as a need for ongoing addressing ongoing needs of our community due to the high number of cases that we actually have and the influx of many of those individuals that are dealt with by the police. So the need is largely based on potential exposure rates and likely exposure rates that we have here, as well as our transport capabilities within our community. We have a local municipal court with over 2,200 active defendants listed. As such, that the potential use and exposure on that is significant. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you. So next is Cheyenne Regional Medical Center capital construction for $6,347,000.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is seeking reimbursement for charges. Apparently, they are already making upgrades to their facility. And some of these they've had to make some changes to their original plans to include adding isolation rooms to all 6 departments, an upgrade to the air handling unit, and modifications to the emergency department entrance. There are concerns about eligibility. The fact that the applicant's already begun work on this, as I think Pat has said in other cases, sort of is a strong indication of the necessity piece. But again, the tight timeline is what is of concern here, the December 30th, 2020 deadline.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
So is the request 6.3 or is it 172,000? Am I on the right one? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to say, I think this one that we're dealing with is number 8, which is $6,347,104.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat Miller from the AG's office. I should clarify that I believe CRMC may have reduced their request from their original amount, but we weren't sure about the amount that they reduced it by.
So I see we have a number of hands that have just gone up.
The third bullet seems to say I don't know, it's hard to tell.
So we have Robin Rolling. Is Robin on? You may be muted. Is your computer maybe muted? Oh, she's come on. Or
Okay.
he's come on different line. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair and Board, we would like to submit, we have in fact reduced our request from the original 7 million to, or excuse me, 6.3 million to 2.216 million. And so these are for the purposes of, we've split this up into both design and construction components. We're not asking for the totality of the design to be reimbursed, but rather just the additional fees that we need to design additional isolation rooms and air handling capabilities for those rooms subsequent to this COVID situation that we're finding ourselves in. And then in addition to the design costs for the isolation rooms, we've also requested additional dollars for design costs for the air handling units. And then the emergency department, we are finding ourselves in a situation where we need to have separate entrances, one for those patients who are well, so they're not exhibiting signs or symptoms of COVID, and then a separate entrance for those who are exhibiting signs and symptoms.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? All right. Thank you very much, Robin. Next, we have item number 9, Riverton Memorial Hospital, Sage West, renovations to improve patient flow, social distancing, erecting barriers, etc.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's requesting $95,962 to renovate its reception area to allow improved social distancing and place barriers between staff and patients. The concern is about the eligibility of the expenditure. While the renovation may allow improved social distancing, the modifications would not increase the facility's capacity to treat COVID-19 patients, and we have concerns about whether this is a necessary mitigation measure, and of course the project timeline is a concern as well.
Thank you. Mr. Bowley.
Mr. Chairman, Governor Gordon, I'm trying to stay out of this, but I'm having a hard time with it. So we keep getting caught up on a couple of different things that I think are irrelevant to the conversation. One is we keep interpreting this as being only temporary construction, and I don't think that is the complete guidance from the Treasury. I think that we can build things that can be used to treat COVID right now and into the future. I think in this particular case, although it doesn't increase their ability to treat more COVID patients, it does meet the guidance. It keeps people safe, and it is a measure that's being put in place to protect patients from contracting COVID. And so I think that this one definitely meets those requirements. As far as all of the concerns about the timing, I definitely understand your concern and the the OSLI's concern about timing. We have worked closely with our membership. We've provided backup documents on a lot of these showing that we believe these projects can be completed. And everyone is aware that if they can't get the entire project done by the end of the year, they're going to be on the hook for completing it. And if you know anything about hospitals, having a partially completed construction project isn't going to work. We're going to have to complete them one way or the other. I also submit, again, that we are just in the early stages of the pandemic, and that we're going to be dealing with COVID long after the end of this year. And so as we stand up these new programs, as we do these renovations, as we prepare ourselves and continue to treat the COVID patients, it all falls in line with the Treasury, and it's going to allow us to continue to treat these COVID patients for months to come. And I actually believe, I've heard experts say that we're looking at 18 more months of this. And so I think that we're getting caught up sometimes in the weeds like you talk about, whereas I actually think that these projects really meet the guidance from the Treasury, and they give us the ability to treat COVID patients. And I'll also tell you, we've worked closely with the AG, we've worked closely with OSLI to provide backup documents. We are requesting performance bonds from some of our contractors. We're trying to get letters of assurance. I would also say the longer that we take to get approval on these, our ability to get anything done is diminished greatly, even by days. With that, I'd answer any questions.
Thanks. Well, and I'm thinking because these are, a lot of these are connected. Let's look at the modular buildings, the security access system, and the bariatric bed acquisition as well. And I see John Ferrelli is on.
Yeah, Governor, members of the board, just two items in regard to the MOB renovations. One is, I believe I attached a document from the contractor indicating that he can complete the construction by December 15th. And also, while it doesn't necessarily expand the ability to treat more patients, in a sense it does, because we're keeping patients out in the cars and we're restricting their access into the building. So this project will allow for a better throughput and a safer throughput for patients. Thank you.
Okay, John, one quick question. And I don't mean to be direct on this, but sometimes that's the best. You know, I know I've heard concerns about Sage West's commitment to Riverton and to keeping, you know, a viable hospital there. There was a concern. I know one of your med techs failed a typing test, and that put the lab at risk a few years ago, and a lot of things moved to Lander. What is your commitment to Riverton here? I hate to be real direct about this, but are you looking at consolidating to Lander? And that may be a political question, but I guess it does color, you know, how we look at these requests.
Sure, and Governor, it's a fair question, and I'm more than happy to answer it. The requests that I'm making, with the exception of, I believe, one, are to support both Lander and Riverton. So they're not to favor one or the other. The exception here is the negative pressure rooms in Riverton. But as we recruit physicians, whether it be general surgery, nephrology, neurology, dialysis, all of those services will be provided equally in both locations. So that the only service that we're currently not, services that we're currently not providing in Riverton are obstetrics and now our new cardiac catheterization lab. But everything else is being done equally in both locations.
Thank you. Any other questions? Auditor, I know this is a community near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could I just, and I apologize if this has been said, I'm slow. So I understand your statement, Mr. Ferrelli, about it serving both communities, but more in particular, the renovations, the modular buildings, the security access, and the bariatric bed acquisition. Are those in Riverton or are they in Lander? And same with the cardiac monitoring system that we're addressing later.
Okay, so the modular buildings we pulled off of the list last night. That may not have made it to your attention, but we did pull that one off the request list. But the cardiac monitors are for both locations. The beds are for both locations. The MOB renovations are for Riverton. The negative pressure room is for Riverton. So where it's practical to do a single project that benefits both locations, we'll do that. But in some situations, the request is specific to a unique location.
Okay, thank you.
But our commitment remains to the residents of Fremont County. And in some cases, that's Riverton and Lander and Du Bois and the reservation.
Okay, John, and just for clarification, item number 10, the modular buildings, and item number 11, the security access system, those have both been pulled from today's consideration?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions on this? We have some hands up. Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, members of the Slib board. Not going to get involved in debating my colleague from Lander over there. The one question I would ask him is if we were able to put these rooms in, we don't have doctors there now to facilitate the hospital. We build the rooms, doctors, we need to have a fully functional hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Okay. Any further questions on this? So let's move on to the West. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would, and again, I guess I would ask the good senator's question to Mr. Farrelly, because it's one I didn't think of, about the staffing availability to staff these rooms in Riverton.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
As Senator Bebout knows from correspondence I sent to him a couple of weeks ago, we have 24/7 ER physicians on campus. We have hospitalists on campus 7 days a week. We offer primary care, we offer ENT, we offer general surgery. Our orthopedic surgeons provide services in Riverton. Our obstetricians and gynecologists provide services in Riverton. So I struggle a little bit to answer the question when the simple answer to it is yes.
Follow-up, Auditor?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. With that, let's move on to Weston County Hospital District.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant seeking $220,588 to acquire additional bariatric beds. The question with these is, what is the relation to COVID?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Bump, do we have anybody wanting to address that?
Not at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Oh,
Any?
we got one. Maureen Caldwell.
Okay. Thank you. Maureen, Ms. Caldwell.
Yes, I see that is actually on Riverton's list on number 12 and not ours. So I'd like to address it. We could use some bariatric beds, but it's not our request.
Okay, yeah, in my list says nursing home HVAC upgrade and hospital overflow remodel. I didn't know if bariatric beds were in your hospital overflow. While you're on, though, why don't you just go ahead and give us an update on HVAC, your thoughts there, and the overflow.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you on these projects. On the nursing home HVAC upgrade project, we believe that our system there wasn't updated when we did our significant building project a few years ago. And we have noticed that the quality of air in the nursing home particularly could stand for upgrading. It would greatly improve the overall health of our residents, but also be able to really minimize the amount of airflow throughout the facility. This would be a project that would take probably longer than the December 31st date. And we are willing to take on the additional costs with that. But we really feel that in this particular situation with those residents who are significant risk for contracting COVID, as well as many other illnesses or viruses that could come up in the future, this would definitely help.
Thank you. Are you starting to see Sturgis Rally folks coming into town?
Yes, we are, and we like to stay off the road.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any questions? And I did see Dr. Forelli had a comment, I think maybe on the bariatric beds.
Yes, if it's all right, I'll let Kathy Hirsch, our Chief Nursing Officer, talk about the beds.
Good afternoon, Governor and board members. The reason for the bariatric beds has definitely to do with our COVID patients. Unfortunately, the majority of our patients that have been very ill with COVID and requiring respiratory support have been morbidly obese, over 300 pounds, and short in stature. And part of the treatment for COVID patients is a treatment called proning, where you have to roll them over onto their abdomen to help their lungs to drain better. When someone is short and morbidly obese and in a regular hospital bed, it is nearly impossible to turn that patient. A bariatric bed is wider and has more stability in the mattress so that you can facilitate moving that patient around on the bed better. Additionally, to rent these beds, it takes us 3 days to get them. They come from Denver. It's $1,500 transportation each way and $800 a day to rent the bed. So we feel that owning the beds and having them readily available when the patient is received through the emergency room is the best option. And this would be appropriate and used on both campuses.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I see Mr. Boley.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, just to speak to the Weston County project, I just want to reiterate how deadly COVID is in our long-term care facilities. And as we can see, we've had a couple of clusters around the state where once COVID was introduced into our nursing homes, it was deadly. I think 75 to 80% of the cases are older Americans. And so I speak in support of the project there in Weston County. It definitely, again, meets the requirements, I think, the guidance, and allows us to better care for our elderly that are so vulnerable to this deadly pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. We did talk about the town of Evansville fiber optic installation, and I think Rob. Okay. Rob is here. So anyway, is there anything to add on the cardiac monitoring system? I'm assuming that's going to be in one location. Mr. or Dr. Forelli, is there a comment on that?
Yes, sir. The cardiac monitoring will be in both locations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And those would be related to COVID. How?
I'll take that one. Our COVID patients, of course, are very critically ill. And one of the components that's essential is that we can monitor cardiac output. We can do continuous oxygen saturation measurement, and we can do it remotely, which means that each time that we have to measure these things on a patient, a nurse doesn't have to put on a gown and a mask and gloves and go into the room. The patient is wired to do that. At one time, we had 12 COVID patients, 7 of them on respirators in our 4-bed ICU in Lander. created quite a problem for us, and this will allow us the ability to extend those resources if we have to flex out of our current position. Likewise, the system in Riverton is used in the same capacity. We monitor patients all over the building, and it will extend our capacity to monitor the COVID patients, which have to be in a room with the doors shut, or a nurse would have to go into the room and suit up in PPE to check on them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any questions? Director, Teton County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant's requesting $2,248,897 to reimburse 122, which is a local community organization for rent relief, mortgage assistance, and expenses incurred to rent a hotel room and provide food for individuals who are required to isolate or quarantine. They're also seeking $43,000 for HVAC upgrades. And again, this is going to be a policy call of the board as to whether or not the proposed expenses are necessary. And with the HVAC, the concern is the timeline.
So this is a local nonprofit?
Yes,
is that
Mr.
correct?
Chairman, it's a local community organization. Pat, if you're on the line, do you have more information, you or Jim, on 122?
And Mr. Chair, this is Brady. I can actually go ahead and speak to this in terms of the policy considerations. So we have a couple of these applications where the locality wants to get these funds and then pass it on to a nonprofit. Technically, that probably works. You know, when you are funding for another grant program, you'd want to make sure that they had all of the restrictions in place to make sure that that secondary grant complied. I think one of the policy questions is, does this board want to use the funds that are in this pot of money to go to those projects? And that's really the policy question.
Mr. Secretary.
I was trying to look in, and when you say this pot of money, that the Senate file, the state Senate file, talked about somewhere. I think it talked about this type of displacement, if you will. So it's contemplated by the legislature, and then in the part of the guidance you provided, it looked like this also was eligible there as well. My question would be is, how do they come up with this number? It's very precise.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, that maybe is a question for the entity. I'm not sure if we have that information.
Okay, I see Mr. Oakes on again.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Rich Oakes, Teton County, Wyoming Emergency Management. I can speak to this. So the entity that Teton County is applying on behalf of is 122, a local community organization. We've had a mutual aid agreement with them that actually extended far before the COVID incidents for them to help us with unmet needs. So they're part of our local VOAD group, our Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. So for COVID, they stood up. They have their own internal, very well set up screening process for clients that they use for folks in need all year round, but they were able to apply it for this COVID incident and help folks out with rent relief, help folks out with very limited mortgage assistance as well for immediate foreclosures due to COVID. And their screening process actually took into account whether COVID was the root cause of the person needing this financial assistance for rent relief or for foreclosure. The reason the number is so precise is that those are funds that 122 has already expended over and above their budget. They did not budget for helping this many people. I don't know what the current number is, but 122 typically sees anywhere from 150 to 200 requests for assistance from people per year. They are well over 2,000 requests, and that is just since February or March, since this incident has begun. So definitely attributable to COVID, and without them, the housing crisis that we have here already that exists in Teton County is just being expounded exponentially by the COVID crisis. And without them, we wouldn't be able to assist them, and we'd be dealing with a lot of homelessness.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Oakes. I will point out that there is a substantial allocation that has gone for those specific purposes to the Wyoming Community Development Authority, and it seems to me that they recently redid their rules, and I think perhaps your request would fit well within their guidelines, and I'm certainly happy to bring that to the attention of the WCDA board. And that would be if we don't take action here. Any other questions? Hearing none, we have City of Rock Springs Fire Department.
Mr. Chairman, that's a request for $66,017 to install UV disinfection equipment in its HVAC system. Again, the time constraint is the concern here.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on this? Any questions? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to go to Campbell County Health. Two projects, it looks like, Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The first one is a request for $123,334 to install a bipolar ionization system to purify the air moving through the HVAC system. Again, time constraint concerned there. The next one is a request for $3,379,520 for telework and telehealth equipment. The request includes expenditures related to hardware for monitors, desktop computers, laptops, and phones, upgrading meeting rooms, mass communication software, IT infrastructure upgrades, employee and visitor screening hardware and software, and IT support. The concern here is whether this magnitude of a request is reasonably necessary in the reasonable judgment of the government officials for purposes of spending the fund payments. So it's quite a large ask.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. I guess we'll come back and look at that. It looks like they're two separate ones. Sheridan Memorial Hospital, and I will note that I had some conversations with both Representative Kinner and Senator Kinski.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, in this request, the applicant is seeking $2,068,250 to upgrade rooms and HVAC systems to create reverse isolation units to segregate infectious and high-risk patients. Again, the concern is the timeline for these sorts of projects and whether that can be completed by December 30th.
Okay. And the information I was given is that there was confidence that that would be, and I think Mr. McCafferty is on. So, Mr. McCafferty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, we have letters of support and letters of commitment for this project from each of our contractors. This is a project we've been working on for some time, well, since March anyway, in terms of getting this project on the docket. So we have, although we don't have construction documents, we have all the design documents ready to go. I will tell you that Sheridan Memorial Hospital is a county memorial hospital. We're independent. We're not a district. We're not a critical access hospital. And we've been in Sheridan for a long time. And in as many hospitals across the state, the hospital that we're currently in is a Hill Burton Hospital, which was put together in 1954 with federal funds. The area that we're talking about, the second and third floor of the hospital, would be repurposed for the use of patient care. In 1999, that area was abandoned and made into offices. What we did in April was we took all of the office space that it was being used as on the second and third floor, and we displaced all of those workers to temporary locations across town, and we planned for a surge. So we were able to open up 75 additional spaces for a surge capacity. What we'd like to do is utilize our second and third floor with the reverse isolation so that we can create a larger footprint for our patients and staff across the hospital, keeping them segregated from infectious and non-infectious spaces. And we feel very confident about getting this project done within the allotted timeframes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Seems to, I thought there was another, maybe that's another Sheridan request, so, okay. Very good. Thank you. Any questions? If there are none, let's move to Hot Springs.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a request for $5,477,703. It's spread across 3 requests. $4,063,584 would serve as match funding for a $21,346,000 USDA loan to be used to modernize the hospital. $1,200,000 would fund phase 5 of the modernization project, and $214,119 is for modification to the original design, including the addition of locker rooms, showers, a washing machine, and purchase of scrubs for the clinical staff. The concern here is the USDA loan appears to have been awarded in 2018, and the planning and design work appear to have occurred far in advance of this public health emergency. The modifications made to the original project may be eligible. The purchase of scrubs and the washing machine are likely eligible in preventing the spread of COVID-19. The shower could possibly prevent the spread of COVID-19. Again, with these construction projects, the concern is the time frame.
Thank you. Any questions? And I see Margie Mulliner is
Yes. Thank you so
online.
much, Governor. Thank you for the opportunity to address our projects. We do feel strongly that our entire construction project immensely improves our ability to safely care for COVID patients through negative pressure rooms, private ER rooms, social distancing opportunities. And we are shovel ready, and we have been assured by Sletten Construction that everything can be completed by December 30th. But we did disclose on the application that some of the funds were accounted for prior to March 27th of 20 date. And so in light of the conversations that I've been hearing all day long, I would like to amend our request to include only those projects that were not accounted for prior to March 27th. And that would remove the $4 million request for the 20% match, which would be phases 1 through 4. So the request would be for $1,414,000 for the construction of the locker rooms with showers, the industrial washing machine, and scrubs for all of our clinical staff, because that is a change that we made in light of COVID in our construction project. And then also moving our materials management upstairs. Right now, when they come into the building, it's downstairs and they have to go traverse a lot of hallways and down our only elevator, which exposes people from the outside coming into our building all day long to deliver materials. And there are some people that are not allowed by their company to come into our facility, so they are leaving supplies and picking up supplies right in our old lobby, which is a public access area. So it really isn't the best way to deliver and acquire things. And so by moving materials management upstairs right next to the loading dock, it would make it much safer for those people to come into our building and also protect our staff from people coming in and out of our building all day long. And moving dietary upstairs right now, we do not have anywhere for our employees to dine. So a lot of them will get food from outside the facility. We would like to bring the cafeteria upstairs so that family and staff do not have to leave the facility for dining options. And then we also would have socially distanced dining. So that would be what is left of the request.
Thank you, Ms. Molitor. Would any of that affect the Gotchi part of the hospital there?
No, Gotchi's a separate entity. Yeah, we're connected, but it's separate.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. Next one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next one is a request for $197,250 by Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County for a mobile medical clinic unit. The applicant was approved for a mobile unit at the last CRG meeting. The applicant has said that they will use the previously purchased unit as an outpatient lab. We'll use the new unit as a mobile testing site. Again, as I mentioned, the applicant has already received a mobile unit and substantial relief funding from other sources. So the concern is whether this fits or whether this expense is truly necessary.
Thank you. And what is the other one that is there?
The other one is a request for $463,875 to install ultraviolet germicidal irradiation equipment in the HVAC system. Again, the concern with that is just the timeline.
Okay. And another?
The next one is a request for $71,903.91 for a smoke evacuation system. The CDC apparently has told the applicant that for elective surgical procedures to proceed, they need to have adequate PPE and medical supplies. The applicant says it lacks a few key medical surgical supplies, including the smoke evaluator, and the requested equipment may increase the applicant's overall ability to reduce the spread of COVID-19, but the connection is attenuated enough that we can't say that the equipment is absolutely necessary.
Okay, thank you. And then there are two more.
The next one is a request for $289,900 to remodel the first floor of the medical office. The applicant did provide a quote from Plan 1 Architects dated, December 19th of 2019. Renovations would include restructuring the front entrance, updating the HVAC system, removing the entrance fireplace, and adding an information desk. The question is, the project's been planned since at least December 19th of 2019. So the concern is whether this is actually a necessary expenditure related to COVID-19, and additionally, the timeline is of concern.
Okay. And lastly,
the applicant's requesting $366,000 for analyzer equipment. The applicant states the analyzer equipment allows the hospital to perform antibody testing, which it asserts is critical to mitigate the spread of the virus, and that its current equipment is almost 6 years old and toward the end of useful life. It's unclear whether this equipment would increase COVID-19 treatment capacity, but the applicant states it may increase the applicant's overall ability to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Whether this equipment is necessary, that's the question, or whether the hospital is merely seeking to replace equipment that's at the end of its life.
okay, thank you. And I see that we have Tiffany Marshall on and Eric Boley. Tiffany.
Hi, I'm here, I'm standing in for Irene Richardson, our CEO, who had to get pulled away. So I am here to talk about any questions or clarify anything regarding our applications. Do you want me to kind of start from the beginning, or do you have questions, or how can I help?
I guess what I'm going to ask is if there are any questions of our board. And I think you heard the presentations. Is there anything that seems out of line with the presentations as they were delivered?
Our walk-in clinic lab, I think, got mixed up with another application. The lab equipment that we're asking for isn't to replace our analyzer that's almost at its end of life, which is coming up a lot quicker than we anticipated. It's to put a couple pieces of testing equipment in our walk-in clinic that is off property of our hospital. The purpose behind that is because the walk-in clinic was actually established and quickly opened in response to COVID-19. So what we have, or what we're doing, is when we have positive COVID-19 patients that need non-emergent but medical services to see if there's anything else going on, we're trying to keep them away from the hospital if it's non-emergent. So we're redirecting them to the walk-in clinic. The problem that we're running into is when the physicians are looking for additional testing, for example, to check for liver failure, to check their kidneys, additional blood work, what they're having to do is carry all of those samples back to the hospital, wait in line with whatever testing's already there from our outpatient and inpatient, and then get their testing, then get it back to the physicians from the walk-in clinic. So it's kind of delaying some care plans when necessary. So with the walk-in clinic equipment, we'll be able to test those COVID positive patients right then and there and have results about within an hour or so. So we'll be able to keep the patients there in their patient room, or if they want to go sit in their car until we have results, we can do everything in real time on site. So we can decide and determine if they're okay to go home and continue isolating, or if we need to take further steps and get them into the hospital. In addition, if they do need further services, we're able to bypass the emergency department with those lab results and get them checked into our COVID-19 area in our ICU.
Okay, thank you. And could you also talk to, there's an HVAC project?
Sure.
Too?
So our HVAC, our UVC and HVAC, what we're looking to do is install UVC lighting within our current air handling system. And so with that, I think the question was the timeline. Is that correct? Did I take my notes correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we've done is we've worked with our engineering firm, and we've also talked to our contractors. What we've determined that if we have a start date of this project on August 10th, and we're able to get equipment ordered by August 15th, we'll have it received by mid-October, and the installation of everything would take less than 8 weeks. We'd be able to conduct our final walk through the week of December 20th. So we don't have any problems or worries that we won't be able to finish that project in time, because the scope of that project, we've talked to the Wyoming Department of Health. This is not one that needs to be approved by them, I don't believe. But we did loop them in to let them know that's what we were looking at doing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Fair enough. Thanks very much, Tiffany. Eric, you've covered it, I think. So let's go to the city of Laramie. We have, what, 4 applications?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the first request is for $58,950 to improve access controls in City Hall. They indicate that modifications are necessary to improve social distancing. The renovations include installing a second point of public access, adding more doorways, and technology expenses to relocate equipment. The concern is these modifications are not to a healthcare facility and would not increase COVID-19 treatment capacity, which is the primary context in which the guidance addresses construction, and also the concern about the ability to complete the project within the timeframes required. The next one is $400,000 to support Laramie businesses. And for the business support program, the vast majority of the money has been distributed in the form of loans with payments beginning 12 months from the date of issuance. This raises questions about whether or not these were really expenditures, since loan recipients will pay the city back with interest. If the city receives the funds to reimburse the loans, that would mean every dollar repaid by the loan recipients would be pure revenue for the city. So this looks like a delayed revenue replacement. The next one is $250,000 to partner with a nonprofit entity to provide assistance to residents ranging from rental assistance to budget training to food and transportation. It's unclear whether these types of expenses is necessary due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, although some of the things included may in fact be covered under the CARES Act. And then the next one is for $2,683,669 to replace and repair the HVAC system in 6 city buildings. Again, questions concerning the time frame for completion of the project.
Okay. And I see Todd Fieser is online.
Correct. Honorable Chair, Todd Fieser, Assistant City Manager for the City of Laramie. I'm going to address the concerns on 29 and 32, and then I'm going to hand it over to Sarah Reese, our Economic and Initiatives Coordinator, for items 30 and 31. 29 is interesting. All those changes are in direct response to COVID requirements as far as social distancing and protection of staff and patrons. Anything we can do to continue to provide social distancing, whether it's in a medical facility or not, seems like it would certainly be a reasonable expense, whether it's separation or preventing public access into office areas, to try to maintain that safe distance, and would really ask for consideration of that in that portion. And some of that work we have completed some of that work already, and there is no concern about us completing that work by the end of the year. We can certainly get that done even within the next couple of months. The HVAC projects, ahead of this meeting, we've actually worked with a contractor to get them on board, and the contractor has assured us that they believe that they can complete all those projects by the end of the year, and we don't believe that our HVAC improvements that include bipolar ionization and UV light sanitation are going to be a problem, and that we can't get those completed. With that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah Reese.
Sure. Thank you. I will address both the grant and loan program, and then secondly, our partnership with Interfaith Good Samaritan. Regarding the grant and loan program, this program that we created predated the Wyoming Business Council's program, and we created it on the fly with feedback from both our Small Business Development Center and then our banking community, with recognition that the payroll protection program and then EIDL just wouldn't be sufficient to meet the needs of our community. So our intention with this program was to create a finer mesh around the state and federal programs to assure that our businesses and their workers did not slip through the cracks. With that said, though, and then of course with the Wyoming Business Council's program, our intention is that those programs get used before our program get used, because those are frankly larger lakes, and our program with just $400,000 constitutes a pretty small pond. To date, we have awarded $92,000. The vast majority of that amount is for grants. So those are for expenses or rather awards that would not be reimbursable to the city in the way that a loan would be. So I did want to make that clarification. Then secondly, with regard to Interfaith, and this is a pretty important project to us, we, at the time of application, there weren't revisions to the WCDA program. We understand that now that program might be more usable, but at the time, Interfaith was finding that a lot of their clients just didn't meet the onerous and sometimes slightly awkward requirements. But nevertheless, what we want for our Interfaith partners to do is to be able to very nimbly and holistically meet the unique and individual needs of their clients, many of whom were not clients before the pandemic, but in doing so, use the guidelines set by the CARES Act, and to treat each of their clients through that lens to assure compliance, whether it be support for utilities, food, transportation, etc. And I'm happy to
Okay.
answer any follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Any questions? Hearing none?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next application, the Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County is requesting $2,314,000 to replace 2 HVAC units and to add additional infrastructure to commission the units. Again, timeline is the concern.
Thanks. And do I see Tiffany Marshall has her hand up? That doesn't, okay.
Hello again. I just, again, wanted to offer any opportunities to answer questions or discuss the breakdown of this project.
And this is the Johnson County Healthcare?
No, this is number 33, the Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County HVAC project.
Okay.
So this
Yeah, I
project is broken up into 2 phases. Phase 1 is ordering and getting the unit manufactured. We're looking at getting 1 unit to replace 2 existing units that are both over 35 years old. One's 35 years old and one's 45 years old. We've had a couple issues with the units recently, and we fear that we're going to continue to have those, which is pretty detrimental to, or could be to, our patients if we don't have the proper airflow. So phase 1, like I said, is ordering, manufacturing, and installing the unit. That we have no issue based on our timeline that we provided getting done by the end of the year. And then phase 2 would be to build the enclosure around it to protect the unit, to keep it safe in the winter months. And then all the final infrastructure and commissioning the unit would be phase 2.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Hearing none. Number 34.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for $3,809,980 from Johnson County Healthcare Center. This is really for 4 projects. $3,034,980 would replace air handler units and associated mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. $375,000 would be to renovate and upgrade the sterile processing department. $200,000 to install contamination barriers in surgery patient recovery area, and $200,000 to renovate the acute care visitor family waiting area. With respect to the sterile processing department, the applicant has not explained why the current unit is insufficient. With respect to the waiting room, some of this may be eligible, may not be eligible. The question is going to be the necessary piece of it. And again, the project seems to be extensive in scope, more so than the other HVAC upgrades that we've seen. The primary impetus seems to be the aging of the equipment rather than the installation of filters or disinfecting equipment, and the timeline for the construction.
Thank you. Anybody questions on this? I see Sean McAllister is on. Mr. McAllister, you may be muted on your machine, and I'm going to take this opportunity while he's getting on. Mr. Secretary, I've got a call at 3. I'll be back right after that. My intent here was to finish off this list, then take a quick break. And so I leave everybody in your capable hands.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. This is Sean McAllister, CEO at Johnson County Healthcare Center. Our request is for equipment modifications and upgrades related to COVID-19 that will be utilized right away. The HVAC and mechanical systems that support our clinical service areas are extremely dated. And I did notice many capital requests on your list are to update HVAC systems, which points to their importance in relation to infection prevention. The sterile processing unit that we're asking for and those upgrades with that department, the current washer is too small and it's very dated, so beyond its useful life. Our application does include a letter from the air handler manufacturer guaranteeing timely delivery, and all design work and cost estimating are already done. My architect is fully confident the construction aspects will be completed timely, and the deadline is a strict requirement within our contractor bid process. So we're very confident that we can get this done on time, despite the scope of the HVAC upgrades in particular. Any additional questions?
Board, any questions for Mr. McAllister? All right. Anyone else to speak to this request? If not, we'll move on to number 35.
Mr. Secretary, the final three are for Memorial Hospital of Converse County. The first one is for $3,500,000 to reconfigure the inpatient floor at the hospital. Again, the construction timeline where this would have to be completed is of concern. The next one is for $713,000 to reconfigure and expand the laboratory at the Memorial Hospital of Converse County. Again, the timeline concern. And then finally, the applicant seeking $275,000 to construct a separate COVID-19 testing area on the Oregon Trail Rural Health Clinic in Glen Rock. The challenges are going to be the construction timelines.
Do we have anybody on the line for Converse County?
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask if anyone's on the line for Converse County, please raise your hand. Mr. Chairman, James Cousins.
Mr. Cousins. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Mr. Cousins, can you unmute, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is Eric Boley. I'm getting text messages from them. They can't connect for some reason. They're trying to get on.
We'll give him just a minute here and see if he can connect.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
You have an echo, but we can hear you.
My apologies for the delay. This is Matt Dameyer. I'm the CEO at Memorial Hospital of Converse County. And all three of our projects, the questions revolve around the timeline. I think I would echo what you've heard many times this afternoon. We've spent quite a bit of time talking internally and with a lot of different contractors. We've supplied a number of different bids with timelines associated with those. We do intend to run each of these projects internally. We made the decision that it would probably not be reasonable to do a lot of external contracting, and we do believe we have the resources to pull this off. It's a fair critique. You've made it all afternoon as a board, but we do think we're positioned to do this. And we have set aside resources that if we can't make the deadline, that we are prepared to finish these projects.
Board, any questions? I guess I would ask, what's your traffic in Glen Rock at the Oregon Trail Rural Health Clinic?
So Glen Rock and Oregon Trail is one of our smaller clinics, but it does serve an area where there is no other rapid COVID testing happening. And so actually, we occasionally will actually pull rapid testing out of the tertiary market, which is Zatrona County. So even though it's a small area, we do still have COVID patients coming through there, and certainly the demand for testing exists.
I know that part of it is to stabilize the building's foundation for supporting the new construction. I'm assuming you own the building?
Yes. Correct.
Do you have any other plans, or had you had any other plans to complete that work prior to CARES Act funding?
So we have not wanted to invest in that building unless it's going to serve a purpose. We do have two other entities that provide services in those buildings. The physical therapy, we subcontract that, and then there's behavioral health in that building as well. And that caused the inability, as we've mentioned in our application, to sort patients and to keep them from commingling, especially since they come in groups to provide those services, has been challenging. But to answer the question, no, prior to the funding, we didn't have the commingling issue that we have in that small waiting room.
Is any of the work that you have in your request to our board duplicative of your, what is it, 12.3 million you've received in other relief funding?
No.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Does that get us through our list for now?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, that completes the capital construction, HVAC, and other sundry items for the board's consideration.
All right. All right, well, we'll just take about a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back about 3:15.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Treasurer, you're up. I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Mr. Treasurer. Okay, so we have, I'm gonna have to have Ben show me how to put the little picture up on your Zoom screen when you're not there. Is there, okay. All right, I think, the secretary said we'd be back in order. That we would come back soon, and so this is conversation getting started. Eric Boley's mentions that there were several items on the CapCon list that were not discussed. All right. I see the auditor and the treasurer online. The secretary is here. I think the superintendent will be with us shortly. And there she is. Nice job. Sorry about having to be pulled away for a moment or two. I know you all wanted to sit through the entire afternoon, so broke that. But I did. You know, we've gone through these. Eric, I don't know if you want to just do a high fly on the items that you were thinking were not discussed, just to cover that. Ben, is there a way that we can see if he wants to?
Governor?
Yeah, there we go.
This is Eric Boley. Thanks, Governor. I can mention what they were. I just think that we kind of got out of sequence as we were going through some of the requests, and I'm just trying to look them up here. We talked about line, let's see, line 13, I believe, for Weston County, but then we didn't talk about 14, 15, or 16, the town of Evansville, and then the 2 Weston County. And
we did talk about the town of Evansville, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, I think Maureen from Weston County may be on, but we did talk about the HVAC in the nursing home for Weston County's long-term care facility. I don't think that we did discuss the hospital overflow remodel or the isolation room project, and I don't know if we need to or not. But I guess a lot of it has to do with what you guys decide to do going forward.
And that I noted that too. And then I see Bren Lowe is on. Bren? We're not able to hear you, Bren. I don't know if it's a computer issue. Right now, it looks like you're muted.
And Governor, this is Eric Boley again. While you're waiting for Brand, I have additional details on the Campbell County projects if you want those as far as completion and what they have done. Most of their work has already been completed on both the telehealth project and their other projects. And telehealth, as you know, is vitally important during COVID. It keeps people from having to go out in public and allows them to have access to their primary care providers and other specialists. And they've already done a lot of that work. And I don't think that was portrayed as those projects were presented.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think we were aware that they had quite accomplished some of that. Maureen, if you're on and you wanted to speak any more to the isolation room project or the hospital overflow, I'm certainly happy to hear that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. And I was going to break in and cause a ruckus, but I decided I would just wait my turn. So appreciate the opportunity. So line 14 was a hospital overflow remodel. We have a portion of the hospital that was not changed, so it's kind of a shell right now from our construction. And because of our location and because of the numbers that we see in our surrounding larger facilities that we would transfer patients to, we have on many occasions, they've been on divert. And so in anticipation of again, what anything COVID would happen along the lines of that, along with the flu season, we do have space to do a remodel that is open. It just would require some remodeling, and then with the addition of oxygen piped in, et cetera, to that space, that would allow us to potentially increase up to 6 patients in that area. Thinking of the events that we're not able to transfer folks to higher levels or whatever, it would provide us that opportunity. And then line 15 is isolation room or a negative pressure room, probably more accurately. That particular project would take 2 of our hospital rooms and upgrade the HVAC to allow those to be negative pressure rooms. We currently have 1 in the hospital, and the 2 rooms that we would do this adjustment to are adjacent on both sides of that. So they're already built up to the ceiling and all the types of requirements we would need to do that. So it would simply mean the HVAC systems within those 2 rooms would need to be adjusted for that $62,000 amount. Thanks again for the opportunity to talk about them. If you have any questions, I would be more than willing to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Bren Lowe now is not muted.
Yes, I am on. Thank you, Governor and board members. I just wanted to address items 1 and 2 for Star Valley Health North Lincoln County Hospital District. I was having technical difficulties when you discussed them before. The first item is really a physical separation for our OB unit. Since our inpatient unit's so small, those rooms are literally right next to critical care rooms and medical surgical rooms. And so when we're in particular treating COVID patients, given the high risk to expectant mothers, that's why we're asking for that physical separation for the OB unit, since that is and has been identified by the CDC that it's an underlying condition for if you're expecting that could cause much higher risk of complications if you have COVID. And so that's the request on number 1. Number 2 is really HVAC upgrades. It does add 9 isolation negative pressure rooms in our hospital, as well as a few of our clinics. And then we also have to make some changes to the HVAC unit to be able to just add the capacity to add on those negative pressure rooms. And so those are the items. I appreciate your consideration. And so if there's any questions, I'd appreciate answering those.
Thanks, Bren. For members of the board, any questions? Any questions? Well, terrific. Members of the board, I'm going to recommend, so just sort of again, a comment on process here. When we approve a project, they still, the project still has to send its receipts for reimbursement. They're still reviewed by the OSLI staff and the Attorney General. Those that are pretty clear get paid quickly, and those that may need a little more concentration, a little more thought, can get that at follow-up board meetings, where we can sort of look at those a little bit more in detail. So with that, I'd propose that we look at grouping these together in a couple of ways, and maybe where we start would be HVAC systems. Then we'd look at maybe some others as we go forward. But before we do that, the Secretary asked me, Eric, we spoke at the beginning of this about an allocation process. I think you and Eric, Representative Barlow, and I have not talked together altogether, but we have talked in pieces to one another about a formula to make sure that we get an equivalency of some sort across hospitals. That needs to be dealt with some understanding of how that reflects COVID challenges. We thought about using the Medicaid formula to start with, and I just wanted to ask you your opinions on that before. Again, that's not the policy we're going with today. It's one we're thinking about with the opportunity for people to comment on it. But I wanted you to just sort of have an opportunity to opine just before we got started here.
Well, put me on the spot, Governor. Thanks. You're right. We have talked with Majority Floor Leader Barlow, and we've sent some modeling or some ideas to him, things that we've seen done around the state. And I think there are some ways we can do this. There are a lot of different models that we've seen. Medicaid may be a way of doing that. We could maybe do something on a per bed basis. There are a lot of different things that we could look at, and I agree it'd be nice to equally allocate some of the funding. I think some of these projects, though, we've got different facilities in different states of readiness and preparedness, and so I think we'd have to find a balancing point there. But I think there are some ideas that we could come up with and work with membership to try and come up with an allocation method that would benefit all of our communities to a certain degree equally.
And you understand, Mr. Boley, that my hope here is that we don't slow down process with long-winded conversations about process, that we really facilitate these monies being properly used without having to go through an enormous, application and all that sort of thing.
You're making me smile, Governor. I agree with you. I'd like to do this as quickly as possible. And like I said, we have submitted some modeling that we've shared with Majority Floor Leader. Happy to get stuff over to you as quickly as possible if that's the route you want to go.
Sure, that'd be terrific. That'd be terrific. Okay, board, what's your pleasure? I think Beth had recommended we look at HVAC and sort of get a sense on how we wanted to deal with that. And I would note that there are sort of two distinct pieces of the HVAC types of projects. One of them is medical related to hospitals, and one of them is, I would say, non-medical related to government buildings. I'm going to propose that we look at those separately. It seems to me there are, and I'm looking for help here, that there's obviously the IT proposals for Mills and for Evansville. There's a telehealth IT proposal out of Campbell County. There's some mortgage relief and eviction relief from a couple of areas. And eviction. There are, is there only one satellite clinic that we're looking at, or are there two? One. Okay. And then there's isolation rooms and things that are, and I would say an isolation room would be similar to a negative pressure room. And I guess I see a reverse isolation room. I was thinking about that. Does that mean we get social? All right. Payroll we've already dealt with a little bit. Cardiac monitoring systems, I would say sort of ancillary pieces of equipment, ancillary medical pieces of equipment. What else do we want to do? I'm going to recommend that we deal with these as groups. Mr. Secretary, I don't know if the auditor or any others have opinions.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. There's a few things on here where the HVAC is just governmental buildings, and I think we should take those separate. The other thing I would say is some of the things we saw, some of this construction stuff is we need to get moving on. It's timely. All of them are timely, but some of the ones that were business relief related or kind of the community, what do I want to say, organization from Teton County and the one from Laramie. I don't know if there are other programs in the mortgage relief, other programs under which they could apply, and maybe they have and were rejected, I don't know, but perhaps we take them as a group and either suggest that they apply via those other programs for COVID funds. But in any event, take those separate as well. So.
Yeah, and I'd agree. And I think I did have some correspondence on the 122, and they have been working with the WCDA and I know the Laramie proposals, City of Laramie proposal interface partnership also mentioned that they'd worked a little bit with WCDA. WCDA really needs to get that money moving, and I think that's one reason they looked at their rules again. And so I'm going to recommend that we put those aside for the time being out of this money, and that I will lean heavily on WCDA to make sure that I'm thinking there's some accommodation they can make for these kinds of proposals within their rules. So if that makes sense to the board, that would be my recommendation there. Auditor or treasurer or superintendent, any other thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, I think I like your idea of grouping some of the obvious ones together, and I think there is inevitably a few that we just have to take up one at a time.
Okay, Superintendent? You're muted, Superintendent.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting the tisk from the treasurer. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And there's really no way to remedy this other than just as another cautionary note. If Congress does extend timelines on this, I do not want this board or any of our hospitals to be in a situation where we haven't funded them under the current guidance and timeline that we have but we could have funded them under an extended timeline. And I know that's not something that we can remedy today, and maybe not even something that we can mitigate, but you know, it just makes this task exponentially more difficult for all of us. And I agree with lumping some of these together. HVAC makes really good sense to me, and then breaking HVAC into the two different buckets as well. And that seems like a good place to start eating the elephant.
Thank you, Superintendent. And my intent with this is that we still have a number of meetings left, and if that bill does pass, and indeed there is an extended timeline, we always reserve the right to be able to revisit. And part of the reason that I think the treasurer was so wise in saying let's hold back a little bit is because we can address that there. And then part of the reason I was saying, you know, if it doesn't look like a project's likely to get their money spent or other places, that's how we gather that up at the end, and we'll have another opportunity for reallocation, and there may be more money that's coming too. So with that, board, I'm happy to entertain however you want to approach these. And let me say thank you for everybody who has been with us all this time today to review these. I think they're all worthy projects, and I know it's on a sort of a moment's notice that we were trying to put a lot of these together. So I very much appreciate your work. I don't know, Mr. Secretary is rifling through pages here. I don't know if he's come close to a suggestion.
Well, I was trying to separate out the HVAC, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
to try to get us a consent.
Okay, he is working on a consent list.
Oh, okay. And fiber optic, okay. Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Beth.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I would move for consideration of the following items for a consent list, and it would be number 2, the North Lincoln County Hospital District. It would be, and Beth, correct me if I'm wrong, number 8 had it says capital construction, but they had an HVAC component in there, and they reduced their amount from 6.3 to 172. So I'm still not clear. Well, and then they reduced it, but the narrative says something different than what we heard on the phone and what we've got on our sheet. So, all right, I'll skip over that one for now.
Can
So
Beth turn her microphone on?
The next one would be number 13, Weston County Hospital District, Nursing Home HVAC Upgrade Project. After that would be number 20, Campbell County Health Air Purification Mobile Equipment. And then number 25, Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County HVAC update. Number 33, Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County HVAC project. And then number 34, Johnson County Healthcare Center HVAC and renovations. And that's it for the first piece of HVAC. That excludes the city buildings.
Okay. So, are you
Mr.
making
Chairman?
that as a consent list? Yes, I'm sorry, Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I wonder if the secretary could clarify on some of those projects, such as number 34, Johnson County Healthcare Center, HVAC and renovations. with a consent list, are we moving the HVAC and renovations or just the HVAC portion of that project?
We were moving to place all of those on the consent list. And then I guess what I would imagine, and this is from the list Beth handed me, but it's a good distinction, because if we feel like we want to consider the renovation separate from the HVAC superintendent, we could either leave those off now or pull them off of the consent list. That'd be appropriate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary, the reason I ask is, and I could be way off base here, but some of the entities submitted more than one application, and Johnson County may have just submitted an application with 2 asks. So I'm wondering if that creates just a little technical inequity that's unintended. And I just put that out there, but
That's a good point. Maybe we should leave those off, because you're right, that includes about $775,000 of $775,000 worth of other things that you're right, that may kind of create a inequity. So it would be 2, 13, 20, 25, and 33, unless somebody identifies another one that has multiple.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about number 3, the ICU negative pressure room, because most of the time, those were things that was associated with some kind of an airflow HVAC component that, we can do it later, but I thought that was one that might be close to that.
So, Mr. Treasurer, I was going to take that and number 22, and maybe there's a couple of others that really talk, number 15, for example, that are isolation rooms.
Okay. So, all right, that's a different category. Let's go ahead and I guess okay. I'll second this motion.
Okay, so the motion's been made for a consent list for number 2, number 13, number 20, number 25, and number 33. Is that correct? Is there, yeah, and number 33, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for a consent list of those. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, Auditor.
So I just recalling our last meeting where we again put some pretty aggressive guardrails on making sure these are done by December. And so I'm wondering if we want to do something similar or if we don't, or what sort of protections are we providing to both the state and the applicant so we don't have trouble at the end?
So Auditor, my sense on this is if we have a consent list, probably we do want to have some understanding these can be finished. That would be part of the motion that would approve the allocation on these.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the consent list of 2, 13, 20, 25, and 33, signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
Consent list is established. And now we need a motion for approving the allocation for the consent list. And I know the auditor's working on it.
I'll take a stab, and then I'm going to need some help maybe from staff to and I guess I'm struggling a little bit here because we're hearing that our guidelines were too tight, but frankly, our guidelines got us to a level of comfort. So I'm not sure if we have any options of I believe in the prior meeting, the wording we used was getting some sort of certification from the contractor that it could be done by December 30th. So maybe and I apologize. Maybe if Beth could refresh our memory on precisely what we had.
Finding it.
Beth is piling through papers here. Just a second.
And Mr. Chairman, I know it's challenging to be consistent when everything's changing so quickly, but I think there's some value in trying.
I agree.
Mr. Chairman?
Can show the attachment that they have. Oh, he said hold off on that. Hold on.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer, while Beth's working on that.
Yeah,
and
I'm thinking, you know, we can say either the contractor provides a surety bond, or the sponsor shall provide a financial guarantee as approved by the department in the event that the project is not done in a timely manner. So I think you need the either or, because if you can't find a contractor that's going to step up with a surety bond, you could take the guarantee, a financial guarantee of the sponsor.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the language that we included in the grant agreements from the first round was the grantee shall require the general contractor for the project to sign a contractually binding bid containing a completion date guarantee attached to and incorporated into this attachment as attachment B. So they would attach that to their agreement. And then prior to signing their contract, the grantee would submit the contract to OSLI for final approval by the AG's office to ensure compliance with the agreement. The other requirement that we had, and I believe this was only on one of them, was the grantee shall reserve funds in the amount of X amount. The grantee shall provide OSLI supporting documentation in the event the contractor cannot complete the work by December 30th, 2020 and breaches the completion date guarantee. Grantee shall use the contingency funding to procure another contractor and complete the work on the project at the grantee's sole expense. OSLI shall not be responsible for any costs incurred after December 30th, 2020 to procure a contractor and complete the project.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just suggest we probably put both languages in, so there's some optionality there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to read that real quick. And does this all sounds good, but is there some type of bonding requirement, something in place so the contractor doesn't promise anything, because they know from the beginning, like, they can't get a performance bond, or they're not willing to risk it, which means they won't even start the project unless they're 100% confident that they're going to complete this. Does this language get us there?
I'm going to defer to the AG for that.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, I honestly have no idea if they're going to be able to get a bond with this language. If they sign this and they can still get a bond, then I don't see there being any problem with going ahead with the project. I suppose we could put language in there requiring them to get some kind of a performance bond with a condition regarding the date, but I honestly don't know what that would look like or if there would be a company willing to issue such a bond.
Okay, and I see Mr. Bowley has his hand raised. Who was just talking? That was Patrick. Okay.
Governor, Eric Boley from the Hospital Association. Just a couple of questions. One, I think that you've already got good language here with attachment B that's showing on the screen. I think that all of our members are readily aware of what the requirements are. I also have a question about your consent list. I know you've already done it, but I believe that you've got 3 projects hanging out there that can easily be broken out and lumped into this, number 3, number 22, and number 35, where the dollar amounts are broken out in the applications, and I would hope they would be considered under the consent list as well.
So Mr. Bowley, I think those are all room constructions, and I know they are related to HVAC, but we did discuss that, and we're taking them next after we do the non-governmental. So,
thank you, Governor.
Or not non-governmental, non-medical governmental buildings. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm certainly welcome to all input that anyone can give me, but I still feel pretty good about this language if we're getting assurances if we're getting a whole bunch of promises that there's no problem that it's going to be done, then I don't think that this language should be problematic, but I may be oversimplifying it.
I like that language, as long as it's, whatever it's attached to is contractually binding and not guidance or a suggestion or something like that. I feel pretty good about it too.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Pat from the AG, Pat Miller from the AG's office. This is attachment B, which is attached to the reimbursement agreement. So as for all grants that we give out, we would require them to sign a grant agreement before they could receive any funds, and that's a binding contract. This is an attachment to that contract.
So they will see this in any event. So I think that settles it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that I would incorporate this same requirement to my motion, please, to approve the consent list with that contingency.
Okay, that's been moved with the attached language. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Is there discussion? 3 times, no answers. So we're going to a vote. All in favor signify with either a thumbs up if you're on the screen or an aye if you're here. So, okay, that motion carries. So the next that I would look at would be the entertain a motion for the non-medical HVAC upgrades.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would move for consideration on a consent list items 18, which is Teton County. I'm not sure I want that one. Stand by.
Got payroll in it, and a whole bunch of stuff, huh?
Quick clarification on our summary. It has just
I would say that is not an HVAC one. Sorry.
Okay.
Teton County.
Well, the summary is an HVAC one, but the list is not HVAC, and it's for a lot more money.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that this one does have a small HVAC project associated with it. The larger amount would be for the 122 or 22-1 rent reimbursement policy, if we're talking the Teton County request.
There's only $43,000 worth of HVAC work in that one.
That's correct. And if I recall correctly, this is just installing UV disinfecting equipment.
Maybe take that one by itself.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. So the consent list would consist of consideration of number 19, scratch 18, number 19, City of Rock Springs Fire Department, and number 32, City of Laramie.
Okay. Is there a second to the consent list?
I'll
Is there a
second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor of the consent list, signify with thumbs up or aye.
Aye.
Carries. Now I'd entertain a motion, whatever you'd like to do on this one.
Mr. Chairman, clarification is City of Laramie, is that all HVAC? That's a lot of HVAC.
6 buildings, I believe.
It is.
6 buildings, huh?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for the purposes of moving the discussion along, I would move for a vote on the consent list as adopted.
So it's been moved.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll hear the treasurer as a second, because you made the motion here. So thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a discussion?
Mr. Chairman, could we repeat that motion? I had a hard time hearing it.
The motion was to move the 2 items in a positive way, I guess. In other words, moves up the adoption of the allocations.
So that we could, discuss it.
Yep. So we're now in discussion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the obvious concern, which was brought up already, while maybe good projects and very much necessary, I'm struggling a little bit to relate it to CARES Act funding and the necessity for this purpose. And I think that's what the Secretary expressed earlier more eloquently than I just have. But I would concur with his prior comments.
All right. And I see there's a Sarah Reese who has her hand up.
Hello, this is Emily Brown. Sorry. This project, this project is, we're looking at how we could safely do our buildings, and basically what this has been done in different schools and lots of places over the country where most of the virus is being tracked by air particles, and it allows the UV and the ionization on your HVAC to eliminate the virus in the air. And so we felt we have not opened a lot of our buildings, even our our city hall. I mean, we don't have enough room. We don't have stuff going on yet. So we felt this was an important step instead of cleaning and some of the things that we're doing. This would be a important step for things such as the rec center, and we have court and the different things that are going on in our facilities. And this is the kind of the technology going forward. We have contractors set up. We have everything analyzed, ready to go.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, further discussion. Further discussion. Have we, Ben, did we lose the treasurer? Okay, all right. Thanks. So one more time, further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I agree with one of the comments made. I feel like this is more of a major maintenance issue or just a pure capital construction project that you would undertake on, in any given year, and it's just too loosely tied to COVID for me. I can't support it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor of the motion, which, as I say, is to approve the allocation, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see no ayes, and I see no thumbs, and I see no ayes. I do see Kurt's eyes, but all right. If you're against the motion, please signify with a thumbs down or a nay. That motion fails. So I'm going to recommend isolation rooms at this point, which I believe are 3, 22, and 35. And 15. Is that correct, Beth?
I believe so.
I heard 35, although it says renovations to patient care areas. Question I have, and I guess this would be for Maureen. These are isolation rooms that you're putting in place?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they would be isolation rooms, so they would have the negative air pressure.
Okay. All right. And what did we do with 34?
Nothing.
We'll take that separately so that we.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had taken that off that first consent motion because it included a lot of other things in addition to the HVAC.
Okay, I think it makes sense. Okay, so I would, please, Superintendent, you're muted. You're muted.
I'm feverishly looking through our information to find out, but there's just such a price discrepancy from project to project for these for this category that I want to make sure that folks have what they need and didn't maybe drop a request into another category. I don't know, there's just a big price discrepancy, and I'm looking as fast as I can to make sure, to scan again, to make sure that we're not underfunding some of these, like Weston County. Let me just take if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I just need, or maybe Weston County would just, if they're on, be able
Yes.
to indicate that this is adequate.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for that question. When we looked at the way our building was remodeled in the last major construction that we did, these two rooms, the way they were built with the addition and compartmentalizing for the fire safety things that we all have to do, they are built solidly from the walls all the way up to the ceilings. So most of the major renovation construction that you would need to have done in order to accommodate the negative pressure and allowing the HVAC to work appropriately has already been done. It's just the HVAC portion of it that would need to be done. That's why it is so inexpensive, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that great response.
Thanks. So what's the pleasure? We can have the...
Mr. Chairman, could you do the numbers one more time for me? I apologize. I fear I might have missed one.
The list?
Yes.
Beth, do we know what that list is?
Yep.
I think we...
It is number 3, number 15, and number 22.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have so many numbers on my sheet here that I'm losing track. So 3, 15, and 22, those would be the ICU negative pressure room at Riverton Memorial, the Sheridan Memorial Hospital reverse isolation room upgrade, and the
Weston County.
Weston County. But 3, 15, and 22, there we are. Right, okay, very good. All right, that would be the consent list, and I would enter, I would entertain. Oh, we have a hand up. Senator Bebout?
Yes, can you hear me, Governor?
Yes, we sure can.
Governor, just one question on these. When you fund some of this COVID money for these buildings, facilities, they're not actually owned by the particular entity requesting them. How does that work? And I'm speaking to the particular situation in Riverton where the hospital facility itself is not owned by Sage West. They have sold that building to another entity, and as I understand it, they now lease it. I'm not sure about all the arrangements. How does that work if we went ahead and provided this funding to an entity that owns a building and not to the entity that was applying for it?
So Senator, the process that we've envisioned here is the allocation's approved, but then it has to be further reviewed by OSLI and by the AG, and if they find that the ownership of the building is not adequate, they will deny that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I did have one more question about River. Sorry, we keep beating for the CEO if he's still on. My understanding, which very well could be incorrect, is that there hasn't been COVID patients housed in the Riverton facility. And so maybe just a little more information about that. And again, I could be completely wrong here, but my understanding is that they have all, I guess that's my question and what that plan is going forward.
Good question. Do we have an answer?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any, even for example, back in April when there were 7 patients hospitalized in Lander, there was none in Riverton.
Governor, it's Eric Boley. I'm trying to get hold of John Farrelly to see if he can answer those questions for you.
And Auditor?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
There have been multiple COVID positive patients at Riverton. In fact, there's one there today.
I guess and I apologize, I'm not in the healthcare world. I'm wondering why that's not reported.
Reported where? Yeah, what do you mean by reported?
To the Department of Health on their hospital capacity daily report dashboard.
Right. So we report a single statistic to the Department of Health, so it includes all positive patients in both locations.
Okay, so okay.
And doctor, is that also true on the number of ICU beds, et cetera? In other words, your ICU beds is a combined number?
Yes, that's correct.
And the occupied is also a combined number?
What was the last one? I'm sorry?
What I'm saying is on the health website, there is a total number of ICU beds and then a total number of occupied ICU beds. Is that also the case with Sage West?
Yes, it's all one report for both campuses.
Okay. Thank you. So members, I would entertain whatever consent list you would like to have. Either that, or I would entertain doing these one at a time. But I think we can be more efficient if we can do a consent.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
And I'll want to have discussion on this, but I would move for consideration of items 3, 15, and 22 for a consent list.
Okay, 3, 15, and 22 are being put forth as a considered consent list. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor of the consent list, please signify with a thumbs up.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote on that, is now the proper time to be able to remove something, or is it at the next step?
I think it would be at the next step.
Okay, good.
So if we have a consent list, please signify with a thumbs up if you're on the screen, or an eye. We have a consent list. All right, that passed. Now would be the time for consideration of removal, if there was such a.
The question is on the ownership issue. Are we good with you guys? We're clear that it's okay to do that then?
What we will
Check
do
on
following this, we will send each applicant who has renovations or capital construction-like projects a questionnaire to ensure that they can show to us that they are the owner of the building. Usually that's done by providing us a copy of their insurance to show that they are the ones being insured for the building.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear for all the applicants out there and the people listening that, if I'm not incorrect, that they have to own the facility that we're upgrading or renovating or building upon. So I just don't want anyone to be surprised if we approve something pending this, that if you're later ineligible, there's just an understanding that that could happen. So I won't move to remove it.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
you know, that being said, if it wasn't, you know, necessarily if there was some confusion about who was supposed to be the person who was applying for the grant, then I don't know if that can be rectified in this process or not before having to bring it back in front of the board, because I don't know whether that would make any difference as to whether or not we approved it. If it was a leasing company or someone who owned it, as long as the person who owned it took the responsibility. I think that's what we're looking for.
So Mr. Treasurer, I guess my hope here would be if these are favorable motions, the next step, as Beth said, is that they would have to qualify with OSLI to the particulars that allow them to continue, but they could immediately start spending if they met those qualifications. If they did not, they would have the opportunity to come back before this board with a modified approach. That would be I'm very cognizant of the fact we need to get these projects moving.
Well, I guess the question on ownership, is that a federal issue? Is that a state issue? Or because there's a lot of ownership models out there and leasing models, and sometimes you might lease something, but it might be provided in the lease contract that, you know, with the approval of the owner that you can make those expenditures, you know. So I just think that I'm wondering why we're using that. I know it's been used when we're making loans and we want to get our money back, you know, in the Slib process, but I was unaware that it was I guess in this process also.
So Brandy, I'm going to put you on the spot for that. Thank you, Deputy Munger.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Treasurer, it's actually in the rules specifically that capital construction projects, the applicant has to be the owner of the building. And it's one of the things that Slib's always done, just to make sure that we're not putting a bunch of money into a building or a facility that isn't owned by the applicant.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question would be, if at this point we know we have one like that, why would we move forward and then have the AG have to review it and flag it later? Or would it be more efficient for both the applicant and us to address that now if we know that's going to be problematic?
Mr. Boley has his hand up, and Auditor, I think you raise an interesting point, and certainly it's easy to withdraw this from the list.
Mr. Chairman, Eric Boley, Hospital Association. I know John Freley's trying to weigh in here. He might be able to add some clarity to ownership, but I'm wondering, is this a part of the CARES funding, this rule, or is this a state rule when we're dealing with federal funds? I don't know the answer, but I'm also wondering if maybe we could let John speak to you regarding ownership of the Sage West facilities.
Thanks, Dr. Farrelly.
So just so everybody knows, we are required under the terms of the lease to do all leasehold improvements.
Okay, thank you. So what's your, what's the board's pleasure?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's what I was getting at, was that there's a lot of different ownership models out there, and these are grant funds, they're federal funds. Necessarily the rules that are for the Slib board on state funds and mineral royalty grants you know, the rules could be very cumbersome with a lot of these different associations and healthcare facilities. Just because this is it's not 1929, I guess.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for adoption of the consent list consisting of items 3, 15, and 22, with the provision that they'll be reviewed by OSLI and the Attorney General for all eligibility criteria.
And the attached language that.
And the attached language that, well, I think goes with all of these, hopefully.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. So it's been moved. Is there a second to move adoption of the allocation? Is it second? It is seconded by the treasurer. Moved and seconded. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. So we're gradually working our way through here. My next, Mr. Treasurer, my next thought was satellite clinics and ancillary construction. Or maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe it's easier to do IT projects. Or we could do mortgage, whichever you would like to do, or whatever anybody would like to do.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I would move for consideration for consent list items 30, which is City of Laramie Economic Relief Programs to support Laramie businesses, and 31, City of Laramie Interfaith Partnership Rent and Bill Assistance.
Okay. So that, items 30 and 31, economic relief programs to support Laramie businesses and Laramie Interfaith Partnership Rent and Bill Assistance, that's been moved as a consent list. Is there a second? There is a second from the superintendent. And is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the consent list as put forward, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay, that carries. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for adoption of the consent list consisting of items 30 and 31 as previously placed on the consent list.
So the Secretary has moved for items 30 and 31 to move the allocation. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. It's been moved and seconded. And so now discussion. Discussion. Mr. Secretary.
I would start off just to open the discussion. I'm not sure how I feel about these, except to say that there have been separate allocations of money for programs like this under, I guess, that were kicked off late spring, early summer. And the question I would pose is, would it be prudent to have or to find out if these entities have already applied through those programs and been rejected? If so, why? And if not, perhaps they could apply through those programs first. And for these two items, more so than the CAPCON and the other things, we're seeing maybe timeliness isn't as big of an issue for them, and we have the luxury of perhaps exploring this a little bit. Just my thought.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would, yeah, I'd also be more curious. I think there's the redundancy question with the business relief and when that went out in contrast with when the state program went out, which has been 2 months ago now. But also I feel like the loan component really muddies the water on that one as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, this, I also have some concerns, although it didn't really come up today, but as I read through the, especially the one pager, I worry that a government entity is perhaps doing what other programs are capable of doing. And I'm not sure that's appropriate at this time with this pot of funds.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. Seeing none and hearing none. Oh, one thumbs up from the treasurer. And nays, thumbs down if you're on screen, or a nay. Okay, that motion fails. I have three nays.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I've got kind of a long list here. These are smaller ones I'd characterize as renovations or upgrades. And okay. So I start with number 5. That's a Memorial Hospital of Carbon County COVID-19 Prevention and Treatment Plan. It has a little HVAC in there. I go down to number 9, the Riverton Sage West one, and that's renovations, social distancing, barriers, and etc. Down to number 14, Western County overflow remodel. Then down to on the next page, number 26, the smoke evacuation system for the Sweetwater County. Another Sweetwater County one for a, oh, that's an office building first floor remodel. I think I'll take that one off, Mr. Chairman. I was looking for medical ones more or less. Number 28 on Sweetwater County, that's the walk-in clinic lab equipment. City of Laramie equipment renovations. Down to 36, lab expansion on Converse County, and 37 renovations construction. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different ones. So I'll go through those again. I got 5, 9. Oh, looks like we already 14, 26, 28, 29, 36, and 37.
Okay, is there, I'm wondering about number 1, Mr. Treasurer, with your list. Would that fit within your?
Oh, yeah, I missed that one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I said number 1. So that would be the consent list that the treasurer put forward: 1, 5, 9, 14, 26, 28, 29, 36, and 37. Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll second it. It's been seconded by the secretary. Okay. And I guess we will go to whether we accept that consent list or not. I see that there's a hand up. That's why I paused. All in favor of the consent list, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. And yeah, that consent list stands. It's ready, and I guess now we can listen to Tiffany Marshall.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify number 27, the medical office building first floor remodel. That's our physician specialty clinic. And so what that project is remodeling the waiting area for our OB pediatrics, our soon to be neurologist, to minimize foot traffic for the remainder of our specialty offices that are on the other floors, like ENT, orthopedic, surgery, cancer center, and things like that. So I just wanted to clarify, we call it our medical office building, but it's our physician clinics where all of their offices are.
All right, thank you. And I see the auditor, and then I see the treasurer. So, auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think the reason I was so unenthusiastic about the consent list, and I apologize for that, is if I remember correctly, a lot of these projects, or some of them, there's substantial concern by staff in the AG's office that these even relate, that even pass kind of they can't make the connection. So I know we want to get through these more quickly, but I have I feel like there was a few where the communication was kind of like, wow, we just can't, we've tried to connect the dots and we can't do it. And I don't have strong notes on what all of those were. I feel like maybe the smoke evacuation system was one of them. So that would be my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess on the smoke evacuation system, I would think that's if you have a respiratory disease and you have COVID patients or anybody that's in that diminished capacity and you have a fire, I would hope that you got rid of the smoke as soon as possible so it wouldn't get in their lungs. But then again, I don't know exactly where the evacuation system is, whether it's in an area that patients could be affected by smoke. It says it's for the hospital, so I assume that there's a good chance that you could have patients in that area.
Okay, I see Tiffany Marshall and Eric Boley both. So Tiffany, I think you probably can weigh in on this.
Hi, so the smoke evacuation system, the name of it's a little bit misleading. What this is it's equipment that goes on some of our surgical equipment that's utilized in the OR, as well as equipment for C-sections. And so it was recommended by the CDC, the US Surgeon General, the American College of Surgeons, and the American Society of Anesthesiologists that for any surgeries that require cautery services, that they use smoke evacuators. They have minimal number of personnel in the operating room, and they make sure they have the proper PPE. Those are just a couple of the recommended guidelines. So it's not a construction project. It's not anything that's going to take a long time to do. It's merely some equipment so that as our surgeons are performing their surgical services on patients, these tools will actually suck up that smoke so that it doesn't go up into the room for people to breathe in. And so the reason why it's so imperative is because the smoke from these cauterizing procedures, it carries small particles such as HPV, HIV, Hep B, COVID-19. I think they have a list of 115 different chemicals and viruses and things that get carried up in that cauterized smoke. So that's what this is for, is to suck up that smoke so that our staff isn't breathing in these different viruses like COVID-19 when they're performing surgery on them.
So, Mr. Chairman, and then another question, Tiffany, is this recommendation by all of those entities different or new than what it was prior to COVID-19?
From everything that we've read and talking with our surgical team and our anesthesiologist is that they've always liked having a smoke evacuator or a smoke evacuation system in ORs. However, it was never mandated or necessarily required. Now with COVID-19 and performing surgeries on those patients, the aerosolization of those particles getting in the air has become a huge risk and potentially infecting our staff. So that need has significantly increased. There's actually some legislation in some of our surrounding states that they're looking at requiring the smoke evacuation system in ORs to provide services. And that was, a lot of it was geared because of COVID-19 and their current pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, could I just check in with staff and or the AG's office about any of the others on this list that really gave them heartburn over not comporting with the guidelines?
Yes. Stephen Brandy, Director, I think you are Deputy Director, and I hear no evil, I see no evil.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to put them on the spot or make them trying to pick winners and losers, but I know that some of these, they, like I said, they were struggling to connect the dots, and I just want to make sure I note those. Or if they were comfortable with all of those, then that is very relevant information as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, on project number 5, there is concern related to the eligibility of the climate control portion, so $500,000 of that.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe she already backed that down to 300, correct?
He did.
He did, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Or was that the only one?
I think they're still looking, and you do have the opportunity, Auditor, pull 26 off the list if it's of concern.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I don't know if this will help or not, but I would, if it's not, I guess the form of a motion, it would be just a request to remove numbers 5, 14, 29, 36, and 37.
Remove 5, 14, 36, and 37?
29, 36, and 37.
29, 36, and 37. Okay. Is there an objection to removing 5, 14, 29, 36, and 37 from the consent list, which would leave 1, 9, 26, and 28? Is there an objection? Mr. Treasurer, I think you're muted.
So you had 1.9 and what was the other ones?
So if the removals happen, 1, 9, 26, and 28 remain on the consent list.
Well, let's get going, guys. I'm fine. Let's move it.
Okay. All right. So those have been pulled from the consent list. So we are now, I would entertain a motion on 1, 9, 26, and 28.
Mr.
You know, I'm gonna pull 26. I think 26 sounds like it's medical, and not necessarily related to COVID specifically. So 1, 9, and 28 would be the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval for those funding for that consent list.
Okay, so we are moving approval of 1, 9, and 28.
And
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to put the same, where appropriate, the same contingency.
Yeah, I think that that goes without saying. So that's been moved. Is it seconded? Second. It's been seconded. It's been seconded. I'll recognize the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, signify by with a thumbs up or an aye. Aye. That motion carries. It was a nice try, Mr. Treasurer. I appreciated your effort. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I got cold pizza in the oven. I don't know what you guys are gonna do.
Okay, next,
You can do fiber optics.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I would move for consideration on a consent list, items number 4, Town of Mills, and item
16?
11.
Actually, 11 was withdrawn.
Or 16, I'm sorry. That's your writing. 16.
All right. There's a motion for a consent list of item number 4 and item number 16. Is there a second for that consent list? Is there a second? That's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor of the consent list, thumbs up or an aye? That carries. We have a consent list. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we need to be in the business of giving free fiber to one competitor and disadvantaging another competitor or 2 other competitors. The ability to get service exists. If this does move forward and people really want to put in this fiber, then it probably should be considered open access to all competitors, at least to partially mute the potential unfair advantage of one competitor who's put in the spent their own money to put in the fiber, and another one who is just looking at capitalizing on this particular care package.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would echo some of the comments of the treasurer. I have concerns with both of these. I think these funds are super appropriate for areas that are unserved or underserved. And we know that these don't pass that threshold, and there may be some unique situations. And I applaud the ingenuity of some free service in exchange for rent, but I don't think that's a sustainable model to maintain a budget. And that would be my comment.
Okay, thank you, Auditor. Any other discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of, I'm sorry, I need a motion. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, Mr.
I would move for adoption of the consent list containing items number 4 and 41.
4 and 40.
Or 4, I'm reading her writing again, I'm sorry.
4 and 60.
There's no 41. It looks like a 41, and it also looks like an 11, but it's 16.
Okay. It is getting late, so, all right. We're in the fifth inning now. We've got a few more innings. So that motion has been made to adopt the allocation for items 4 and 16, Town of Mills and Town of Evansville. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye.
Mr. Chairman, was it seconded?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, thank you. It is now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. It is seconded. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Seeing no thumbs up and no ayes. All against, thumbs down or a nay. Okay, those fail. Next. Yeah, I think so Beth, let's walk through and see what we still have. We did not do number 5.
Not number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 12, 17, 18, 21, 23, 24, 26, 27, 29, and then 34 through 37.
Did you mention that?
It got pulled. 10 and 11 were withdrawn.
Okay. So, on item 5, Memorial Hospital of Carbon County, the revamped proposal is for $250 for Mr. Harmon's on.
I can just answer that real quick. What's left, since we pulled out the HVAC controls, what we'll be doing in the ICU rooms is just reworking the vents to be able to create the negative pressure. So it's just some HVAC work and then the ultraviolet duct disinfection component of it. And so we currently have 1 ICU room. This will give us 6 ICU rooms. And so it's really just an HVAC project. No changes to the rooms other than a little bit of change to some of the ductwork.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for adoption of the Memorial Hospital of Carbon County construction request consisting of $250,000 for conversion of ICU rooms to maintain negative pressure and $50,000 to install ultraviolet duct disinfection equipment.
That's been moved. Is it seconded? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second with the standard contingency language on time.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
Carries. So now we are on to item number 6, is that correct? Which is the satellite clinic. Mr. Harmon, I think you're still on. This is the satellite clinic in Saratoga, if I remember correctly.
Correct. And we had obviously a fairly significant discussion with you already on July 16th. Originally, we were asking for 2.5 million. The additional information that we sent into the Slib group should have lowered that down, and apologize it didn't get made onto your forms, to $2,181,175.50. We pulled out some of the elements that really were not associated with COVID, and that was some space that we're going to have a physical therapy in. Some of the information we provided that was reported today said that the architect said we were starting September 1st. The contractor said July 30th. The original thing that the architect put together, the plan, showed we could do it by the end of December. The contractor wanted us to start earlier. So we've purchased the property. We've already started and now completed the demolition. The contractor, assuming we get favorable approval today, will be ordering tomorrow all of the lumber and some of the long lead items. He will start construction on the 17th. We've already worked with the city of Saratoga. We've broken out the project into a kind of a phased permit process with site work and foundation, and then the exterior package, and then the interior package. So we're very comfortable that we can have it completed. In addition, we've provided information to you demonstrating that we will place a $2 million encumbered fund to ensure completion, so that if it's not done by that time, it will be on our dime, not on your dime. And so we did all of those things that we talked about back in July. And just to kind of point to the need for COVID, on Monday alone, we had 30 individuals that we got calls in to do different symptomatic and non-symptomatic screening. In our county, our public health officers tracing, but they do not do any of the collection or testing. They have us do all of that for them. And we just need additional space to be able to take care of people. With what's happened at the prison, there's a lot of people who are now fearful and are coming in and trying to get tests. And we need the ability to take care of those folks in the Platte Valley. So it's not just Saratoga, it's Riverside, it's Encampment, it's the whole area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the allocation favorably in the amount of $2,100,000 and whatever he said, which I didn't catch precisely, so I apologize for that. $2,100,000 and change. I trust that Beth has the precise amount, still with the required language that we have discussed.
Okay, I believe that number, John, if you can, you may want to just say that number again. 2,181,000.
Yeah, I put it in the chat also, but it's $2,181,175.50. $175.50, because we pulled out everything that wasn't associated with COVID. And so there was 300 and some odd thousand that wasn't appropriate in July, and we changed that.
Mr.
We
Chair-
love round numbers.
Yes. $2,181,175, and they're just gonna have to find the 50 cents somewhere else.
Fair enough.
All right. That's been moved by the auditor with all the standard language. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I think this is, in all other contexts, this is a very worthy project to bring, healthcare services to another part of Carbon County. But to me, that's not the issue that's before us today, and it's at least not the way I'm considering it. We can tie just about anything to COVID, just by saying, you could treat this person or you could test people here, et cetera. But this is an example of something that's pretty much ground up construction. And I just don't see it as being related to COVID, except in the most abstract sense of, yes, I could test people there, I could see a patient there, I could do these things. And the guidance that we have, if you look at the eligibility analysis, we can debate, whether it's to establish temporary public medical facilities and related construction costs. If you go by that definition, it doesn't meet it at all, because it's not temporary. And I think these funds were designed to kind of treat an emergency situation, despite some of the language I find in Senate File 1001. But this is just one of those things that goes too far for me and is just too tangential, trying to relate it to COVID. Because if this is related to COVID, and I understand it is in a very abstract sense, then there's pretty much nothing we could turn down, because you could make it related to COVID. And I'll close just by saying it's a worthy project in any other context, and I don't doubt that it would be a nice facility, but I can't support it in the context of COVID and CARES Act funds.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not quite sure where I am on this yet. So I put that out in full disclosure, but maybe play the devil's advocate a little bit on that and say that the satellite clinic does appear tangential, but it also frees up space to build capacity to deal with COVID-19. And that's been like a really significant nuance today that, and throughout this, I mean, I'm sure at the local level, they really struggled with this as well. And at the hospital level, saying, okay, if we repurpose space we have or upgrade space we have, it's more directly related. But if we build new space that frees that up, then it paints a little different picture in terms of relation, but it accomplishes the same goal. And so I guess what I'm saying is that I would hope that these conversations happened at the local level, and that we could be, I don't know, just hear about or think about the relationship more than just a one-off. I'm not saying that very well, but I hope you understand.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. Any further discussion? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, this is a tough one because I think we all want it to happen, and the the secretary was very eloquent, and I think maybe said another way, this would be very useful for COVID if it continues, which we all hope it doesn't, and it probably will. But where I struggle, which won't surprise you, is I put my auditor hat back on, and my legal concerns back on, about even if we have the assurances of being held harmless by the applicant, which I certainly appreciate their work towards that, if we don't, if they cut off the project at some point and they have to pay for the rest of it, okay, but in my head, we can't legitimately charge any of it against CARES funding. And so that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I think, and I would contrast that with the HVAC systems. If those end up, I'll put it this way. There's a lot more things that can mess up the construction of a building, and that's what's getting me. There's so many things that could go wrong with weather or materials that are way outside of our control. And I think truly this doesn't get at what the CARES Act funding is really trying to get to at the heart of it.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess what I look at as far as I think the superintendent had a good analysis of the capacity, but it's not only the capacity within just that hospital system, it's kind of the capacity geographically. And really, if you look at Carbon County, Saratoga is about the only place where you get a little bit of vacation goers. And those are necessarily the folks that seem to have caused some hot spots pop up around Wyoming and other parts of the country. So I think that it's reasonable to assume that we need capacity in different areas, and people need to find, have a place to get their testing done without having to drive an hour and a half to the nearest hospital. So I think there's a lot to be said about this particular facility actually going toward the exactly what the CARES Act is put out there for, and that's to make sure that you have the ability to make sure you can trace your contacts by testing, make sure that there is critical care when it's needed, and to make sure that it's in areas that provides access to the care. And I think this particular clinic does it in all three areas.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Maybe 2, 3.
I have one aye, is that correct, with the treasurer? Okay, all nays, thumbs down, or a no. So that's a no. So you are 3 and 2. So thank you. That motion fails.
Whereas those 3 did not.
All right. Next one is the City of Riverton. Vehicles. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, per my notes, I believe this is another one that was a real, that was a little bit of a stretch to relate to these COVID funds, but I'd appreciate any other commentary.
Okay. So I think, depending on what you want, it would be good to have a motion that either succeeds or fails, just so we can move.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the funding so we can move forward.
Okay, that's moved by the auditor. Is there a second? There is, from the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of the City of Riverton emergency vehicles signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see no thumbs up or an aye. All in opposed to the motion signify with a thumbs down or a no. That motion fails. Next item, Memorial County of Laramie County, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, capital construction for $6,347,104. Talked about that around 1 o'clock this afternoon.
On that note, Mr. Chairman, could we get a brief refresher? Because I know that the 6 million number is now 2 million and change, but just a reminder of what that money would go to, and I apologize for asking again.
Yeah, it's 2,216,000, and I think Robin is online.
Hi, this is Tim Thornell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Governor, board members. Tim Thornell, CEO at Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. We have requested a decrease from the 6.3 million down to the 2.216 million. That includes new isolation rooms and air handlers to support those isolation rooms, and a new entry point in our emergency department for specifically for COVID positive patients or rule out COVID patients. We decreased that amount for a couple of reasons. One, as the guidance came more into focus for us, we recognize that everything in the 2.2 million one, is COVID related, and two, is can be accomplished within the time frame of December 15th or sooner. We have what may be of some confusion is we have an existing construction project underway. Everything we're requesting here in the 2.2 million is new and incremental to our existing project and was not part of our existing scope in our existing project. And these things come to light only and exclusively because of COVID. And so that's why they are being added to this project. We felt it was relevant to mention our existing project because having a project already underway with construction people and boots on the ground enables us to put this project at the forefront and gives us confidence in our ability to complete this project prior to that deadline of December 16th or prior.
Thank you, Tim. So I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
I would move for approval of $2,216,000 for the Memorial Hospital of Laramie County for isolation rooms and air handlers and those things considered directly related to COVID, along with the same type of language that we've had as guarantees in the other things that have been passed.
Very good.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. And aye, that motion carries. Was that a thumbs up, Mr. Treasurer, or a thumbs down?
Yeah, it is. I've got a little sunshine coming through my window, so I think I'm gonna try to get those shades up.
Okay, so that motion still carries. I don't know if the superintendent, I did not see a vote, so. So with that, we are now on to, let me see. Number 12, which is Sage West Healthcare, Riverton Memorial Hospital, bariatric bed acquisition. And I think it was clarified that was for both hospitals. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would go ahead and move to approve the requested amount.
Okay, with the standard language, is that correct?
Correct. Now, I would assume that this is more a piece of equipment that would have substantially less timeline sensitivity, but I may be incorrect on that.
Right. Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hey, it has been seconded. Sorry, Superintendent, I didn't see you. It's been seconded by the Superintendent. All in, I guess, any discussion? Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of item number 12, bariatric bed acquisition for the Sage West Healthcare, and I see the superintendent has thumbs up. Are there an aye from the so that motion carries. Thank you. Next item is 17 is what I have. 14, okay. Hospital overflow remodel. I'm sorry, I thought we had dealt with that. All right. I would entertain a motion for Weston County Hospital District Hospital Overflow Remodel.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the adoption of $265,000 for the Weston County Hospital District Hospital Overflow Remodel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I'm sure that has all the attendant language. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
I struggle with this one a little bit, not only for the construction piece, but, and I understand the overflow piece, but we're going to put 6 patient beds in the basement, and it's going to be an open concept. Everything else we see, they're separating people, and maybe there's someone on the line who can better explain this, but I'm not really sure how pertinent it is to COVID, other than the overflow. And I don't know if Weston County has any ICU beds, no ventilators, and no one that probably qualified to staff a ventilator. So, I mean, I don't know that, but it just seems, this one I'd like a little more information on, I guess.
So Maureen is online. Ms. Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what we did in our preparation and planning We talked about a lot of different scenarios. In the event we weren't able to transfer patients to whether it be Gillette or Rapid City or other facilities around the state, with everybody being in the same situation we were. And so we talked about ways of working regionally and just within our own city and other locations that we could potentially use. And of course, then the biggest issue comes up is staffing. And how do we staff when we are pretty limited on staff as well? And so we've talked about being able to work with the other facilities to take patients who are maybe not as critical, ready to be discharged, and be able to help them here, thereby freeing up rooms in the other locations. And so the concept came out of where internally in our facility could we possibly do this. And in this portion of the basement that was vacated from our kitchen in our remodel, we had talked about being able to remodel that, putting oxygen down there for patients who still required oxygen use, but also then be able to help the region as well as our own overflow in the event, again, that we weren't able to transfer patients. Our main floor we would use for those patients who are most in need. And then again, the basement overflow portion could be used for those who are ready to be discharged, but not just quite ready yet.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but what's the open concept? Are these separate rooms or what are they?
Sure. What we looked at is a lot of different concepts that we saw other facilities doing, where they would be curtained off, so they would have their own distinct space, but it would be an open concept, so you could adjust it as you needed room available. The space in the basement has a bathroom, but doesn't have a rolling shower type thing for a person who might need or be handicapped. So that would be part of the construction, as well as, like I said, oxygen pumped in, and the other support systems would be on the walls. And then we would have a nourishment center. And then in the middle would be the nurses station, which would be I guess, somewhat portable, where it could be moved out of the way if you didn't need it, or it would be in place for that purpose.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All right. All in favor of the Weston County Hospital District Hospital Overflow Remodel for 265 signify with a thumbs up or a yay. Seeing no votes, if you're opposed, signify with a thumbs down or no. That motion fails. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for being involved. Wonderful project, but I hope you understand. So next we have 17, is that correct? Which is the Riverton Memorial Hospital Sage West Healthcare Cardiac Monitoring System, $1,814,951. I would entertain a motion. I would entertain a motion. Sure, Chairman. I think it's better to actually have a motion that we either vote up or down.
I would move for approval of item number 17, $1,814,951 for the Riverton Memorial Hospital for the cardiac monitoring system.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? It is seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
This is just me. This seems like something, if you look at the eligibility analysis, you know, we're a little unsure of the relation to COVID-19, other than, again, in the broad tangential context, as I'm sure they have the ability to monitor the cardiac condition of patients. Now, to me, this seems like a really nice thing to have, but just not enough of a nexus to spend $1.8 million on something that's supposed to be COVID related. I'm not saying it's not somewhat COVID related, but it's not COVID related in the context of the CARES Act, in my opinion. But I'm free to hear more about it and listen.
Okay, thank you. I see John Ferrelli is on. John, please feel free to address the board.
Thank you, Governor, members of the board. I'm going to let Kathy Hirsch, the Chief Nursing Officer, speak.
Good afternoon. I want to remind you that this first is for 2 hospitals. It's not for 1 hospital, so it'll be a system that encompasses both campuses. We were the first in Wyoming to have COVID patients, and we also have had the most COVID patients in our facilities. Our monitoring system is adequate for our average daily census. It is not adequate for us to expand and take care of critically ill patients. And that's what we were forced to do. We had to be creative. We had to use temporary monitors that were not for long-term monitoring. And the system also gives us the ability to remotely monitor the patients so that they are continuously monitored by one patient, rather than having a bedside monitor where someone has to put on PPE and go into the room and check the monitor periodically. It enhances our capability to take care of the critically ill patients.
So thank you. Just to follow up, Mr. Secretary.
Just one quick question. Under this leasing scenario, who's going to own this equipment if you no longer lease the facility?
Sage West Healthcare will own the equipment.
And then one question I have as a follow-up on that would be, when you say remote monitoring, is that on a floor basis, or is that, in other words, would you be able to monitor patients from Riverton in Lander or vice versa?
Yes, it also allows us the capability of monitoring a patient anywhere in the hospital. So if I would have to expand beyond my ICU, it allows me to monitor a patient at the monitoring station in ICU that is sitting out on med-surg.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is follow-up? Somebody's trying to speak. I'm sorry. Anybody? Okay. Sorry, I thought somebody was trying to speak. Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the cardiac monitoring system, 1,814,951 Riverton Memorial Hospital, LLC, doing business as Sage West Healthcare. If you're in favor of it, signify by a thumbs up or an aye. I see one thumbs up from the treasurer. If you're opposed, thumbs down or a no. Those are 3 no's, so that motion fails. Next item would be Teton County.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just a point of clarification on this. If we deny part or all of a project today, those applicants do have an opportunity to loop back around to adjust their application and their ask so that it would fit the criteria better. Is that correct? Can they resubmit an application?
Madam Superintendent, they would have the ability to submit a new application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I would entertain a motion on Teton County's payroll supplies, HVAC, PPE campaign materials for $2,291,897. And I do note that there is an HVAC component of this for $43,000. So I would entertain whatever motion the board thought appropriate. Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could take care of the easy part and move $43,000 for HVAC for Teton County for approval with the standard contingencies we've been using today.
Okay, and that motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? If you're in favor, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. I take it that is the what we want to fund out of that. So correct me if I'm wrong, otherwise we'll move on to 21, Campbell County Health, Telehealth Information Technology.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm wondering if, did we decide, is there actually payroll in that or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you said.
Mr. Chairman, is there a portion of that request that is payroll?
No.
Did we, oh, go ahead.
The request is $2,284,897 to reimburse 122, a local community organization, for rent relief, mortgage assistance, and expenses incurred to rent a hotel room and provide food for individuals who were required to isolate or quarantine.
And I've got 2.248.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my one concern or question, and I'm not sure if anyone is here from the county, I appreciate your previous comments in routing maybe some of those requests to the WCDA, which is probably the most appropriate funding source. However, the cost to house individuals who are required to quarantine is a little bit different ball of wax that I think doesn't, I guess depending on the scenario, may not even, would not be appropriate for WCDA. And if that should come later on its own application, please let me know. But I'm just wondering if that's something we could discuss. You know, if it, and I don't know the scenario. I know they had a situation. They have a lot of out-of-country workers that they were needing to address, and so that would be my question.
Good point.
Mr. Chair, this is Rich Oakes, Teton County, Wyoming Emergency Management. To answer the auditor's question, so the 122 amount in there, they provided rent relief, and that could be folks with or without COVID. They also provided housing for people that were put on quarantine orders that could not, or isolation orders, one or the other, by the county health officer that could not afford a hotel room, and they were also screened by 122. So they made sure that that was the only option they had. Like, they probably lived in a group living situation, had no way of separating from roommates, and that's a smaller subset of that amount. And then there should also be some costs in there for a local business that started a nonprofit for delivering meals to people that were on quarantine and isolation called Quarantine Cuisine. About 14,000 there as well. So it's essentially the county. We took it upon ourselves to apply on their behalf. They were providing services that if they weren't there, the county would have been paying for this stuff. But they had the systems in place, but it just wasn't stuff that they budgeted for. And because of previous agreements and relationships, we were lucky that they stepped up to the plate. Cheryl may be on the line here, who is the director of 122, that could give a little more specifics if you needed that.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Brandy, one quick question, and this may be putting you on a spot that you can certainly say that doesn't work, but if a governmental subdivision offloads the funding to a nonprofit or a private sector individual or company, would that still qualify as aid to a subdivision, governmental aid?
Mr. Chair, you're asking in terms of as we allocate our 25%, is it would be to a locality?
And I'm mindful of the fact that we do have other programs that address nonprofits.
You know, that's a good question. I don't really know the answer. Off the top of my head, I would say yes, because you would be giving it to Jackson, to Teton County, and then they would be determining the need within their county. So you are sending it downstream. And as I believe Mr. Oakes just said, they were providing services that the county would have provided otherwise if they weren't available. So we could make an argument for that, it seems like, but we're talking about a bill that hasn't passed.
Sure, no, I understand.
But I think you can maybe make an argument for it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for belaboring things. I just think that, so the one feature of this request is that money has been spent. It's not, I mean, it's everything's always some time sensitive to some point, but it's not like it's a construction project they have to start on tomorrow. I would be interested in exploring maybe some of those expenditures, which were clearly in response to COVID, clearly clearly to the benefit of the public health and the community, but maybe would not have qualified under the WCDA program. So I don't have any motion to make. I just maybe that would be a good future consideration.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a breakout that would be reasonable, Beth, on that component? Because again, the mortgage relief program, and I understand that the 122's mortgage relief program precedes the WCDA program, but I still think there's a substantial amount of money in WCDA that has not been called on.
And Mr. Chair, I think the breakout on this is quarantine housing is 262,143. The rent mortgage is 1,972,594, and the mill delivery is 14,160.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Auditor, then I see Madam Superintendent.
Well, I take back everything I just said, and pending appropriate legal review by the AG, knowing that may not work out, I probably would go ahead and make the motion to approve the 262,143 for the isolation housing, knowing again that that's someone who had a living situation and could have stayed there, but it was in everyone's benefit that they be isolated, and then the 14,160 for meal delivery.
Yes.
Okay, and I see Beth wanting to respond, and then I see the superintendent.
What you're recommending is a total funding of $319,303.
Yes,
So
Mr. Chair,
Beth,
I've given no deference to the original motion maker, so I apologize for that. It's being late.
so that is the two new components because we already passed, right? Okay, thank
Correct.
you.
Correct.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was just looking through the guidance for Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions updated July 8th. And it does address nonprofits for distribution to individuals in need of financial assistance. And it says that yes, nonprofits may be used to distribute assistance. It doesn't specifically address whether this type of distribution or reimbursement is best, but given the structure of the CARES Act, I think this takes us one step closer to maybe verifying that it is appropriate. So I would just put that out there. It's on page 8 of the frequently asked questions in the guidance.
Thank you, Superintendent. And my point really is that there is a food supplement program that's got $1 million some odd dollars in it. And then there's, I want to say it's 15 million or something like that that's in the eviction program. There's a lot of money in other programs, and I just want to make sure that we preserved or at least had our understanding of what the programs are. So with that, any further discussion? Any further discussion?
We need a second on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I didn't receive a second on my motion.
Okay, it was seconded by the treasurer. So can you restate the amount, 343?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's the one, including the one we already passed. So my motion would be 276,303, I believe.
Right. So that's what I was trying to get to. So the amount we're moving now is
276. Hold on. $276,303.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
That's your motion.
Yes.
And the treasurer seconds that. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up if you're on screen. And an aye here. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I talked to Scott Hobersland from WCDA, and there's 14,600,000 and change in the CARES money that they have there right now. So we'll just have to take a look and see what the difference is between, I guess our CARES Act funds and theirs, and make sure that we have the right amount of overlap, I guess.
Yep. And thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Both you and I serve on that board, and I'm sure we can help. And I will note for the record that we have done charitable programs in the past through WCDA. So we are now on to item number 21, Campbell County Health, telehealth information technology, hardware, phones, etc. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for adoption of $3,379,520 to Campbell County Health for telehealth IT.
Okay, it's been moved. There is a second from the treasurer. Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Again, this is great stuff, and maybe we can hear a little bit about the reach of the telehealth network out of Campbell County. But I look at this and I see 285 desktop computers, 448 monitors, 2.3 million for IT infrastructure upgrades. And again, all this is related to healthcare, and if it is, it's all related to COVID-19 in theory. But I have trouble making the connection with this request with the more in-person treatment types of things for people that are suffering from COVID. So I just need a little help with this one. Otherwise, I'm not sure I can get there with it.
Thank you. I see Eric Boley is online. Is there any further discussion from board members before we get going? Is Mr. Boley? Hearing none, Mr. Boley, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, it's Eric Boley with the Hospital Association. I actually have Campbell County on my cell phone. They can't get through to speak to you, but I'm going to try and let them talk to you through my cell phone, if that's all right, to explain this project.
So is this Mary Lou Tate?
Yes, this is Mary Lou Tate. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at Campbell County Health. And to answer your question, Mr. Secretary, the computers and laptops, monitors, et cetera, are to equip our physicians and their office staff to be able to take remote visits. During the COVID crisis, many of our physicians work from home, especially at the beginning, and they then visited with the patients in their home environment as the patients were not able to come into physically see the physicians. So the laptops and computers that you see here are what we issued to the physicians in order to have a home office as we continue to socially distance even here at the hospital. Some of the additional items for the infrastructure improvements is to help support the telehealth program that we implemented during the COVID crisis. We did not have a telehealth program before then. And so now we need some additional items to help support our infrastructure, like the blades. We don't have enough power necessarily to have the capability to store and to power the equipment in a timely manner to keep up with those video visits as we continue to ramp that program up. In addition, our cybersecurity needs to be upgraded in order to add on to these additional video conferences and things like that. So all of this is directly related to the implementation of telehealth.
Thank you. And Mr. Secretary.
And so you had this telehealth program just this year, or is this something that's been ongoing for a number of years?
Now, this is the first time we've implemented telehealth. We did not have plans to implement telehealth for another couple of years. The COVID crisis necessitated the telehealth being implemented this year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Any further questions? Any, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, as I fear this may have been answered, but of this request, how much has already been spent and how much is remaining to be spent?
Madam Auditor, I apologize, I don't have that number in front of me, but about 2/3 of it has already been spent.
That's good enough. I just wanted a ballpark.
Okay. Any further discussion, Mr. Secretary?
And just to follow up on the auditor's question, has this money been spent out of your own regular budget or from other monies that you've received from COVID relief?
None of this has been paid out of COVID relief monies. All of this has been either out of contingency funds or out of operations.
And I'm sorry, did you say operation?
Correct. Some of these items were operational in nature and others were capital items.
So were any of these items already contained in your budget?
It was not in the budget.
So out of contingency, or you have reserves?
We substituted some capital projects for these monies.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, thank you, Madam Auditor. Any further questions? Any further questions? Yes,
No.
Madam Auditor.
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? And again, with the caveat that some of these may need to be further defended. If that's the case, then all in favor signify by raising your thumb if you're on screen, or saying yay. All in favor? I have 3 in favor, and I have 1 no, and actually that would be a fail on that. I mean, I'm sorry, it moved properly. I'm sorry. Thank you, Brandy. I'm trying to get through this so that we can get to the others, and I'm mindful of the good chairman of the Joint Appropriations Senate side, and I'm trying desperately to be done sometime before midnight. All right. Number 23 is what I have next, Beth. Is that correct? That's Hot Springs County Hospital District Modernization and COVID Response. I would entertain a motion. And I have notes on this that I want to make sure I understand. Has that amount been reduced? It has.
I have it reduced down to $1,414,000. They removed the portion tied to matching the USDA loan.
Okay. Thank you. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I will move to approve the Hot Springs County Hospital District in the amount of $1,114,000. Do I have that amount right?
1,414,000.
414,000 with the standard contingencies.
Thank you. It's been seconded.
Yep.
And is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. The auditor has a question. I'm sorry.
So I guess just a little more clarification. What is left in that 1.4 million? If my memory serves me, it is phase 5. And I guess I'm still struggling with the timeline on this. And is that truly going to be done by the end of the year?
Beth.
The request includes $1.2 million for phase 5, $214,119 for modifications to the original design, to include 2 locker rooms with showers, second washing machine, and the purchase of scrubs for clinical staff.
And so that is the 214, which is pretty relatable, as you said previously. And what is phase 5?
So Mr. Boley has his hand up.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm going to jump in here. I don't know if Margie's still listening, but my understanding is that they have assurances that phase 5 will be completed by the end of the year. And they had to make modifications to phase 5 to to treat COVID is why the request has come in.
And
So-
Margie is on, if she wants to address your question more directly.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. The $214,000 is a direct response to COVID. We were in construction of our project, and because of COVID, we essentially eliminated our sleep lab and are converting it into 2 locker rooms with showers and a second washing machine and purchasing scrubs for all of our clinical departments. And that was because with COVID, we started having our clinical people wear hospital provided scrubs so they could change their clothes before they go home. And if they had cared for a COVID patient, many of them would shower before they went home. And I did not have adequate facilities to accommodate that. And so that is the $214,000. Phase 5 was not budgeted or planned in our budget. Part of that is moving materials management upstairs. When it was in the basement, it was not an issue until COVID highlighted the increased exposure risk to our staff and our patients and our vendors, because everyone is using this shared elevator going up and down, and it made screening of our vendors difficult. We had people coming in that may not have been screened properly. Some vendors weren't even allowed in the building, so we were leaving things for pickup and delivery right out in our old lobby, which is a public area. And so by moving materials management upstairs right next to the loading dock, we can alleviate all of those risks that we have. The other part of phase 5 was moving food service upstairs. Right now, we do not have a dining area for our staff or visitors. So staff are having to go down to the kitchen to pick up food, which is not great in this environment, as well as people are also leaving the facility to get food, and we'd much rather have them stay in the facility while they're here working. And it will also allow for socially distanced dining.
Thank you for that explanation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malador, I wanted to ask also about, do staff at Pioneer Home is very close by, and I just wanted to know if there was a increased opportunity for infection there, and if this would help alleviate that concern.
Well, I think definitely anyone that, for healthcare workers to be able to come in and put on clean scrubs and change them and leave them, that eliminates the risk. As far as the other 2, I don't know that that's going to assist the Pioneer Home. I think they've done both of our long-term care facilities have done an excellent job, knock on wood, of protecting their residents and keeping them safe.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I have 3 ayes, 4, and that motion carries. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have item 24, Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Mobile Response Unit. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the amount.
The auditor has moved approval of the mobile response unit. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the mobile response unit, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see that passes. So, all right. That takes us to item 26. Is that correct? Which is the smoke evacuation system we just spoke about in the operating rooms. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval of the amount.
Okay, it's been moved the approval of the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County smoke evacuation system. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, I think the treasurer did, but
Great.
thanks very much. You did too, for discussion. So we are now in discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would underscore that the applicant stated that the CDC recommends elective surgical procedures should not be resumed until the entity has adequate PPE and medical supplies, and that's the reason for this funding. I'm not sure about the smoke evaluator. I'm still having a difficult time understanding how that is COVID related. While it certainly would enhance the facility, I don't see how it mitigates or helps in a response.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman. I guess what I could envision is that, let's say you have an auto accident, the person has COVID, you're trying to stop some capillary bleeding. And I think most of us has been at a branding before, and you know where that smoke goes. You know, just imagine that, you know, getting up and getting into all over the room, and you've got somebody that has COVID, doesn't know he has it, and bam, there you are. You know, you got 6 people in the operating room that's got COVID now. You know, so you know, or at least been exposed to it. So I think that's a practical aspect of it. Necessarily something you don't plan for, but I think in those situations, it could be advantageous.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Treasurer indicates a thumbs up. If you're a no, please indicate thumbs down or no. That motion fails. So now we are on to 27, isn't that correct? This is the medical office building first floor remodel. And so the question I guess I had here from my notes, some of the planning for this goes back to December of 2019. Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of $289,900 for Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County Medical Office remodel.
Okay, it's been moved by the secretary for the amount indicated. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the auditor. We have discussion. I have Tiffany Marshall online.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and Board. So during your break, I went back and I started asking some questions with our facility team to find out what that backstory was to get some more information. So a couple years ago, they identified some airflow issues. They looked at doing a remodel, but decided that they found a better workaround. So what happens is when the people walk into our medical office building, they're shot with a burst of air. And they've had to do that to help with the way that the airflow is circulated in that area. Because of that, they looked at doing some other options or some other things to that waiting area but then, like I said, decided not to do it because it wasn't imperative or important for that time. Now facing the pandemic and the specific part of social distancing, we're unable to fit very many patients in our current waiting area. For our upcoming neurologist, for our pediatrics, for our OB. So really the goal is to help with that social distancing and now make a permanent fix to that airflow so we're not blasting people as they walk in, because that's really, with the virus being an airborne antigen, it's really important that we get that updated and fixed. If you look at the drawings that we provided of the grant, those are actually, that drawing is only about 3 weeks old. It wasn't from a couple years ago. So though the air handling part has been in discussion for a couple years, it wasn't really deemed necessary or relevant until we faced this pandemic and are having to deal with minimizing that air, I guess, air blast to patients that could potentially be carrying that COVID-19 airborne antigens, as well as getting that social distancing area necessary for our patients so our patients can wait safely in a waiting area for their appointments.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor signify by raising your thumb if you're in favor, or saying aye. I have 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, and so I think that motion carries. I think the secretary records as a no. Okay, next item. Thank you, Tiffany, for that. Next item is the City of Laramie equipment renovation split application, if I am correct, Beth. Am I correct? And I am sorry for keeping you all here. So, if someone's so inclined, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for approval of $58,950 to Laramie access control and improvements to City Hall.
Okay. Equipment renovations, access to City Hall. It's been moved. 58,000. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. We're open for discussion. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Could we have a refresher? I have the, oh, never mind. I just, I answered my own question. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? I've been called 3 times. All in favor signify by saying with a thumbs up or an aye. If you're opposed, thumbs down or no. That motion fails. Thank you. We're on to Johnson County Healthcare Center HVAC and renovations. This is a complicated one, it appears to me.
Mr. Chairman.
And actually on this one, since a person who is married to someone who works on my ranch as part of the administrative staff, I am going to declare a conflict because of appearance and let the good secretary lead us through this.
Superintendent, did you have a comment, or what
Yes.
did you say?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was wondering, I believe that we pulled HVAC out of this and moved it on a consent list. And so I guess I'm looking for some verification from Beth and team and a different amount if that's changed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we did pull the HVAC out of this one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification.
I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move Johnson County Healthcare Center in the to approve funding in the amount of $3,809,980.
May I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
All right, it's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Do we have anybody, any discussion by the board before, is there anybody on the line for?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Sean McAllister.
Does the board have any questions? And then we'll go to Mr. McAllister to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman, maybe just, I have the breakdown in front of me, but maybe a little more explanation from staff. My understanding, I'm not sure that we have a breakout of what the HVAC is, actually. There's 3 million that's mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, but maybe a little more color on that.
Does anybody have any information?
Mr. Secretary, yeah, that's all that we have. I think that's the full amount for the HVAC, and then there's some other projects in there. I really do think this one is a matter of timing, was the sort of hold up.
Mr. McAllister, could you address perhaps if you can separate out the HVAC in any of these portions, number one, and number two, tell us a little bit about any assurances you have that would give us confidence this could be completed by end of year.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you. And I apologize for not submitting these projects separately. Nonetheless, they're all important, and I can provide a little more detail about each project if you'd like. I'll do that quickly and then speak to the timing. So the bulk of the HVAC project is replacing 5 very aged air handlers for similar reasons to the other HVAC projects that you've considered today. That's to upgrade them for air quality, air filtration, and air exchange. And those air handlers, the clinical portion of our facility is vintage 1950s. Most of those air handlers are vintage 1970s. And so that's actually twice their usable lifespan. And those air handlers specifically serve our clinical and direct patient care portions of the facility. And so by upgrading those, the COVID benefits would be immediate for us. In addition, we operate a nursing home next to the hospital. When those nursing home residents who are, as you know, among the most vulnerable population with COVID, when they need to be served from an emergent or acute care standpoint, they come to the hospital, and so they're breathing the air in our facility. We do have letters from 4 different manufacturers on the air handlers, all of them guaranteeing that they can deliver those in an expedited manner to us in time for those to be installed. We have 5 local contractors in regard to all 4 projects who have fully committed to finish those prior to the deadline. And then we've spent a lot of time and upfront work on all the projects, and that's why we didn't apply in the first round of applications because we wanted to make sure we had our ducks in a row. So my architect, he's been on the phone all day listening in. And again, he's guaranteed us here at Johnson County Healthcare Center that all the work will be done by that December deadline. Those 3 smaller projects are pretty straightforward. They're definitely simpler in nature and less work intensive. So those projects, we don't foresee any issues either getting those done in time. So again, that was updating the sterile processing department. Our sterile washer is out of date and beyond its life cycle, and then undersized for the current volume of medical instruments that we sterilize on a daily basis. It's not eligible for warranty. To upgrade it to a larger one, we need to do some minor remodeling and reconfiguration within the department. So that one's, we believe to be very straightforward. The contamination barriers in the surgery recovery area, currently we have curtains between patients and their beds when they're recovering at the same time, and those beds are just a few feet apart. So we need to replace those soft curtains with actual rigid barriers that can keep contaminants from spreading between patients. And then the surgery waiting area, it's really old, kind of cramped, and doesn't allow for social distancing. And it's very difficult to disinfect the area and the various furnishings because they're very dated. So we need to update the materials of those furnishings. So anyway, that's a bit more detail for you. And again, I apologize, I didn't separate the applications.
And thank you, Mr. McAllister. Board, any other comments or questions?
So, Mr. Chairman, the lion's share of this request is for HVAC, and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, that is only associated with the update of the HVAC. Is that accurate?
Mr. McAllister?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Yes. Mr. McAllister, on project number 4, the renovation, now I understand, I'm assuming you're not expanding the footprint, or are you?
No, we're not expanding the footprint in either the sterile processing department nor the public waiting area for surgery and acute care. So that's all within the current square footage. So it's remodeled, changing out the furnishings, and again, all designed around social distancing.
So, and I apologize for the ignorant question, but how do you remodel to allow for social distancing without increasing the footprint? If you could just help me understand that a little bit.
We'll change the interior design of the room in particular. So we'll change out the furniture, and then, you know, we'll do a little bit of potential structural work inside that room. Dan Odaz with Plan 1 Architects, I believe, is on the phone, could also provide a little more detail on the specifics. But again, it's primarily around the changing out the furniture altogether. And then I think we need to make some structural changes as well. I don't know if Dan's on the line, if he would like to add a little more information to that.
Am I online?
We can hear you.
Great. I've been with you folks all day.
Riveting.
Yeah, the waiting room right now has soft furnishings with fabric coverings, and it's very old school, and it really needs to have a fresh update where we can have clean, wipeable furnishings on the furniture and spread people apart a little bit. And it's a pretty simple thing architecturally. Part of the project, though, just to clean that up a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you changing the structure or walls in the room?
No, sir. We're basically going to gut and remodel the room, and instead of these soft sofa fabric type coverings that are in there that tend to harbor microbes, we're going to go to clean, wipeable furnishes. We'll use tables and whatnot to spread the seating areas apart from each other. And we're just kind of update that room. It's a fairly small dollar amount in the overall ask of the application.
Does the motion stand as stated? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please give me a thumbs up. Oh, there's two. All right, and I'm gonna be an aye on this as well. Auditor, did you went with it? Okay, I thought you were gonna restate the motion maybe, but,
I
so
don't
that's,
think it was my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it was my motion and I elected not to restate it.
thank you. I had forgotten whose motion it was, so I apologize for that. All right, so that one is successful.
All right, thank you. Thanks. I've had all my body and fender work done there, so I just want you to know. So we are now at 35 Memorial Hospital of Converse County. Renovations to patient care areas. You did that much more efficient than I did. May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the allocation to get a.
I have it's been moved and seconded moved by the auditor, seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, could we just get, I feel like this one was a timeline concern as well, if there was any other comments from staff or representatives on that.
Beth, Ms. Blackwell. Sorry.
We're just out of order here,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I'm
Deputy
sorry. I think that there was timelines, but also there was some question about the necessity and the completion.
And I have James Hudson's online, raised a hand. Jim.
Yeah, this is Matt Damars, CEO. Thank you all for a very long day, and I think we're the very last of the bunch, so thank you. So in regards to the timelines, which is really what staff identified earlier as being the primary concern, in Exhibit B, we did provide a construction estimate for this and a letter of assurance from the primary contractor regarding the dates. And then we did the same with the architects. So these are both two partners we've worked with on multiple 7-digit projects in the past. And so we have provided why we think those are viable for us to complete in time.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Discussion? Discussion? Okay. All in favor, signify by the thumbs up or an aye. And if you're opposed, thumbs down or no. And that motion fails with one. Treasurer votes aye. Others fail.
Okay, what do we got now?
Next, we have Memorial Hospital of Converse County lab expansion. May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of $713,000 for the lab expansion, Memorial Hospital, Converse County.
It's been moved by the secretary for the lab expansion, 713, and seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? I see Mr. Boley is online. You have the floor, Mr. Boley.
Thank you, Governor. Sorry to weigh in here again. I actually was trying to weigh in before you took your vote on the last motion. I believe that it's important to know that this hospital has been planning the renovations probably longer than most of ours. They've done a lot of research, and some of what they were going to do was HVAC work and creating more negative pressure isolation rooms. So I would hope at some point there might be an opportunity for reconsideration. I think this is a great missed opportunity for them to be able to care for their community. And with that, I just answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boley. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would ask for maybe a little more narrative about the direct relation of the expansion to responding to COVID.
Okay. Who's on?
Chairman, can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
So in relation, the project is really built around us trying to serve COVID patients. So our floor was built a long time ago, and we have been working on renovations for a long time on this. But what happened when we started admitting COVID patients is that it became very obvious of the limitations of the facility. When you have a very sick patient, you put them in your critical care area. We were not able to do that because, number one, we didn't have the right airflow there. And secondly, the size of our critical care rooms are so small that we chose to actually build a separate wing within our hospital. So that's really the first part of this project is we don't want to have to keep building false hospitals inside the walls of our med-surg unit. On top of that, we have our labor and delivery unit that's in the direct route. So if you are a pregnant mom coming to our hospital to have a child, you are going to go past all the COVID activities. And so this renovation is to break that out. And finally, and we provided some pictures of this, it is everything here is centralized. In modern medicine, we have a lot more decentralization. Today in our hospital, our entire staff work within just literally feet of each other because we have everyone centralized. So we can break people up by putting them in the hall and building false walls, but we really feel like our project is, and I appreciate, Eric's comments. It has got to be as good as any project you could put forth in terms of preparing for a COVID patient. We'll make do, but clearly this project is lined up to address COVID patients.
Madam Auditor, was your question to the lab expansion specifically?
Mr. Chairman, was.
So the lab project is a move from one floor to the other. Right now, it's on the same floor as our main patient population, the main entry area. So our phlebotomists and our lab staff, which we have a limited number of, like many of the smaller hospitals in Wyoming, they just work side by side. In a COVID environment, you would not want your phlebotomists mingling in the same space as actually where you're doing your lab operations. We also were one of the, we were very aggressive about doing early rapid testing. We get referrals. Unfortunately for us, the way the metric's going to line up, we've got a lot more positives that didn't come in from our county. They came from other counties, sometimes bigger counties, but they go back and they show up on those folks' rolls. But the lab movement is really to create size. Again, back to what I was saying with the medical surgical unit, our lab is literally about half the size of what I would expect for the types of volumes that we're working on. So that's the goal of that, is to relocate that. Another project that we had been eyeing and working on from a strategic standpoint, but COVID really exposed our limitations there.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any follow-up?
I guess my overarching question for this and the next project as well is what portion of those plans were a pivot due to COVID, and what portion was that already in the works? And Mr. Boley, and you talked about this. A lot of this has been in the works for for a substantial amount of time. And my question is, which portion was a complete pivot from where you were headed anyway?
So the lab is a complete pivot. The third floor renovation we've been working on a long time. The lab came about because of this. We just recognize that we do not want to go through another event where we have to protect staff, limited staff. And so that's this is a relatively new project, but it's fairly simple. And that's why we think we can complete it in time. It does involve some more equipment. So there are some equipment purchases in that amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, along that line, what sort of equipment is included in that?
Yeah, so this again, we were one of the early rapid testers because of the fact that we're, as we said in our application, we're in a few different counties around us, but the specific testing equipment, analyzer, the refrigeration and additional capacity space for storing some of our items that need to remain cool.
So, Mr. Chairman, is any of the equipment in that request not related to COVID?
No.
Sorry,
Thank you. Madam Auditor, I think he indicated a no to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? All right. All in favor of the lab expansion, Memorial Hospital, Converse County, $713,000. If it's a positive vote, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. It passes. We now move to 37, which is renovations and construction, $275,000. May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I would move the request for $275,000 for renovation construction to the Oregon Trail Rural Health Clinic in Glen Rock.
So that motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, again, I would just ask for a refresher on specifically what this is and prior plans and how those plans change due to COVID.
Yes, Chairman, if I could, this project involves stabilization of a foundation and then renovations primarily to the entrance of the clinic. This clinic serves not just medicine patients, but also we lease space to the local behavioral health providers and local physical therapy. And so what's happened during COVID is people come into our very small waiting area, some high-risk patients and some low-risk patients, but they're all mingling together. And because this is a small clinic, we don't have the clinical nursing infrastructure to run what we would do in our big clinic or at the hospital where we can do this in the parking lot. We just don't have the staff to do both. And so this project was to stabilize the foundation so we can change the entrance and create enough space to where we don't have the full gamut of patients mixing in a very, very small space. So that's the request. And thank you for your consideration and your very long day.
Thank you for your responses. Any follow-up, Auditor?
No, Mr.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the renovations construction for the Oregon Trail Clinic in Glen Rock, $275,000. signify with a thumbs up if you're in favor or an aye. Have an aye here. I have a two thumbs up on the screen, and then if you're opposed, thumbs down. I have a thumbs down. So that motion does carry. And we've come to the end of this, and I know Mr. Boley's indicated that it would be great if we would reconsider number 35. Personally, I think that's a challenge with at today's meeting, simply because what I heard was this had been in the works for a very, very long time and had been redesigned. I do think if we can find more specific COVID-related matters, I certainly think it's open for a person to come back. I'm going to recommend, I know it's very late, it's 6:45. I'm going to recommend a break here. We do have no fundings. I do know of one item on this list that I've heard about that apparently that the proponents feel can be completed by the 20th. So I'm going to invite us to consider at least one of these. But otherwise, let's have a little bit of a break if that's okay, and then come back.
Okay.
Because we've had so much fun.
Mr. Chairman, when will we be coming back?
I'm going to say what makes the most sense. You all have been a very, very long time. Yeah. Okay, so we'll come back around 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good luck.
That's what I thought, like, he's like, you can't go to the movies anymore, so I'll go check this out. We're having fun in front of the camera too, though. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Are you standing up for a while? Oh, we have cold coffee up there. We got cold coffee. It's called iced coffee. It sounds much fancier if you call it like that. Really? I love the optimism, though. It's refreshing. Yeah, I'm with Bill on this one. I'm like, oh, might as well. See? This is what happens when
I have it as 1 minute before 7. And thought I would start to get us called back to order. And now it is 7 o'clock. I see the auditor. I see the good treasurer. And so I think we are with a quorum again to be able to take on the final tranche here of projects. There are 10, I think, and is that correct, Director? The other sheets that we have in our book are essentially informational. Is that correct?
For the meeting today?
Yeah.
We have board of deposits after this, so don't forget about that. But,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Thank you.
But with respect to,
That won't take
sorry.
long.
So with respect to this, yes, we have the 10 recommended no funding. That should close out the coronavirus stuff for today.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, thank you. So I'm going to recommend that we keep a time limit on these and try to be pretty careful as we go through them. I know there are a few of these that there will be people ready to speak to. So right off the bat, let's just take our process and continue with it. may I have a motion on the Riverton Memorial Hospital Sage West Healthcare anesthesia machines?
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the approval of the Riverton Memorial anesthesia machines for an amount of $111,209.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second. Did you want a motion of the director's recommendation or of a positive funding recommendation?
I was going to say a positive recommendation.
Yeah.
And then if that was your motion, Mr.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, it appears to be ineligible.
Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And mind you, if you're voting in favor, you're voting not to accept the director's recommendation. So all in favor signify by saying aye or raising a thumb. If you're opposed, thumbs down or a nay. No. Okay. Fails. All right. Weston County Hospital District. Just to change the process up and make it cleaner, why don't we do the director's recommendation?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, first off, I told you so. No, just kidding. and second, I would move the director's recommendation in regards to item 2, nursing home private room project at the Weston County Hospital District.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion on the Weston County Hospital District? Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay. Please signify an aye, which would be to confirm the director's recommendation of no funding. Please signify with a thumbs up. I see 2 thumbs up and an aye. That motion carries. All right. Item number 3, City of Rock Springs Fire Department Wirelink radios. May I have a motion to accept the director's recommendation?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Second. It's been seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of confirming the director's recommendation of no funding for the Wirelink radios for the City of Rock Springs Fire Department, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay, that motion carries. Sheridan County Public Library System, COVID-19 supplies and book purchases for $11,887. May I have a motion to adopt the director's recommendation of no funding?
Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor of confirming the director's recommendation, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Aye. That motion carries. The director's recommendation is confirmed. City of Sheridan renovations, HVAC. May I have a motion on the director's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation of no funding.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. I see Carmen Rideout.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Carmen Rideout. I'm the Executive Director of the Hub on Smith Sheridan Senior Center. There are a number of other members of our team on board here tonight. We believe the coronavirus relief grant is an excellent match for our capital construction project. And we believe the reason that it was on the no list, it states on the table here, is because the project could not be completed by the December 30th deadline. We feel confident that this could be completed in the allotted time frame. We have an architect on board, a construction manager, and they both have submitted a letter and a detailed Gantt chart assuring us that they are confident that they can complete this work in the given time frame. We believe this project it meets the requirements. We are our building is owned by the city of Sheridan. We have a long-term 30-year lease. The project is addressing COVID-19 issues now. And as I mentioned before, we can get the work described in the application completed in this calendar year. We've been working on a master plan for the past year. This project is bigger than the amount that we requested. It was at a smaller level, but when COVID-19 and the pandemic came upon us, we added some things. The scope of the project expanded, and we think these things are really important in order for us to serve the most critical and vulnerable people of our community, and in order to keep our community healthy and safe. We respectfully request you to consider funding this project, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Carmen. It's good to hear your voice. Are there any questions? I will note that I got a call from Senator Kinski and from Representative Kinner, basically, and very much in support of this project, and indicating that they had every confidence that the project could be completed by the 30th of December. Are there any questions? I have one question for either Deputy Munger or Beth. Were there other considerations that would be a negative on this if we could conceivably, with the language that we have in those other, if we pass this, get to work, and then we could you would be passing on the other stuff as well. Not to lobby my board members too much. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Auditor.
Sorry, I guess I'm not sure I heard Brandy's response. I apologize.
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, I think my understanding is the only concern was this is a very large project and they were concerned that it wouldn't be done in a timely manner, so.
And so I guess maybe if Carmen could just add a little more color around, I know that part of this had been planned. Is the amount requested only related to, again, the changes that have occurred since COVID and not, you know, due to a complete pivot in plans versus a long-term plan that they had been working towards anyway?
The majority of the project, or the request that we're asking for, is additional expansion and scope of the project related to COVID. The central HVAC, our Help at Home, which is a licensed home health agency, increasing the space there, including a locker room and a shower for them to use before our people come in for the day and go home. Our home delivered meals program, increasing that space, is a pivot. We were serving 150 people a day, and since the COVID, that has increased to 400 meals a day. We're also serving people that are non-traditional. So we're serving some people that have been tested and are isolating at home. So we're serving those folks, and even some that have quarantined. Our loan closet with durable medical assistive equipment. Again, that's an expanded addition just because of the increased demand for that, that type of service. So yes, this is related to COVID-19. These pieces, we've been very thoughtful in making sure that it applied.
So, Mr. Chairman, Carmen, you said a majority was additional work that had never been contemplated. What portion or dollar amount was in your work budget anyway, I guess, or what were you planning on doing anyway?
You know, we're planning on $4.5 million worth of additional work, and the additional since COVID, the COVID impacted us. Our project expanded to $6.4 million. So there's $1,560 for the HVAC, which is new to our project, and then the portion of the additional space that's related to COVID is 1.724. And those are specific. The rest of the project, which is a total of 6.4, is unrelated and was already in our plans.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. May I have a follow-up?
Please.
So, Carmen, is the 1.5 for the HVAC and the 1.7 for the space design, that's on top of the 6.4, or the total project is now 6.4?
The total project is now 6.4.
So just help me out and understand that you're talking to the accountant in the group. Your total project only went up 1.9 million, but you're saying the two COVID-related pieces are 3.28 million. And so I guess, what did you save? That's my question, is if your total project, you know, with COVID factored in, your total project went up 1.9 million.
Right.
So help me understand your request.
So I'm wondering if our architect is on board that helped us with this, or anyway, Jane, are you available?
Good evening, Chairman and board members. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Thane McGelkey with QC10 Architects. I'm the architect on the project. And yes, there's about 1.5, pushing 1.6 million for the HVAC. The other portions that we included in our application are the renovations in the Help at Home area to prepare that for improved services there. Certainly the some of that was planned long-term. The COVID has really accelerated the need for some of these things to happen, you know, immediately, if not yesterday. The showers, locker rooms area for Help at Home people to come in and clean up before they go home to their families, or even into our building, so they're not bringing contamination in, was certainly an add. The home delivered meals area is expanded in size because the building's largely unused now, they've been able to use the dining room for some of that because of the large demand for preparing those meals. We've got to get that funneled away to where it's more efficient process. And then the loan closet has seen really an exponential growth in use. And so that's also included in that in terms of increased demand. And I think one of the, go ahead.
No, go on.
Okay, one of the things we're critically aware of, and with the HVAC that came up, was it was an adequate system before, marginally adequate, certainly with the need to limit the spread of pathogens, have better filtration. We just can't do it with 5 small air handlers spread around the building. And so we need to go to a bigger unit that has the capacity to push air through those air filters. So that's a huge savings, but we're also very aware that if we don't make the space healthier for the help at home folks and the staff, then the people that go out and serve this population at home, if we start losing them to COVID or illness, then the ability to take care of others drops drastically. So we're trying to address that as well as part of the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is
yes.
Pat Miller from the AG. This is Pat Miller from the AG's office. May I ask a quick question to clarify the application?
Yes.
So, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as I understood it, when we talked about the project being complete, we're talking about the addition being enclosed by December. Would there be additional work required on the interior before you would be able to use it? Or have I misunderstood the application?
No, that's correct. What we have scheduled out right now is to have the building complete to a level of substantial completion where really the fixture, furnishings, and equipment would have to be moved into it at that time. Folks would not be, I mean, you could push a desk and a chair in there and sit and work comfortably, but all the furniture and really the full setup for it to be a fully functioning spaces would not necessarily be in place by the end, because construction would be wrapping up by that December 30th deadline.
Thank you. I think that clarifies. And Mr. Governor, that explains our concern, because the guidance really does speak in terms of being able to use the space during the covered period. But this all is a necessity question, and that's ultimately not our place to decide.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just want to really, the HVAC portion makes a lot of sense to me. Everything they're describing makes sense to me, and the center in Sheridan does a fantastic job. I'm really struggling to get past that the project budget only went up 1.9 million, yet they're requesting 3.3. So I think I could get there on policy with a request in the amount of their actual budget increase due to COVID. I'm struggling with the dollar figures though.
Thank you, Auditor. I agree with you. I tend to agree with you. Is there further discussion? And I guess one question that comes up. Oh, I think we have Anthony Spiegelberg.
Yes, this is Anthony Spiegelberg. I'm the president of the hub in Sheridan, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for allowing us to share some more information about this project. Just a little more information along the lines of some of the good questions that have been asked, because it is true that our project has pivoted a little bit along the way to adjust for COVID. And as Carmen mentioned, we have been doing some planning. We've been doing that planning since COVID happened, with several things really needing to happen to get our seniors back in our center for the lunches and the camaraderie. We can replace a lot of the meals and things like that, but is what they're really missing is coming together to visit and see other people. So we want to get them back in our center. We believe this money could help us do that much quicker than if we have to go out to other funding sources and try and raise money in our community or through other grants. If we can get the airflow, improved to a higher quality standard, we can improve the spacing for the help at home people to make sure that they have great space to prepare before they go out into seniors' homes to make sure there's no infection or anything passed along. And if we can create some additional spacing for our meals program to continue to deliver at a much higher capacity than what they would before, these are all things that will help us be able to serve these seniors faster versus having to string these improvements out regardless of COVID for perhaps months or a matter of 1 or 2 years to do it. So having these funds available would certainly move that process along, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Auditor, I guess I'm curious. I think your point about components of this being more manageable within that timeline is a good one. And I didn't know if you wanted to elaborate on that at all.
Mr. Chairman, I think the timeline is a struggle under any scenario, as the AG has recognized, and maybe a little bit more of a struggle if we know we're going to have a shell, but we're not actually able to serve seniors. But I guess as the AG's office noticed, that's a policy decision for us. Under any circumstances, I don't think we can, I would have a hard time justifying it. I feel like we're getting into things that were included in the prior project budget pretty clearly if the total cost only went up $1.9 million.
Yeah. All right. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, remind me what the motion on the floor, I don't recall who made it, but it was the director's rec, correct?
It was the director's recommendation. So if you're voting aye, you will vote to confirm the director's recommendation, not to fund.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind just walking through if we vote to fund without an amount, then we pull it back up on the table with an amount attached to it? Is that correct? Or if this motion fails, what's the next step?
Could we make a new motion at that point?
That we could do.
Or this motion could be withdrawn.
It could.
Who made the motion, Mr. Chairman?
The auditor made that motion. And I think it was seconded by the superintendent.
I seconded it.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I actually am going to withdraw that motion, and I'm going to try to make another one if you'll allow me.
Sure.
Second's okay, yeah.
You second's great with the withdrawal.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I struggle a little bit because I know we don't have precise numbers, but I know that State Lands and the AG's office can dig into that. But what I want my motion to get at is the the difference between the 4.5 million that their original project was and the 6.4 million that it is now, in that would be included full funding for the HVAC system of 1,560,000. Now that the other difference there is what I'm not sure of, because I'm assuming Ms. Rideout was giving me rounded numbers. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I can make a motion with that ballpark, but I may need some guidance there, and very much would want to add on and extra emphasize the language that we would need a guarantee from the contractor that it is going to be complete.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at about $1.9 million. I just don't know what the exact figure would be.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and there may be some spaces there that were in the original, but were remodeled necessarily to comply with some of the obstacles of COVID. So it's necessarily, you're not getting the same thing that you had. You might be getting the same square footage, but they've been repurposed more or less. And so I think there might be a little bit of leeway there. I guess I'd ask the sponsors some of the same questions like we asked the folks on the other side of the state in Lincoln County, as what's your bottom dollar on this, as far as what do you think it's where we should be at? Will 1.9 work, or is it closer to 2.3, or where's your number at?
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, board members, just in kind of revisiting some of these details, I think some of the additional dollars have to do with, in some codependency in some of the space and how things have to work together. We can't just build a couple of spaces for our home delivered meals without doing some other things. So I think the whole project, it's the codependency of some of the work that needs to be done. As far as what our bottom, we feel like we've kind of winnowed some of that COVID related space out with the 3.2 million, but we would work with, we would work with what you felt was most appropriate. So Anthony or Thane, do you have any input on that?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me okay? This is Anthony.
We can, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Carmen on the amount, whether you're in that 1.9 or 2 million area, that certainly gets the HVAC system covered. And as Carmen said, there are, parts of the project that have been expanded for COVID that still had to have, other components of it in place. And so we'd have to come up with funding for the other parts, but this would go a long way towards completing the priority projects, if you will, especially the HVAC system. And if need be, we could follow up with some additional information if you need that on what those codependencies are on some of those other smaller parts of this.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Monitor, what does 2.3 million look like to you? And that kind of seems in the ballpark.
So, Mr. Treasurer, my trouble is the original project budget was 4.5 and the current project budget after COVID is 6.4. So I think what I'd like to do is make the motion of up to 1.9 million for those, recognizing that some of those COVID things are codependent, but also recognizing the codependent parts that were already included in the budget. up to 1.9, and also recognizing that they need to get started, but we also are going to have other Slib meetings this year if there is a dire follow-up request. But at the end of the day, I'm having a hard time getting past original versus after COVID, and the difference is 1.9.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think there's probably some things in there above the 1.9 that necessarily were designed more or less because of COVID, other than just the HVAC. And as long as we have some flexibility, I think in the future, we can get the ball rolling. But I think that there's going to be a fairly clear delineation when they start thinking about what they consider codependencies are really something that are more or less the if you ask your question, if not, but for the COVID situation, what would the price be?
So I see Beth here may have a comment.
Looking at the application or the additional information, it looks like the HVAC itself was $1.5 million. So the additional things to that, where the auditor was about the 1.9, that additional $400,000 could be that extra stuff that's tied into that.
Okay. So auditor, do you have a motion then?
Yes, my motion would be to fund up to 1.9, or essentially whatever the difference is between their original project budget and the 6.4 as stated. Or if we just need to make it a hard 1.9, I'll do that.
All right. Thank you. That motion has been made. Is there a second? Superintendent, do you want to second that motion? She does. Very good. Okay, so we have a new motion on the floor. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Carmen and Anthony and Thane very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so number 6, City of Laramie City Hall campus redesign, $27,760. Yeah. May I have? Yes.
You may. I move to adopt the director's recommendation on item number 6.
Okay, so Secretary has moved the director's recommendation on item number 6. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the auditor and the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of the director's recommendation of no funding signify an aye with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
Okay, that director's recommendation is confirmed. Item number 7, City of Laramie Recreation Center COVID-19 design and renovations.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I move the director's recommendation for item number 7.
The Secretary has moved the director's recommendation. Must be getting close to dinner time because he is moving quick. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by actually the superintendent in this case. Any discussion? Any discussion? I see Todd Fieser online.
Chair Todd Fieser, Assistant City Manager for the City of Laramie. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can.
I sure appreciate you guys taking all the time you have today to get through this, and I'll keep it as brief as I can. But when the City of Laramie submitted our projects, we submitted them on 4 pieces. If they've met the CARES Act, if they improved safety for our patrons or our staff, if they could be completed by the timeline required, and then if they weren't in the budget. So we did take those into account. When we read the recommendation from the director. We're not sure that this project was understood because it said it building a rec center is not COVID related. This one is strictly in response to COVID, as we ran into a problem at our current rec center. We're not building a rec center, we're remodeling the front desk and hopefully remodeling the staff areas, where we actually had 2 patrons report to us that they had tested positive for COVID. And we also had 1 staff member come down sick that resulted in the quarantining of 4 other staff members when we got there. So this is really a very important project for the folks in our community, and that this will lead to a much safer environment. And this is one way for us to really stop COVID from spreading and keep it safe, and to do what we need to as we go through this pandemic in the future. So I'd certainly be willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Are there any questions of Mr. Fieser? Any questions? Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, Todd, thanks for that explanation. We have left several projects unfunded today because while they're in the same spirit that you just described, they really just create an atmosphere where social distancing is more possible. And so I was wondering, and that's what I heard you describe. Is there anything other than just reconfiguring that space to be more amenable to social distancing, or I'm a little bit unclear on that.
Honorable Chair, through you to Superintendent Balo. I believe that the staff remodeling, a lot of places, and I heard it discussed earlier on one of the medicals, is you're seeing them move from that open environment, bullpen type of work, to where they are getting to more of a individualized spaces to get to make the space safer. So not just social distancing, but more along the lines of trying to improve staff safety as we go through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Todd. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? I appreciate very much this project, and I don't know exactly how this vote will come out, but Todd, I think if there are ways to sort of improve the application, I'm certainly think we can look at it again. So I'm not predisposing any outcome, I'm just saying.
Thank you for your support, Governor Gordon.
Thank you. So with that, all in favor of confirming the director's recommendation of no funding, signify aye by a thumbs up or an aye. Okay. That motion carries. Thank you, Todd, and certainly look forward to consideration on that. Item number 8, City of Riverton new medical facility, $5,210,000, and I know we have several people wanting to speak to this, and I know at least Representative Miller has been here all day, and I believe Court McGuffey's been here more than a day, but thankfully not in this meeting. So with that, may I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
I would move the director's recommendation on item number 8, City of Riverton new medical facility.
Okay. The Secretary has moved the director's recommendation on item number 8. Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second. Superintendent seconded that. So with that, I'm going to have a discussion, and I think Representative Miller wanted to speak after Court McGuffey. Is that still the case? And if it is, Court, you may have the floor.
Good evening, Chairman and board members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Court McGuffey. I'm part of a grassroots nonprofit working with Riverton to build a new hospital in our community. We've been at this for about 2 years, and we had a design for our hospital that was pretty much ready to go, but then COVID-19 hit, of course, this spring to change that design. This added about $5.2 million worth of additional cost to our project, including increasing square footage for surge space, additional entrances and exits, additional space in our parking lot to create temporary testing areas and waiting areas, independent negative pressure ventilation systems, a lot of what we've heard today so far. It was our hope that, well, as you well know, Fremont County's been the epicenter of the COVID-19 outbreak. We've had over 400 cases, just had our 11th death. It was our hope that by getting this $5.2 million, we could spend this money by the end of the year. But of course, our hospital will not be complete in that time frame. And I think that's obvious what's held up our project. Our hope was, it seems like the Attorney General has taken a more lenient stance on the temporary medical facilities, but kind of stand strong on this. The project needs to be complete. So I just wanted to let you guys know if this changes the guidance from the Treasury and we get some more time, we'll be back with application. And the only last thing I wanted to mention, and I'll let you go. You know, I've heard all the comments earlier. You know, I have no financial stake in anything here. I've just moved back to Riverton 2 years ago. I'm a fourth generation Wyomingite, graduated from school there. We had a hospital there when I was going to high school, and I moved back, and I want to let the Slib staff know that what we have now is not a full service hospital. And we want to build a hospital about as much as you guys want to stay on this meeting for about another hour here. But there's a reason why the city voted unanimously to submit this application, because we know things need to change. And I think the auditor can speak to that too, as she was there with her grandma earlier this year. But to hear Mr. Forelli earlier say that we have OB and orthopedic services in Riverton is, you know, pretty shocking to me. We haven't had a baby born since 2016 there. But it's those kind of statements that get frustrating. You know, I've sat in the meetings with our county legislators with Mr. Forelli, and you know, he said that OB is off the table for the Riverton Hospital. So I think this is an example of the credibility issues that Senator Bebout has brought up, and that's why we're working so hard to get this project going, because it's so important for our community. I moved back to Wyoming to raise my family here, and I was counting on a hospital in my hometown, and so we're going to try to fix that. And with that, I'll just open it up if you have any questions for me, and I really appreciate your hard work and time.
Thank you, Mr. McGuffey, and I know you have put an enormous amount of effort into this, and it shows in the quality of the work. So I thank you for that. I want to recognize Representative Miller, who asked to speak after you.
Thank you, Governor and members of the Slib board. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, very good.